racing for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. We celebrate Independence Day. I'm your host, Acacia Colon, pleased to be joined by Paul LaDuca, who'll join me in a moment, but happy to have you with us for this special holiday program. Brought a little holiday colors on today, and we're looking forward to some terrific racing. We did have a little surprise rain shower this morning, so we're dealing with currently a sloppy main track and a good turf course, but still on the turf as of now. Particularly exciting for the first race of the day, which will be a stake. We're going to start things off with the Port Washington right in race number 1. We have races 1 through 10 for you today at beautiful Belmont Park, brought to you as always by Claiborne Farm. As we welcome in Paul LaDuca here with me. Paul, I'm just saying, we coordinated quite nicely. And the last time we were on set together, I feel like you were basically sweeping the card.
Well, I hope we can sweep the card today.
Yeah.
That'd be a nice thing. And like Acacia said, listen, we got the first couple of races. It's a sloppy racetrack as of now. We just got some rain, like a pretty good amount of rain for like about the last, I don't know, hour and a half or so. But, you know, I don't know if it's going to affect a turf course that much. You know, we were a tick off the track record when it came to a 6-furlong race. So the track record, the turf course was playing so fast that I think it needed rain. So I wouldn't like take it as, oh, soft turf horses are going to love it, or now that it's got rain that it's going to be that good. I think it's still going to play sort of on the firm side unless we get more rain.
I think it's a very good point. It's been very firm, and we have not had that much rain. You can play all the action with Naira Bets. Sign up, get started using promo code BONUS200, and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. We see horses heading out as we're starting things off in style. A mile and a 16th on the inner turf. It's for the New York bred fillies, the Port Washington. Significant scratch of Sonora coming out, and that means Runaway Rumor is 1-2 as she'll kick off the post parade.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. A big scratch of the 2 makes her a heavy favorite, and this mare is in very good form. Just missed last time out in the Mount Vernon, and she likes this turf course as well.
Coming off of a nose defeat behind Marvelous Maud, here's the number 3, Golden Rocket.
You know, Golden Rocket has some good races to go to on the turf. She's never been over the Belmont turf. That's pretty interesting. She has a decent race where she won one of the New York Stallion Series at Saratoga.
Freddie Mo Factor is a big price.
Maybe some speed at a Freddie Mo Factor, but 0 for 9 over this turf course. I would think is the negative.
And second choice, last out winner, What Love Looks Like.
Yeah, and a horse that got the money last time at 95 cents on the dollar with some strong handling by Manny Franco. Now, Flavian Pratt will be aboard. Flavian has ridden this filly about 4 or 5 times, so he knows her well. She's on the improve. I think she's obviously the main danger, but the inside filly, or excuse me, inside mare is the one to beat.
Reminder, you can follow along and get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys with free Equibase past performances. Check out NairaBets.com/TV schedule to get your free past performances for all the races on today's show. The Port Washington to start things off. And we'll send it up to another New York bred champion jockey, Richard Migliori, joining us here. Richie, does look like this could be Runaway Rumors Day.
I mean, she looks like a standout. I mean, she's just a very accomplished mare, you know, earned over $460,000. She's faced very, very tough company in the past. Yes, she is 100% the horse to beat. Good inside draw on the inner turf with that configuration. We always talk about breaking on the outside rail of the main turf course, crossing over, and then immediately into that left-handed turn. I'm just going to throw out some food for thought, and I'm going to pick the 5-horse What Love Looks Like, even though, admittedly, it's going to be a bit of a surprise if Runaway Rumor gets beaten here. But she has 2 races on her form where the turf was labeled good. Now, I agree with Paul. I don't think that the rain is going to affect this course a great deal because it has been playing very, very fast. I mean, yesterday yielding extremely fast times. But I do think it might have created a little bit of give in the ground. We had rain last night. I walked across the turf course earlier. They got the rails really far out. Probably preserving it for next weekend, and I think there is a possibility it is less than firm. And her 2 worst races to me, Runaway Rumor, came when it was less than firm. And What Love Looks Like's already proven to be proficient on less than pristine or firm ground. So I'm just going to take a little bit of a stab with the second choice at 9-5, What Love Looks Like. And guys, full disclosure, I am a big fan of Barry and Cheryl Schwartz. I rode many winners for them over the year, so maybe a little bit of sentimentality getting involved as well.
Filly by English Channel. Richie, thank you. What Love Looks Like on the outside.
I know. You keep thinking of Tina Turner.
I
What's
know.
love got to do with it? I know. I've been
Are you
doing
gonna
the same
belt
thing.
out song?
Yeah, well, R.I.P. Tina.
Legend, true legend.
Yes.
There is Runaway Rumor, as she's 2-5 right now. Just missed last time out in the Mount Vernon. That was her first start with Horacio de Paz. And Marvelous Maud was the favorite that day. Came and ran her down, but she ran a good race this mare.
No, she did. They ran to the wire. I mean, it looked like at the top of the lane that Runaway Rumor was, home and was going to win this race. It's just that you can see Manny Franco knows his dangers on the outside. He's already put the inside horse away, and he just can't hold off. I think she was going to the wire, and they kind of went away from the field. You can see she's reaching out. It's one of those things, this is a bad beat. So I don't think she hung at all. And like I said, she's 6 for 8 in the exacta here. She's going to be a tough horse, but I can see where Miga's going. Like I said, she's a 4-year-old filly going in an upward direction. So if the Runaway Rumors ever take a misstep, the 5 is definitely the other filly in here.
Yeah, she had a really bad break 2 starts back when she stumbled at the start, then last time out got the win, and she'll step up to face Stakes Company for the first time. What Love Looks Like on the outside. Loading in for race 1, it's the Port Washington for the New York bred fillies and mares. John and Brielle standing by with the call.
There in the gate. And they're off. And a good beginning for the favorite Runaway Rumor from that inside post position. She's challenged now by What Love Looks Like. And steadying there was number 3 Golden Rocket as they go around the turn. What Love Looks Like is the leader here as Freddie Mo Factor now moves up on the outside. Runaway Rumor sits just off the front 2 in 3rd. And Golden Rocket is the trailer. And now they're heading up the back stretch. Freddie Mo Factor has taken the lead now from What Love Looks Like. Runaway Rumor is alongside of What Love Looks Like, and Golden Rocket is at the back. Opening quarter over the good turf, 24 3/5 seconds. Freddie Mo Factor leads here by a half length. What Love Looks Like towards the inside in 2nd. Then Runaway Rumor in 3rd, and Golden Rocket remains the trailer. It is Freddie Mo Factor and What Love Looks Like, and the 2 of them are heads apart for the lead. Runaway Rumor, the odds-on choice, is in 3rd, the half in 50 and 2. Freddie Mo Factor, there goes What Love Looks Like. What Love Looks Like now takes the lead from Freddie Mo Factor, and Runaway Rumor is in gear on the outside. Here comes Runaway Rumor up to challenge What Love Looks Like for the lead. Freddie Mo Factor dropping back. Golden Rocket is next. And they're coming for the top of the stretch. It's Runaway Rumor and What Love Looks Like. Room on the inside for Golden Rocket, and she comes on through now. So it is Runaway Rumor and What Love Looks Like, and the 2 of them hook up with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. What Love Looks Like takes the lead now from Runaway Rumor. Golden Rocket down at the rail. What Love Looks Like in front as they come on for the finish, and What Love Looks Like wins the inaugural running of the Port Washington Stakes. Golden Rocket completes the exacta. Runaway Rumor was 3rd.
What Love Looks Like victorious in the Port Washington. It looked at one point, Paul, like Runaway Rumor, the favorite, was supposed to go right on by, but that's not what happened.
This was just an expert ride here by Flavien Prat. I mean, first of all, he decided to take the initiative on the front end. Then he got confronted by a long shot with the 4 in here, Freddie Mo Factor. He looked to his inside. He looked to his outside. Now he repels the challenge of the 1, Runaway Rumor. I'm done with you. Uh-oh. I got the recognition to know, oh, here comes the 3 up the rail. Let me point myself at you now because I'm done with you, the one with the 1. And just strong handling through the stretch. Great call here by Mig. At 2-1 to get this nice filly by English Channel. And what was English Channel's best day? And Monmouth Park over a bog. So maybe, Richie, you're right. It's got maybe a little cut in the ground.
Yeah, Paul, Acacia, I mean, especially when you saw the head-on shot away from the gate, they were peeling it. You could see the divots flying up. I think the rain that we got last night and then the additional rain that came down pretty heavily before the first race was enough to make a true difference in the ground. And I think it's more on the good side of soft than the good side of firm. And just a nice effort from the winner, what love looks like. And it feels like Runaway Rumor just bogged down a little bit. She was traveling, and while she was in the bridle and pulling on Manny, she was very comfortable. As soon as he had to ask her to run, you could kind of see her bog down a little bit and just come off the bridle. But a nice effort by the winner and homebred for Barry and Cheryl Schwartz.
A nice effort indeed. Richie, 2-1 on What Love Looks Like, who gets the victory. The number 3 Golden Rocket. A good ride by Jose Gomez, too, to ride for second. He probably knew, I'm on a long shot. You've got these 2 tough fillies in here. I'm going to do what I can to get her in the money. And that's what he did. She was able to hold on as Runaway Rumor faded.
This has been a good claim for Patricia Farrell. She claimed this horse from Mike Deeney. And if you don't know Mike Deeney, he's perennial one of the leading trainers when it comes to the turf trainers down there at Tampa. So she took this horse from a very good barn, and this horse has run well. He's won a stakes here, a New York bred stakes on the turf at Saratoga, and a nice little second today in a nice little stakes here at Belmont.
Yeah, that was actually Jose Gomez's first stakes win this past summer up at Saratoga for Golden Rocket in second. But it's What Love Looks Like for Barry and Cheryl Schwartz, a homebred filly by English Channel, Flavian Pratt aboard in the Port Washington. We'll bring you prices, reactions, and more after this. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. His recent top runners include these star performers.
Good Girl, Bad Habits, the Mastery filly. Here surprisingly surging on the outside, surprisingly.
Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage, brought to you as always by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. It was a fun way to kick off the day with the Port Washington for the New York bred fillies and mares. Our Winner's Circle lead-in is brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton July sale of selected yearlings and horses of racing age. July 10th and 11th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be? What Love Looks Like is in the Winner's Circle with jockey Flavian Pratt, who's standing by with Richie.
Thanks, Acacia. A terrific ride from Flavian here. And Flavian, it looked like the 4 might be some speed. When she didn't break, you kind of controlled the race, even though she engaged a little later on.
Yeah, absolutely. No, my filly broke well, and as you said, the 4 didn't broke that sharp, so kind of went on and took the lead from there. Then the 4 came a bit with me, but I thought there was a soft pace, and she was traveling well. She was happy, so it was fine.
And then she took a big challenge from Runaway Rumor. Were you confident that you were going to have enough to fend her up? Because obviously she's a big favorite.
Well, I think she loved the ground. It's a bit soft today, and I think she loved that. And you know, it always looked like turning for home. She is gonna get beat, but then when she get to the 8 pole, that's where she really start to stretch her legs and get going. So I thought, you know, I didn't thought that's all she had turning for home.
Yeah, and the ground is a bit soft, isn't it? I mean, we did have substantial rain.
Yeah, it's a bit soft. The track is good because we haven't run on it much, but yeah, it is a bit soft, yeah.
And to me, it looked like some just good, strong race riding going on. You floated the favorite out off the turn, all legally, and then the horse was trying to rally inside, and you just pointed your filly back to her just so she would see the challenge. Obviously, in a small field, it's kind of easier to key on some horses.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a lot easier when it's a short field, but I just want my filly to, you know, keep herself engaged and have company and just keep her, as I say, engaged.
Great job. Congratulations. Guys, a rider that does everything good, and I thought you saw some good, strong race riding going on.
Took a little bit of ground. He made sure to hold his space, Paul, but as Richie said, everything was legal, but Flavien Prat doing all of the right moves out there for what Love looks like to get the victory.
Yeah, I think one of the hard things to do is I think a lot of people think you can't rate a horse from the inside. We always say, oh, he's going to rate a horse and rate a horse on the outside of the horse. Flavien, if you can watch on the backside, they were way off the rail, so he decided, you know what, the 4 was really no consequence, and like he said, I felt like it was a soft pace, so he just rated his horse on the inside of horses and just had enough left.
Nice performance from that homebred filly for Barry and Cheryl Schwartz. The English Channel, the daughter of English Channel, gets the win in the opener in the Port Washington. We turn our attention now to race number 2. It's a maiden special weight on the main track, the New York bred maiden special weight, weighing 1 mile and a 16th. And currently the number 2, Union Trail for Barclay Tagg, is a short price favorite.
This is a horse that has been running in Florida as a New York bred. Got in a New York bred race, was a little bit under 5-1 and was hung out really wide in an 8-horse field. Now favoritism today. I thought this was a wide open group, 1 mile and a 16th of New York breds in here. And now you got a little bit of water on the racetrack. This is going to be really weird how this is going to play. You got that it's kind of hooked 1 mile and a 16th, and this is going to be very, very interesting. I do think that Union Trail is the horse to beat. I think that I get it. The 3's got 8 seconds. I think the 4, I'm Just, has got a shot. This is a tough, tough group here.
Yeah, perhaps a little bit more wide open than the board may suggest. We'll talk a bit more about it when we come back. We'll take a quick timeout. And when we return on America's Day at the races, we'll learn the story of the great Sergeant Reckless. Not just a horse, but a Marine.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Beyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on this special July 4th coverage. Reminder, you can play everything with Naira Bets. Our program is also brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Check out NairaBets.com or download the app today. As, of course, we celebrate Independence Day today on these types of days, we look back on one of our favorite stories, that of Sergeant Reckless, a horse who made quite an impact with the men in uniform that she served with.
Reckless was bred to be a racehorse, but sadly she never had a chance to race because her 2-year-old season, that's when the war broke out and racing was suspended. So instead of becoming a racehorse, she became America's greatest war horse.
I think what impresses me most about Reckless's story in the Korean War is that they bought this horse at a race park in Seoul and turned it into a combat enabler.
Lieutenant Eric Pedersen was the man who purchased Reckless for $250. And he was the commanding officer of the recoilless rifle platoon. They decided to put her through hoof camp, which was the equine version of boot camp.
We hear about on-the-job training. This was the epitome of it. Literally, this horse was trained to lie down under fire, to protect itself, it knew how to avoid obstacles and barbed wire. And truly, after just a couple of show and tell on the fly routes, the horse would do it by herself.
They would take her up and down the hills to get her used to carrying the pack saddle and the ammunition on her back. These canisters of ammo were very large. And before Reckless came along, the men had to pack this themselves. The camaraderie between Reckless and her men was something special. She was the only animal in camp, and so the Marines became her herd, and she would follow them anywhere and everywhere. She would even sleep in their tents at night. She would follow them into the mess tent and eat breakfast and had bacon and eggs. Even after a battle, she would have a beer with the guys.
The fact that Marines could depend on the horse to do the resupply routes, that means it wasn't just a horse to them. It was somebody that they were in the fight with.
What started the battle for the Nevada cities is at 7 o'clock at night, 3,000 enemy soldiers descended upon 3 outposts in this area. Reckless's men were guarding Outpost Vegas. They, of course, were overrun, and so Reckless's mission began that next morning. Started loading her up with 6 rounds at a time. By the middle of the day, she was up to 8 rounds at a time. She knew what her job was, she knew where her men were, and she would go up to the guns by herself.
There are stories of up to 50 times in one operation that she ran a supply route by herself. That frees up Marines for combat and for other things. So I believe that that's the most impressive part about the horse.
She carried 386 rounds of recoilless rifle ammunition. That's over 9,000 pounds on her back. Incoming fire was so fierce that the men couldn't hear themselves talk. And Reckless was in the middle of all of this.
Under artillery fire and mortar fire, she continued to do her resupply mission for the Marines. And especially having been wounded twice, and that not having deterred her to continue to do her mission through the end of the war, it's really astounding.
They had a ceremony sending her off in October of 1954, is when she left Korea. She was the guest of honor of the Marine Corps Ball that was at the Marines Memorial Club in San Francisco. And she waltzes through the lobby and gets in an elevator and goes up to the 11th floor, sachets out of the elevator into the ballroom. She spied the anniversary cake over on the table, and before the guys could get a hold of her, she was up to her nostrils in it. And then after that, she moved over to Camp Pendleton. At Camp Pendleton, while Reckless was there, the Commandant of the Marine Corps promoted her. There was a 19-gun salute in his honor, and a parade of 1,700 troops walked by to salute her. She had 3 colts, and she had a filly. Sadly, the filly died at a month old. Unfortunately, all the colts were gelded, so there is no bloodline for her. Her story just kind of disappeared from the pages of history. And what's interesting is she was as famous as Lassie and Rin Tin Tin in her day. She was an iconic hero. And when she died, her story made the front page news in newspapers across the country. And she was buried with full military honors.
I first came to light on the story of Reckless at the National Museum of the Marine Corps in Quantico, Virginia, where a statue by the same artist who did the statue that's behind us was erected to honor this great mare. I think Staff Sergeant Reckless's legacy is going to be that the courage and the dependability that she showed in combat made her truly what the saying is, not just a horse, but a Marine.
Love that Sergeant Reckless piece, and not just a horse, but a Marine, and she has her own Breyer figurine as well.
It's crazy. Yeah. I mean, it's a story that we've been doing for a long time, and it just never gets old. 51 trips going up into battle. Yeah. Absolutely amazing. Really, I mean, she was the true Marine. It's absolutely, and it just shows you, we talk about the aftercare and we talk about all this, what a thoroughbred can actually really do.
I remember I did a paper in high school in my American history class on cavalry and horses and how important they were to wars.
Right.
And in history, it really is such a big piece of it. So we love getting a chance to look back on that piece, especially on a day like today as we celebrate July 4th. Turning our attention now to race for 2 coming up at beautiful Belmont Park. There's your favorite Union Trail in the paddock. Let's head down to the paddock report from Meg.
Yeah, guys, an interesting looking group here, and we'll start with the one Gossiping Pando, more because I just wanted to talk about his conformation. He is a true swayback. Withers are much higher, big slope down, and then his hips are higher than the middle of his back. He's fitted with a breastplate, help keep the saddle in place, because with a horse like that, will have a tendency to slide back into that well a bit, if you will. And a horse like that, you can't ride with a hardback saddle. As a jockey, you have all kinds of saddles. And with this kind of horse, you have to have a softback saddle, so it's only really a half tree, so the saddle can conform to the shape of the horse's back. With a hardback saddle, it would be about 2 or 3 inches off of his back, behind where the tree is in the middle of the horse's withers. So just kind of an interesting conformation to talk about there. And honestly, those horses were always very comfortable to ride because you just kind of sat down there in the bucket seat. The 2 Union Trail comes out of a sharp pace, 7 furlong race in the slot. Looks very sharp and well-intentioned today. 4 Barclay Tagg, Kendrick Carmouche, I would expect him to be up on the pace. Although the 3 Refua might have something to say about that, because Peter Walder actually did tell me he wants this horse in the game. The one race where he did finish first and was disqualified, he actually was on the lead by the far turn. The 4, I'm just making a really nice impression, like what I'm seeing here for the son of a Fleet Alex. And, this is a day, guys. This humidity, we want to see a little bit of a sweat on. Don't get turned off or taken aback if a horse is really kind of, even lathered up a little bit. That's the kind of humidity we have today. The 5 Battle of Lexington also making a nice impression. I think this is a very competitive heat. Like what I'm seeing from this horse, a horse that I think could sit a nice trip stalking from the outside. And then the first-time start of the 6, Bastian Half to Starquist, who was a first-time out winner for John Kimmel. This one trained by Tommy Albatrani, comes in with a good work tab. Now, Albatrani's a trainer that kind of races his horses more into condition. Not that he can't win with a first-time starter, but I usually look for them going forward. And this horse does carry a little bit of extra weight behind, if you know what I mean, Paul.
Thank you, Richie. 6-1 on Bastian. A horse who maybe gelding in the future might help him a little bit.
Yeah,
Ollie?
that might help. And you can see what we call that sweat in the back. We call it kind of kidney sweat. And yeah, he's a big boy. Let's just put it that way.
Yes, he is,
Okay.
in more ways than one.
Yes.
Race number 2 coming up. There's a look at Jose Ortiz. As the brothers Ortiz, they've made things interesting. I ride 1 up on his brother right now, looking for his 10th meet title. Jose looking for his 4th.
Yeah, and yesterday, great interview, talking to Irad, and Irad saying that Jose, you would think Irad, look at Jose's smile. Irad talks more trash Jose talks more trash than Irad. You think it'd be the other way around, because Irad's sort of got that scowl, and maybe it's just that little smile that Jose's got, that poker smile. I wouldn't want to play poker against him then.
People think he's the nicer one.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
He'll trick you. Jose, he's had a terrific meet, though, a terrific year. There's Trevor McCarthy and Peter Walder. Thought it was interesting what Richie was saying, with Peter Walder saying he wanted Refuah to be forward. This is a horse that did actually cross the wire back in April, only to be disqualified to make it 8 seconds out of his 15 starts.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing that you can say about the three, where you look at the 8 seconds and you go, oh, my goodness. But the horse did cross the wire first, so has experience at least finishing in front, and then got disqualified, so still allowed to be in this maiden condition. And is a player in here, I mean, when you run second 8 times and you've crossed the wire first, you got disqualified. It's only a matter of time before it happens again. This horse has not made the drop. If they ever wanted to make the drop, they'd probably lose him, and he'd probably win. But I'm kind of with Mig. This is a really competitive heat with a lot of unknowns. The horse that steps up here is the horse that's going to win. I know that's being captain obvious, but they all look the same on paper.
Yeah, it's a pretty evenly matched group here. You can get a money-back guarantee on all races at Belmont Park today. Bet a $10 win wager on one horse in any or all races at Belmont Park. And if your horse finishes second or third, you get your $10 bet back. Opt in at NYRABets.com. You can pick 4 starting here as well. 2-1 still on the number 2 Union Trail as they head out from the Belmont paddock. And the betting kind of starting to even out a little bit more now. It looks like there's Javier Castellano will be aboard that first-time starter to the outside. Javier continuing to have a terrific meet here at beautiful Belmont Park and everywhere, of course, winning the Derby in Belmont this year.
Yeah, we've been focusing a lot on Irad and Jose Ortiz, 51 wins and 50, and you just forget that Javier Castellano, Johnny Velasquez, and Jose Lezcano have been riding unbelievable. I think of all, the other the 2 big guys, those 3 guys have been making all the right calls. And let's not throw Dylan Davis out of there. Dylan's been riding well, too. I mean, just so many good guys.
With so many seconds, he's really turned things around. And, that's one of the fun things about New York, right? With such a deep bench when it comes to the jockey.
I'm forgetting Manny Franco. So many guys you're forgetting,
We're very lucky to see these guys put on a show, guys and gals put on a show every day here in New York. As Kendrick Carmouche is aboard your favorite Union Trail. We'll see if this one is aggressive early, starting, though, with the number 1 Gossiping Pando. You can see that sway back Richie was talking about with some great insight, as always.
Yeah, this is won by Twirling Candy. I would think a little bit of the rain's got to help this horse. The Twirling Candy's usually like Jose Ortiz and Linda Rice. It's just been a dangerous combination all meet.
There's your favorite Union Trail.
Like Mick said, I would think the horse to catch there. This one, the Saratoga Stable of Funny Side fame.
And a nice warm-up. Should be forward, especially stretching out in distance. There's the 3 Refuah.
We were talking about this horse across the finish line first, has 8 seconds to 15 starts. Is the son of Daredevil. They do like a little moisture.
Yeah. And he's run on a wet track several times. That have been a few of his seconds on a wet track. There's the number 4, I'm Just.
I think a player in here, when this horse got beat by Refuah, the horse bobbled at the start. It was a legit bobble. This horse has been training up at Saratoga.
Here's the number 5, Battle of Lexington, 3rd last time out.
The horse got some decent races. Mig thought this horse looked well in the paddock, and Junior Alvarado riding. You're getting 6-1.
And first-time starter Bastion to the outside.
I can understand a firster getting, money in this race because there's a lot of horses in here that you're getting a little bit of unknowns. But I'm kind of with Mig. Maybe you want to give this horse a start. But then again, like you said, the way Javier's riding, leave him out at your own peril.
Yeah, this horse may need one mentally and physically, though. He's a little bit fresh out there on the track. There's the number 1 Gossiping Pando, gelding by Twirling Candy, as Linda Rice is 6 up on trainer Chad Brown as far as that trainer standings list is concerned.
Yeah, 30 wins. Chad's got a chance for a couple wins today. Linda's got some chances as well. It's weird, you look at it and you're like, okay, Todd Pletcher finishing 5th. Mike Maker had a sneaky good meet, and you're wondering if Todd's going to explode at Saratoga.
sure he's got some
exploded.
waiting in the wings.
He also exploded at Keeneland, too.
Yes,
You know?
yeah. Some of the big ones waiting to come back for some of those big races. For more on this race 2 field, though, let's go back to Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. And we'll start with the 2 Union Trail, who honestly, he gets the paddock check mark and he gets the warm-up check mark. I'm not going to pick him on top because I do think there are horses that have very similar amount of ability at better prices, but I cannot fault this horse at all. I mean, he looks fabulous for a really terrific horseman in Barclay Tagg. I think the key to this race could be held by the 3 Refua, who I know Peter Walder wants this horse involved. And he's a horse that has accumulated all these seconds, and it looks like he doesn't really enjoy passing horses, or when he passes the last horse, he waits, he idles on horses. Those are always the kind I like to ride hard out of the gate and put in the game. And sometimes even if they make the lead, you know they're not going to get rank with you. They're not going to run off with you. Once they hit the front, they're going to idle and come back to you. And psychologically, you're sending a message to all the other riders that you're going at all costs, and sometimes they back off you, and then your horse backs off himself. So I think if the 3 Refua hooks up with the 2 Union Trail, it could set it up nicely for the 4. I watched this horse's replays last night, and I was thinking he just looked like a horse that really didn't understand his job yet, right? He a little bit, running in stops and starts, I thought. Not a lot of continuity to his runs. He looks like a bit of a more mature horse to me now. I like the way he warmed up. I like Joel Rosario aboard. I think he could get the trip. He'll be my top selection. I will say this, the 6 Bastion, man, he got aggressive in the warm-up. Javier Castellano had his hands full. This son of Union Rags was really into the bridle. I mean, obviously a very well-bred individual. Chester and Mary Broman have bred so many good horses over the years in the state of New York. But he elevated in my eyes in the warm-up. But I am going to go with the 4, I'm Just. And also, guys, I think it's a tire track kind of day. If I'm riding on today, I'm finding the tire track where the harrows pat it down a little bit more, and I'm going to run over the top of the ground.
All right, Richie, thank you. We'll see how it plays out and who can take advantage of that. Richie and Paul going with the number 4, I'm Just. And I think him getting some more distance should help Paul. He's been the workmate of Drake's Passage, who won yesterday at a big price, and a horse that was kind of in front of that one. And the key for him has got to be getting out of the gate because he's a big, bulky type of horse.
Yeah, you can tell he's big. And 2 of his 3 starts, you're right. He has not broken well. He's broken basically dead last or in the back of the pack. Not like he kind of like bobbles. He's just a big horse, and he kind of just steps out of there a tiny bit slow. So
going longer should help with that.
Yeah, I would think so. He can settle, too. And then Joel can settle him. But, it'd be nice for him to catch a nice little flyer. And the other part is you got a shorter field. You're going a little bit longer, like you said, so he can get into a little bit of a rhythm. And if they go a little fast up front, he should be able to handle a sloppy racetrack. I know Gold Token, older type of stallion, but his horses usually liked an off track. I think the 4 will like an off track. I'm confused about the 1. I mean, the 1 can win this race, but off that last race,
he just didn't run at all.
He didn't run at all. Yeah. Maybe because the sloppy, the rain showed up and being by Twirling Candy, but that horse beats me. I don't like.
7-2, yeah. Taking a lot of money for a horse that you kind of have to treat almost as a first-time starter, I guess, in this point, because he really didn't do anything on the turf on debut. We'll see how it plays out. New York Bred Maidens coming up next in race number 2. We'll send it up to John and Brielle for the call.
Waiting now for I'm Just, Battle of Lexington, and Bastion. They're in the gate. And they're off. And it is a Union Trail trying to get the early lead, but he's got company. I'm Just is on the outside, and Refua is in between. 3 of them across. Not far behind is Gossiping Pando. Down at the rail, running in 4th. Bastion is next in 5th, and Battle of Lexington trails the field in 6th as they move up the sloppy back stretch. And Union Trail has the lead now by a half length. Refua in 2nd by 3/4 of a length. I'm Just on the outside in 3rd, opening quarter 22-2. Gossiping Pando is in 4th, 5 lengths from the lead now. Then Battle of Lexington and Bastion. Union Trail sets the pace here, leads by a length with Rafua in second, and I'm Just in third. So positions unchanged in the front three. Battle of Lexington has now moved into fourth and is getting closer. The half in 45-2. Union Trail by a length and a half. Rafua still in second. I'm Just. And on the inside, Battle of Lexington continues to move up. It's Union Trail with the lead. Battle of Lexington comes through on the inside now. And Battle of Lexington has taken over the lead, coming for the quarter pole. Union Trail back running in second. Then Rafua and I'm Just. It is Battle of Lexington who opens up on the field here. Battle of Lexington in front by a half dozen lengths. And then comes Rafua, Union Trail, and I'm Just. Battle of Lexington. Loving this sloppy track today. Battle of Lexington by the length of the stretch. Battle of Lexington eased up at the end as he breaks his maiden. Rafua was second. I'm Just finished third.
Battle of Lexington coming up the inside, and you heard in Johnny I's call, he certainly did get over this wet track very well.
Oh, he was a winner. I looked at you. I said the 5's going to win by about 10 to 15 lengths in this race. Junior Alvarado just had a handful. What ended up happening was the 4 caught a flyer. I'm Just, and Joel Rosario tried to roll with it, and it turned into a 3-way speed duel. And you're looking for the one who was laying behind. That horse started backing up. You could see Jose Ortiz was looking, trying to get to the outside, and the only horse that was moving was Battle of Lexington. And if you really paid attention to what Mig was saying, he said the 1's a big sway back, the 6 needs a race. It was really between the 2, 3, 4, 5. The 2, 3, 4 went after each other, and the 5 took full advantage. And there was just, he decimated this group. The race was over way before this.
Junior Alvarado took him right down to the rail, very late switching leads, but got the job done. Richie, Battle of Lexington, getting that perfect trip.
The Battle of Lexington relished this going. I mean, he made a long extended run. Everybody was staying out at the fence. It was a very hot pace. And here comes Junior. Junior says, you know what? I've got this space. Before it closes, I'm going to get up in here. You see him shake the reins at him. He looked like he was a little bit hesitant until he got his head up in there. And then he flicks his ears forward again, and the race is essentially over. I mean, that fast first half a mile, this horse laid back, and then he swamped him around the far turn. And I think this is, riders got to pay attention. You're in the room. Don't be playing racehorse rummy or shooting pool or playing ping pong. Watch replays and watch where the horses are running well from. And I don't think the inside's any issue. This horse came up the inside and won off and one geared down in a common canter under the wire.
Big performance from Battle of Lexington coming up the inside. Yeah, definitely not a problem there. And actually, Junior took him down to the inside late as well, and he just kind of cruised down to the wire. So certainly no problems with how that track is. And you see he kind of looked down, and that's when he switched leads at that point. But finishing with his ears up, that's what you like to see.
Yeah, and you got to love the 3 Rafua. Looked completely toast to the top of the lane. Looked like the horse was going to run off the board. But as soon as the 5 ran off by 15 lengths, he said, you know what? I'm going to run second for the 9th time for you.
I love finishing second. 5-3-4-2 in race number 2 at Belmont Park. 6-1 winner, Son of War correspondent. Bring you prices in a bit. We'll also take a look at the field for the Belmont Derby. The Foxes coming in for trainer Andrew Balding could make things very interesting in that field of 3-year-old turf horses. We're back on America's Day at the races. Acacia Coolum, Paul LaDuca, and Richard Migliori with you. And there goes Battle of Lexington with Junior Alvarado, an easy winner of race number 2, relishing the off-going on this July 4th.
Yeah, you know, you kind of look into this a little bit more, and I apologize to everybody because I'm an idiot. Yesterday, I loved Taccio Bella, who ran unbelievable in the stakes race. This horse was right behind that horse last time and ran a good third, and you get $15.80. Wow. And Richie liked this horse, too, on the racetrack, made a good appearance. War correspondent out of a Street Cry mare, Samora Street. Sometimes I always try to go back and look back where you missed a horse, and boom, you miss it. It's right sitting right there right in front of you.
$15.80 winner, piloted by Junior Alvarado, who's standing by with Richie.
Thanks, Acacia. And Junior, you made a very decisive move around the far turn. The horses were kind of out off the rail, and your horse was traveling well. When did you decide, you know what, I'm going for it?
Yeah, you know, he started picking it up. You know, I know he did last time, kind of like start picking it up from the half of my pole, and I kind of hold him, and I think I took the run away from him the last time. So this time, you know, I'm trying to make sure he doesn't start that early, you know, but probably when we pass the 3-8 pole, you know, he started picking it up right there. I didn't have a chance at that point to go out, so I'm trying to say maybe I can split horses, but then, you know, I saw that kind of room in the rail, and like I said, I mean, he was just traveling on his own. I said, like, well, worst case, if I had to squeeze him a little bit, I might have to do it, but I know I have the horse under me to do it. But like I said, I mean, he was moving so nicely and easy at that point that, you know, I took my shot right there and you know, went by very quick.
Well, one thing for sure now, at least you can feel confident later on in the day. You can be on the inside on the dirt, even though we have the sloppy conditions.
Yeah, but, you know, to be honest, I just think, you know, he was just most the best today. You know, he just was, you know, by far the best horse in the race. You know, he proved it today. You know, the only thing, you know, we were just hoping he liked the mud, and you know, he definitely did like that.
Now, Junior, I'm going to ask you because we're getting ready for Saratoga. Cody's Wish looks like he's going to point to the Whitney now. Obviously, you got to be so excited to be partners with this horse. What do you think about 2 turns, mile and eighth for him?
Yeah, you know, like, you know, I think we kind of talked a little bit before about it. You know, I just think it's the right time. I mean, everything just kind of like falling into place for the horse to try going 2 turns, and the mile and eighth, I think, in the Whitney, running that track where he already won there. I mean, I just think it's just perfect. It's ideal. And like I said, I mean, I just think it's the best shot to take because he doesn't have anything to prove going 7 or going on a mile. He already knows he's probably, if he's not the best horse in the country, to the mile. You know, I just think it's just fair to him to give him a chance in the mile and eighth Whitney.
Good luck with him going forward. And always exciting, guys, when you got horses like that on your calendar, if you will, for races like the Whitney. And Junior, he knows how to win a big race or two.
He certainly does, and we look forward to seeing Cody's Wish this summer, especially stretching out to the mile and an eighth of the Whitney there up at the Spa, Paul, because I think what Junior said, his best horse is a miler right now. He's already won the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already run the Met Mile. He doesn't have anything else to prove at those distances, so now you got to tackle the big boys going longer.
No, he's right, and kudos to him, kudos to Bill Mott. You know, and he had mentioned, listen, at age 3 and age 4 that maybe he was not mature enough, and he was the kind of horse that he didn't love to be settled behind horses, but he's got such a beautiful stride. Now, if you saw him in the Met Mile, he kind of won like Battle of Lexington won today in just a canter, but he just wheeled him completely outside and got the job done. I think that now that he knows going longer, he can settle a little bit in that beautiful stride. I think he's going to be able to handle a mile and eighth, and I'm so hopeful that he loves it because I want to see him in the Breeders' Cup Classic. I really do.
What do you think Richie was saying to Junior there?
I don't know.
Do we need to, like, dub over the conversation? They're still talking there, you know?
Richie getting all the information. I like it.
The inside story.
He does. By the way, Junior Alvarado, one of the strongest handshakes you'll ever encounter. And he's a great follow on tour. He likes to joke around a lot.
There you go.
There you go. Boom.
Now Richie can comment on the handshake.
Yeah,
too.
right.
I love it. Turning our attention now to race number 3. We're back on the turf, going a mile and a 16th, 4-year-olds and upward. Masterpiece, the favorite right now, as he moves to the Rick Dutro barn. No surprise to see him as a short price given who he's been facing recently. I guess the question is this really the distance that he prefers? We'll talk a little bit more about him and the rest of this field in a moment, but first we take a look. After today, only 3 days of racing at Belmont Park before we're up north in Saratoga. up at the Spa Friday. We have the Manila, and then 4 graded stakes on Saturday, including that Belmont Oaks and Derby, and really looking forward to all of that exciting action as we'll take a look at the field for the Belmont Derby. They drew yesterday, and it's a field of 11 and a really, really intriguing group call, particularly when you have a couple coming over from Europe in the Foxes in particular, who was last seen finishing 5th in a Group 1 in the Epsom Derby. We saw him, though, too, back winning a Group 2 at York in the Dante.
Yeah, he was 6-1 that day. He horse, White Birch, and he is a horse that, you know, in his last start in the Betfred Derby, he stumbled at the start, so he's kind of lost a little bit of his punch early in the race, and that was going a mile and a half, and they're going to go a little bit, a mile and a quarter. On this day when he won, this was a mile and 5/16, and he was able to gut out a nice little win by about a neck. He's actually a really honest horse. He had 3 wins in his last 4 starts before that little hiccup at the gate last time out. So I would think he's going to bring his A game here. A son of Churchill, 3 for 7 lifetime, still lightly raced. There's a lot of lightly raced colts and geldings in this race.
Yeah, a lot still to potentially take steps forward. Could make it interesting. That's behind August Rodin, who's incredibly talented. King of Steel, who we saw winning at Ascot last week or a couple weeks ago as well. So he faced some really, really tough company last time out and has that Group 2 win going a mile and 5/16. So we know distance is not going to be any problem for the Foxes. Locally, in the local prep here at Belmont, the Pennine Ridge, we have the top 3 finishers coming out. This was a race that was wired by Kalik, who has won his last 3 races impressively, including 2 going gate to wire.
Yeah, this was an impressive effort, and a lot of people will look at it and will say, okay, the horse got an easy lead. Okay, I'll give you that. But the mile split was 136. This horse came home in 11 and change, so he did not actually stop. And when these horses got to his hip, kind of re-broke again. You kind of look at it and you're thinking, oh, okay, they were getting to him. Not really. I mean, even when you look on the gallop out, they kind of weren't. The horse I would take out of the race is Farbridge. And the only reason why I would is because of the pedigree. I just think English Channel, the Kitten's Joy mare, from farther is going to be better for him. I thought he ran a gallant second right there to the inside, trying to get to Calic Bridge. But again, I mean, trying to get to Calic. But again, if you let Calic walk on the front end like he has in the past, he gets very, very game. And I don't think the distance really matters. He'll just keep on trucking.
Was able to wire the field last time out. Mark Casse has a strong pair coming into this race as well. So we'll take a look at Boppy O, who won the Jersey Derby over the highly touted Talk of the Nation last time out. And this is a horse who we saw win the With Anticipation as a 2-year-old last summer at Saratoga, a horse that has shown moments and maybe just put everything together last time and could be coming in good form.
Yeah, you make a good point. You know, they tried blinkers at the end of the year. That didn't work. They tried blinkers at the beginning of the year. They took the blinkers off, and ever since then, you know, he's really turned into a nice little turf horse, and he's been able to carry a different turf course with him. Gulfstream, Tampa, Gulfstream, and then this win at Monmouth. So he's run well at different racetracks, so I would think he'd run well here. He's an honest horse. Is he just good enough?
Yeah, we'll see. It'll be tested, especially as he'll stretch out in distance as well. Talk of the Nation will be in that Friday Manila, as well as he'll face the likes of Major Dude for trainer Todd Pletcher, who has been in terrific form recently, coming off of a couple of nice graded stakes wins as well. And he looks to pick up another victory on Friday. We'll talk a bit more about the Manila and continue our stakes preview after this on America's Day at the Races.
Vote for a horse with strong family values and the performance to back it up.
It's going to be early voting in the opener.
And early voting wins the Withers wire to wire.
He took his campaign to Pimlico with a classic win in the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes.
Epicenter trying to gain late. It's early voting to take it from Epicenter, a length and a half.
Early voting. Gun Runner's only classic winner. New to Coolmore America.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Arlen's Harmony is next in bricks and mortar. It is still Secretariat Ward turning for home, but here comes Kittens, Cat, and Holiday Stone, and Big Handsome's right behind them. And they're into the stretch. Secretariat War, Kittens, Cat on the outside. Big Handsome is behind horses. Holiday Stone is there on the outside, and here he comes. No place to go for Big Handsome, trying to find a way through, and Secretariat War still there. Holiday Stone on the outside. Big Handsome, here comes Bricks and Mortar, 2 on the far outside. He's gonna win it.
Bricks and Mortar in the 2017 Manila. He seemed so promising as a 3-year-old, Paul, and then he was on the shelf for over a year, only to come back, win the Pegasus World Cup, and go on a tear and become Horse of the Year.
He was just a wind machine, and he was kind of those horses. He reminded me of like a wind machine kind of harness horse. He actually knew where the line was. He had the perfect jockey, Joel Rosario, to measure that line. He won so many races from so far back. Very hard to do, because he was such a deep closer, but he brought it whether it was a slow pace or not, and he put together some really good races, and he was a durable horse. Like you said, he had to sit out for a little while. Chad Brown brought him back, and it seemed like he got even better and more determined, and type of horse that just had the will of not losing. And sometimes you look at races and say, oh, he could have got beat if the 3 got up the rails. Sometimes he just found ways to win.
Yeah, very impressive, and as mentioned, would go on to become Horse of the Year. Take a look at this year's field for the Manila, which will be on Friday. This is for those 3-year-olds that will go a mile, so an alternative for those not going a little bit further in the likes of the Belmont Derby. And Major Dude for Todd Pletcher has been in great form, coming off a win in the Penn Mile. We saw him winning the Kitten's Joy down at Gulfstream. We saw him win the Pilgrim as a 2-year-old. This is his most recent effort when he put it all together and won at a short price.
Yeah, listen, he's supposed to win this race, right? He's 2-5. Behind Enemy Lines was your second choice in this race. And, I thought Behind Enemy Lines, they kicked away from this group. You could see after he passed Behind Enemy Lines, he kind of like went to his wrong lead a little bit. Major Dude is the kind of horse I think is progressing at the right time. I think he needs to take another step forward, even though he's the favorite, because I think there's some other horses in here that are kind of like at the same level as he is as well. And I think the 4 is one of them.
Yeah, Nagarok, an intriguing one, as we'll take a look at him for trainer Graham Motion. This horse won the Jimmy Murphy last time out Preakness weekend, and a horse that, again, looked so promising as we saw here in New York as a 2-year-old, 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, and then last time out getting that victory, looking for the first graded stakes win. Actually, this is not graded anymore, the Manila. Looking for the first, another stakes win as a 3-year-old. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, you just don't win turf races like that when your jockey's looking around, you're 4 lengths clear, you hit the top of the lane by like 3, and you're just absolutely gone. So I just think that he's really, really dangerous. His confidence is up. Graham Motion's been shipping horses in here to Belmont, and they've been winning. I think this is the horse that might go off. It's going to be very close who's going to be your favorite. I think Niagara might go off as your favorite at the end of the day.
You think he would over Major Dude or Talk of the Nation?
That's pretty close.
Yeah.
It's going to be really, really close.
It is. There are some some tough horses
Yeah,
in there. And they do look to be, like you said, kind of 3-year-olds that you're seeing which one's going to step up at this time.
Exactly, 100%.
Yeah, we'll see how it shakes out in the Manila on Friday, that Belmont Derby on Saturday. Plenty of exciting stakes action still to come here at beautiful Belmont Park. Back to today, race 3 coming up next, and a really interesting one on the turf, going a mile and a 16th in this allowance race. That's a look at the number 1 McKinnon, part of this entry here, making his first start of the year, first start as a 4-year-old, and second time for Chad Brown.
Yeah, second time for Chad. And Chad's, I prefer, you know, when you look at McKinnon, I don't know. He just doesn't float my boat. I thought he should have won that race. I actually prefer the 1A over the 1. It's just one of those things that I thought he should have won last time in the Hill Prince.
We'll see how it shakes out. Favoritism now on with the 4 Masterpiece. Again, let's check in for a paddock report with Richie.
Yeah, guys, doesn't this race feel like it's like horses that are on the cusp of being the next level of horse, right? Like real stakes contenders. You got horses that have run in stakes before. You've got horses that look like they could take a step forward and get into stakes. I mean, this is a real high-quality allowance race going a mile and 16th on the outer. The 2-horse St. Anthony's very interesting to me. I just think this horse really moved forward off of his first run, off the layoff. You get Johnny Velasquez, inside draw. And I just think he looks like a fitter individual today. So I think he's going to be a player. Going more towards the outside. Well, the 4-horse Masterpiece, one thing that stands out to me is if you look at this horse's best race of his life, now you got to go back, and it's a little ways in his form, 2 years ago, it came on less than firm ground. And I think you've got to factor in the ground could play a factor today. It's just not as firm as it's been, and some horses aren't going to handle the little bit of give in it. And certainly, you know, if there's a little bit of cut where, you know, horses have kind of run through it and chewed it up a bit, this race shouldn't be the case because it's the first one today on this course. And then the 6 Portfolio Company. Out of the Chad Brown runners, he's the one I prefer. He just looks really good. I think he sets up his own trip. He's not slow, but he doesn't need to be involved early. And he should get, I think, the right kind of setup here. The other Chad Brown, the 1 McKinnon, listen, I don't have anything to compare it to, but he certainly is a horse that looks like he'll be better for a race. He just looks like a little bit of a heavier, stodgy type. Again, that could be just be him, but I prefer the other Chad Brown out of those 2.
All right, Richie, thank you. The only notes I have on McKinnon was as a 2-year-old when he ran in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, when said he was super fit, but that was at a time when he was coming off of a couple of wins and really in form as a 2-year-old, now making his first start as a 4-year-old off a layoff. We'll see if maybe he just needs a start, but that's the tough thing with entries with the common ownership is you'll end up with a short price with these 2, both of them on a layoff. McKinnon will take a look at his second place finish in the Hill Prince, though. This is his last race, which was back in October, Belmont at the Big A.
He ends up taking the lead, and he gets passed by Celestial City here. And this was, what, October of 2022, so a while ago. Horse obviously got some back class, hasn't been seen since 2022, and a lot of people will say, okay, a best start of a horse's career is usually their 4-year-old debut or their 5-year-old debut, so we'll see what happens today. This was going to be his 4-year-old debut. You do got Flavien Prat aboard. We saw what he did earlier on the turf course. He was very aggressive. He was very forward. This horse is a forward type of horse. So I think the 1A is the one that's going to be closing in the straight one. Not that they, you know, these entries don't play like they did before for the other entry because they're different, you know, this and that. So I would think McKinnon's going to be forwardly placed, and obviously Side Dog's going to be way out of it, especially the way Flavien's been riding. You know, the 6 in here, Portfolio Company.
He likes to run off a bit.
Yeah, here's the thing about him. He scares me the most because his last race was the best race he's ever ran as a 4-year-old, and they gelded him. His last 2
but
races.
He is a very tough horse to handle.
Yeah,
that's what I'm guessing is why.
Yeah, 100. And if you look, they gelded him right after the January 1st race of 2023. He might have been gelded before that, but his last 3 races have been his best 3 races since he's been gelded. He's a dangerous horse in this spot. You know I chose the 4 in here, the 6 Portfolio Company. I think is going to love a little bit of give in the ground. He got the W last time. Kitten's Joy, that should be fine with the distance. he's dangerous to me. I think he's got a big shot in this race, to be honest with you.
And actually, earlier in that race, too, back in May, he'd kind of pulled Joel Rosario, and he rushed up and took the lead early and was able to hold, given that he's a tough horse to handle.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing that was why they gelded him at the start of this year. But I agree with you. He's run better since the gelding, coming off of a win. And we'll see if now, second time in a row, Joel riding him, he can get him to relax a little bit more. We'll meet the field starting with the two halves of the entry. Here's the plain one, McKinnon.
Yeah, this is the horse that by American Pharoah with Flavien Prat. I would think it's going to be forward here and hasn't been seen in a while, but should lead him on to Mary Chase for a while.
First start of his 4-year-old season for the number 1A Dog as well.
You know, this horse won his first 3 races of his career. He actually won the Transylvania his third start. He gets Lasix now. He hasn't been seen since the Saratoga Derby in August.
There's the number 2, a break from the rail, St. Anthony.
Yeah, St. Anthony, kind of an honest horse. He got blinkers 3 back, and he improved a little bit last time, showed a little bit of speed, and just backed out of it. Now without a shot.
Here is the number 3, Safe Conduct. It could have something to say about the pace.
Yeah, this horse that has cut out some fractions in some, tougher races. The Monmouth, grade 3. In the Knickerbocker, he was up on the pace. So not without another horse that's off a layoff and a hot riding Jose Lezcano.
Masterpiece. Is this race too short for him?
That's the key. Rick Dutro's done a good job, obviously, since coming back in training. He gets Irad Ortiz Jr. This horse is going to kick home late. Maybe the soft ground will help him the most. I don't know.
We'll see how he handles it. And there is Portfolio Company to the outside.
Yeah, I just think he might be coming to his own as a 4-year-old. Sometimes you look at, like, Masterpiece, who I chose. I get it. He's 7. It's kind of a risk, and I don't know if I would take 9 to 5, but you're also taking 2 to 1 on a horse like a Portfolio Company that could be really gelling at the right time at age 4 after being gelded.
Remind everybody you can play along with Naira Bets while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code BONUS200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. Masterpiece still the favorite as the source moves to the care of Rick Dutro and was purchased by Michael Ivorone, and he, of course, owned Big Brown, who was trained by Rick Dutro.
Yeah,
so a little reunion here.
They go way back, Mike Ivorone and IEH Stables. And here was Masterpiece, the big gray. Seems like he had another gray the other day. Rick keeps on getting these grays. This horse is an honest horse, and you make a very good point. You look at some of his races. This horse has won the Eddie Reed at a 1.8 miles. Then you go out to the mile in 3/8 and the Del Mar Handicap second. He's been a horse that's been running longer and longer distances, and you can't really, you see a Tapeta effort at a mile, but not really at a mile and a 16th. And I'm wondering if Rick is thinking, okay, this horse is going to have a ton of kick home in here, and maybe with a tight and bunched up field, he has the best kick, and that's why the public, listen, I like this horse. I don't know if I like this horse at 9 to 5.
Yeah, we'll see what he does first time in this barn. For more on Masterpiece, let's check in with Richie.
Yeah, guys, I'm with you. I like this horse as well, and I almost just stayed with him watching him warm up. I love his warm up. I love the way he framed up. I love the way he's moving. I think the shorter distance for him, right, the 1 16 miles, is just going to intensify his turn of foot. I'm not going to pick him because I'm not crazy about 9 to 5, but I do like what I see from the individual. I'm going to go with the 2, St. Anthony. He was a horse that kept drawing me back to him in the paddock. He's 6 to 1. I like the way he looked on the racetrack. He's had a run under his belt. And I think today a lot of what's going to happen on the turf is horses that handle the ground a little better than others and horses that can stay more balanced and have continuity to their run. Johnny Velasquez is that kind of rider. You watch Johnny, he very rarely has to stop and start horses. It's one of his many gifts as a rider. So I'm going to go with a price here with the 2, St. Anthony. The 3-horse, Safe Conduct. It's just so interesting, right? Here's a horse that won the Queen's Plate for Phil Serpy, basically the Kentucky Derby of Canada, right, if you will, for Canadian breds. That was on synthetic. He's run some good races on turf. I like what I'm seeing from him. Paul mentioned it. Jose Lezcano, nobody's riding any better than him. I mean, guys are riding as well maybe, but he's riding just as good as anybody else. It's all about opportunity, and he certainly makes the most of his opportunities. And then we were talking about the 6 Portfolio Company, and he is a horse that can get keen. You like Joel Rosario on these types. I like an outside post for a horse like this, and people might think that's a little bit counterintuitive, right? Because you're not going to get cover right away. But when you can break from the outside and not have to adjust anything, don't have to put the bit in the horse's mouth, just go for about 100 yards or so as quiet as possible. Don't grab them, don't correct them, don't change anything. Sometimes that's a way to get a horse to come back to you. It's when you've got to kind of, maybe correct them a little because they broke out or broke in, or you got to squeeze them to get up in a spot before you get squeezed back. I like the outside post. I think it gives them an opportunity to get into a good rhythm.
All right, Richie, thank you. We'll see what kind of Trent Portfolio Company can pull from that outside post. Final thoughts, Paul?
Mig and I are kind of in the same in here. I was 4'6", 6'4". I do, obviously, the entry is dangerous because it's Chad and it's Graham. I do think the 1A is a little bit more dangerous than the 1. I was 4'6" or 6'4" in here.
Race 3, fun one. Here's Johnny I with the call.
And they're off. St. Anthony, along with the Safe Conduct Portfolio Company on the outside, and McKinnon is up close as they make their way around the bend and head for the backstretch. Safe Conduct is the leader. Portfolio Company now moving into second, and St. Anthony is back running in third. Then it's McKinnon in fourth, followed by Dog, and Masterpiece is the early trailer in sixth. Safe Conduct leads here by a length, with Portfolio Company second by a half length. St. Anthony down at the hedge in third, opening quarter mile, 25-3. McKinnon runs in fourth, and at the back are Dog and Masterpiece. It is Safe Conduct holding the lead here by a half length. Portfolio Company now getting a bit closer in second. It's a length and a quarter to St. Anthony in third by a head. On the outside is McKinnon. Then a break of a length and a half to the favorite Masterpiece, who's right alongside of Dog. And now they go around the far turn, opening half in 50-3 over the good turf. And it is Safe Conduct and Portfolio Company, and they are right together. Safe Conduct on the inside, Portfolio Company on the outside, and now McKinnon makes his move, gaining into third. St. Anthony is right behind the front runners in fourth. Dog is being asked for more. Masterpiece to his outside. The field comes into the stretch. Here's Portfolio Company, now up to grab the lead. Safe Conduct continues to battle on down at the rail. Then St. Anthony and McKinnon, followed by Masterpiece and Dog. It is Portfolio Company who has the lead and draws away here through the stretch. Portfolio Company, a winner of almost 3 lengths. Masterpiece did come on to get second, and Safe Conduct was third.
Portfolio Company with the win. And Paul, we talked about some of his quirks. Didn't see any of that today. He was so relaxed under Joel Rosario.
No, I should have played exactly right. It just looked 4'6", 6'4". It really did. And you just got to go back and you got to look. This horse has been a different horse since he's been gelded. It's just the bottom line. And you could tell you hit the nail on the head. He's so keen, but Joel was able to, even though he was keen, he probably wants him to settle down a little bit more. If he learns to settle down a tiny bit more, he's going to become more dangerous. He's getting better and better, this horse. And it just shows you sometimes when you geld a horse, he can really, really improve. And his last 2 efforts, he's getting better and better. And then the 4 in here, Masterpiece, maybe a little too short. I thought grinded away for a nice little second, but just no doubt about your winner. And like I said, the 1 and the 1A, if the 1A wasn't going to fire, the 1 was kind of a phony favorite.
Yeah, McKinnon, he was giving Flavien Prat a tough time early on, too. A little bit headstrong off the layoff, a little bit keen, but not the case for the number 6 Portfolio Company getting the victory. The pace was as anticipated. The number 3 Safe Conduct, he actually held on for third at 13-1. So 6-4, 3-1. In race number 3, but no doubt about your winner, the 6 Portfolio Company, a different horse back as a 4-year-old, and since being gelded, some of those quirks, and I'm sure he's been a little bit of a tricky horse to figure out, but seems like he's getting the hang of things now.
Oh, it really is, and these Kitten's Joy, these horses, they, the progeny of him, they just love to go longer and longer. This horse won 1 mile and 1/8, they cut him back to 1 mile and 16th, he won, and I would think there's some big things coming for him at Saratoga. I would think Chad, now with the progression, since they've gelded him in 2023. He's been a different racehorse. He ran an 88 Beyer, 94. I would think this is got to be close in the mid-90s again. He is really moving forward. And you got to see, understand, he's still only a 4-year-old. He's got a lot of racing left in his career.
Yeah, we'll see if we see him in some stakes at Saratoga this summer, what the next chapter for him might be. 6'4", 3-1, 5-2 winner from the Outside Post Portfolio Company with Joel Rosario in the saddle. When we come back, we'll continue our preview of this upcoming weekend's graded stakes. We'll talk a little bit about the Belmont Oaks and some of the big names coming out of the Wonder again. You've got the likes of Prerequisite and Be Your Best coming out of the local prep. We'll talk more about it after this.
Independence Hall is hands down one of the most impressive horses I've ever seen physically.
Independence Hall is pouring it on here in the Nashua Stakes, won by maybe a dozen lengths.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Fayette.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com today. It was Portfolio Company in race number 3. Now makes it 2 victories in a row and is much improved 4-year-old.
Yeah, this is a Kitten Joy at a Wild Gen mare for Clarovich Stables and Joel Rosario. A horse that's really improving at the right time. Now 4 for 12 lifetime. And since he's been gelded, now 2 for 4 with a second and a different horse. If you have that pick 3, not bad. $66. Still got a couple races to go, don't you? For the 2 more races to go. If you're live in this pick 5, it's not going to be that bad.
Yeah, could make things a little interesting. Joel Rosario, the winning pilot. Here he's standing by with Richie.
Thanks, Acacia. Joel, Portfolio Company hasn't always been the easiest horse to ride. He's a horse that wants to get kind of keen, a little bit too rank. Today, it looked like you broke and you were just so quiet on him.
Yeah, he was a little, he pulled a little bit in the backside, but he was very relaxed today. So he's, last time he pulled, so he don't normally pull a little bit, but he seemed really, more relaxed today, more subtle, and yeah, with not too much speed. I just did sit next to that horse on the outside a little bit. He seemed like he was really happy with it, not pull me, anything like that. So yeah, we'll be happy with that.
Do you think it's maybe a part of that now being a gelding and also just maturing a little bit, that he's starting to settle better?
Yeah, it can be, he's maturing a little more now, and but sometimes he come, he just feel good. He want to ride you a little bit, But he come today, the good, way today. It looked like nice and relaxed, and yeah, that make it a difference.
And also the ground is pretty soft out there. I was talking with all the riders getting up to scale. It's got some give to it.
Yeah, it is a little soft, and we can feel it going to the backside a little bit, just. With a little rain,
they got in there just a little soft, yeah.
Joel, we're about a week from Saratoga. Are you excited about Saratoga, or is it just more hard work?
I mean, I work it anyway, but I'm very excited, and Saratoga is a great meet, and everybody want to be there. We just, really happy to be there, and always thanks to all the people who really given us the support.
Keep it up. Good job here. And, guys, he's just so cool, calm, collected. He sauntered out to the paddock, last one out. The guys are already up. Gets on, goes out, does his thing, and on the way to the winner's circle.
Sauntered. How about that?
I saw Joel actually in the parking lot yesterday, and he was wearing, I don't know if he had changed him and John Kimmel's shirt. They both looked like they came from the Jimmy Buffett concert. He had flowers all over his shirt as well, too. Little floral Tommy Bahama.
Wow.
But listen, Joel can kind of rock it.
Yeah, he can.
Yeah, he can rock it.
He has that
He's got
cool, calm attitude.
Listen, when I play with a lot of Dominicans, they got that vibe.
Yeah?
Yeah.
He's got the vibe. Ice water in his veins,
Yeah.
that's for sure. As you knew, Mitch Levitas is in the truck now. We're going to get some flag shots. And it's perfect. It's appropriate today on 4th of July.
It is. Hot dogs, baseball, and apple pie, Mitch.
Getting ready for this maiden special weight, sprinting on the main track in race number 4, 6.5 furlongs, 3-year-olds, and upward 3 to 5 on the number 5 Magico. First-time starter for Chad Brown, called by Good Magic. He's been an okay stallion so far.
Yeah, right. Been okay. This horse is getting hammered at the window. $675,000 purchase. But I'm going to warn you right now. The 4 Frat Pack faced a horse called Up to the Mark. Now, Up to the Mark has gone to the turf course and has become a freak. So I don't know what to take out of that race, but I would not leave the 4 out of the picture here.
And we'll talk more about the Chad Brown duo in a moment with this upcoming 4th race. But as promised, on Saturday, we have not only the Belmont Derby, but the Belmont Oaks to look forward to. And taking a look at the field here of these 3-year-old fillies, we'll get a chance to see them in this Grade 1 race go 1.25 miles, just like the boys. And you have a couple of horses coming out of the local prep and the Wonder Again, the top 2 finishers, with a prerequisite, wiring the field and holding off Be Your Best.
Yeah, this was a heck of a race. Prerequisite really dug in. And, Be Your Best only had 1 race since November, so you wonder if the fitness kind of kicked in a little bit. She's trying her heart out really to get there, and she just cannot get there to the wire. Prerequisite was very, very game. And you kind of wonder, was she ever going to go by? But it was a steady grind and a very, very good race. And like I said, Be Your Best had been off a little bit of a layoff and only 1 race since, so maybe that was what did her in. Where Prerequisite, you can't really say anything bad about her because that was only her 3rd career start, so she was a little bit less experienced than Be Your Best, so it's really hard to gauge it. But Flavian Pratt gave that horse a masterful ride on that day. He'll be aboard, not Prerequisite, he'll be aboard a Spray when it comes to the race.
Yeah, that one also for Chad Brown. More on her in a moment, but Prerequisite able to wire the field while Be Your Best trying to make that wide trip to close and just missed. And they'll get to rematch in the Belmont Oaks. But looking at a couple of others, we'll take a look at Mission of Joy, who won the Regret at Churchill Down last time out over at Papilio. And Mission of Joy for Trainer Graham Motion has really turned the corner and has been very impressive in her last few starts, and started out sprinting on the Tapitas, and she switched to the grass, and as the distances have gotten longer, she has flourished.
She won this race in the canter. I was there that day. She wasn't even really asked. You could see the horse on the inside. Papilio is trying, but she just skipped over that turf course very nicely. That's when the turf was playing a little bit better there at Churchill Downs. When she ran in the Edgewood, she got kind of like, she was in between horses. It says clipped heel. She did. She almost went down and kind of re-rallied, didn't she? If not, she'd be on a 5 or 6 race win streak. And another filly by the great Kitten's Joy, an Ontario bred too. And Tyler Gaffleone will be in town to ride.
Yeah, he rode her to victory in the Regret last time out for Graham Motion again, and she handled the 1 1/8 no problem, and will try to navigate the 1 1/4 on pedigree. Shouldn't be a problem. Towards the outside, a Spray, who, as you mentioned, Flavian Pratt will be aboard. She's undefeated as of yet, still lightly raced, only making her 4th start, and she's won her last couple of races, including the Hilltop last time out.
Yeah, sometimes people will point towards, okay, I get it. A Spray got the jump on the other horse on the inside, who was actually one of your favorites that day, but I thought Spray really ran home nicely. The horse that she beats, a nice horse, and Breath Away. So you'd never want to throw out undefeated horses. It's just one of those things. And here's the other part is, when she won first time out, she was an off-the-turf race, and probably she's quality rode out of a Galileo mare. Very, very interesting breeding here. You would never think she'd like the dirt. She won. I think she's just one of those horses that has a nose for the wire. Yeah, so she runs up to her competition, so she could be scary too.
It's funny. I was actually at Tampa that day when she debuted, and said she moves and just looks so much more like a turf horse, but she just had so much class about her, and she handled that well, and she's undefeated, as we mentioned. We'll see if she can put that undefeated record on the line and remain victorious in the Belmont Oaks. Looking forward to all of that coming up this weekend. We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, we'll talk about this upcoming maiden race at Belmont Park, and we're just over a week away from opening day up at the Spa. The line of fans waiting to run in and nab the best picnic table in the backyard.
Lexitonian, a consistent top-level performer from east to west, a debut winner at 2, winning and placing in multiple Grade 1 races, following the footsteps of his sire Speightstown to win the Grade 1 Vanderbilt at Saratoga, and placing second in the Grade 1 Bing Crosby and Grade 1 Churchill Downs Stakes, out of the daughter of a Grade 1 test winner. He has the pedigree, the speed, and the looks to succeed. Lexitonian, standing at Lane's End.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Coming down to the finish, and it will be Mitole.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. The quality fields that he's beat. That's what makes him the fastest horse in the world.
The final time was a new stakes record. Mitole, he did it again! Mitole's a monster! Mitole wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! The mighty Mitole!
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
You're watching America's Day at the races, and in just a few days, a little over a week away, on Thursday, July 13th, we'll be there at Saratoga for opening day, and we hope you'll be there to join us.
Yeah, we'll be there as you take a slow-mo look of Leandro Mora, Irad Ortiz, Johnny V. And we forget, we got the Wilderness shoot.
Yeah?
We got that Hook Mile, and here's every Saturday on Big Fox, and that's the kind of menu you want if you're going to any kind of restaurant.
Absolutely. That'll whet your appetite, that's for sure. Fox Saturday, Fox Saratoga Saturday. We're so excited to have 6 of the Saturdays on Big Fox. Of course, we'll cover every day of the meet on Saratoga Live on FS1, FS2. So we hope you'll join us in person up at the Spa, and if you can't make it, plenty of opportunities to watch.
Yeah, you have no excuses if you're at Saratoga not to say hello. We are out in the middle of the public. If we have time, you are more than welcome to come up to. No, listen. You're more than welcome to come up to the set, take pictures.
Paul LaDuca really is a very nice guy, I promise.
Yes, 100%. I will give you a little bit of a tip. If it's me and Andy, no. If it's me and Acacia, you can come up and take a picture with us.
Fair enough. 6-1 on Omni King. Joel Rosario looking for another win today. We have the maiden special weight coming up. Let's get a paddock report from Richie.
Hey, what am I, Wood guys? I want in on the pictures too, but all right, I see how it is. I obviously think that the path to the winner's circle is through the Chad Brown runners, but the other horse that really caught my eye in the paddock was the one, Omni King. I like what I'm seeing from this horse. Broke slow first time out, rushed up into the race, ran well. Don't know what happened last time. Just seemed to come up a little bit empty, flat. Horse shipped to Delaware Park's been training extremely well there and making a real nice physical impression here in the paddock. The 4 Frat Pack has a race under his belt, ran well in the slop, probably take a step forward. He looks fantastic. I mean, both Chad Brown runners look fantastic. As the 5 Magico, you know, a beautifully bred and expensive son of Good Magic, and obviously he's tipped his hand in the mornings in his training that he has ability. So, I mean, obviously, very, very live runners from the Chad Brown barn. They both look terrific. I'm leaning a little bit towards the one with experience, so the 4 Frat Pack right now, but it would be interesting to get a look at him on the racetrack, guys.
All right, Richie, thank you. 4 to 5 on that first-time starter. Magico, son of Good Magic. The Dam.
The Dam.
Good Magic. Damn. I just.
Listen, it's been a long week, Keisha. It's okay. Are you going to watch fireworks tonight?
No, I'm driving back up to Saratoga.
Wow, interesting for you, huh?
Yeah, it's my life. I drive every week. Yeah, it's been a lot
Watch
of time
the fireworks
in
in the air while you're driving.
Okay,
Don't
send me
get in
some
a crash,
pictures.
though. No, I'm
Send
telling
me some
you.
pictures. I'll look at them afterwards. Yeah.
Well, you know, I'm old school. I'll just go to the Merrick Inn. Guy, though, he likes the Mets. You can see the Merrick fireworks. They're still going on.
There you go. 4 to 5 on Magico. The Dam, Potesta, was a grade 2 winner.
Oh,
she
she
was
was.
good going long on the dirt. So this one's starting out sprinting by Good Magic. You wonder on pedigree if maybe he'll want a little bit more distance further down the road, but it seems with the way that he's been working, he could be ready to roll at first asking.
I got a good friend of mine, astute handicapper, actually really astute handicapper. How about this? In 2023, Manny Franco, with Chad Brown's first-time starters, is 71%, 5 for 7.
Wow.
And then 32% over the last 5 years. You don't think of Manny riding a ton of Chad's horses. There you see Manny. Manny's usually taking a little rest on the his favorite bench. He sat there with his father on Father's Day, which was great. But, yeah, that's a tremendous stat. And this horse is taking a ton of money.
Yeah, it really is that first-time starter, and that was a really interesting stat. Now, you mentioned the number 4 Frat Pack, the son of Upstart, who already has 1 start already for his resume, but that was back last Saratoga, so nearly a year ago. We haven't seen this horse in a long time, and as you mentioned, faced Up to the Mark, who is a decent dirt horse, but is a beast on turf. Of course, won the Manhattan on Belmont Day.
He's turned into just an absolute monster on the turf, and in the Manhattan, he was 3 wide most of the way and just kicked away. My goodness, he's turned into some kind of horse. And you don't really know because, you know, this horse had been working at Monmouth, and I've said this before, you know, Chad will work a lot of his horses at Monmouth and bring him up here. His crew, I don't know how many times that you guys interviewed him, even last time at Saratoga, and he was always praising his crew at Monmouth, getting him his horses ready. So, you know, when they're training over there, I don't think you should be dissuaded against that when you think they're training at if you think Monmouth obviously is a lesser track when it comes to that, but Chad sometimes gets them ready there. This horse was at Saratoga and now prepared now for his 4-year-old debut here, and I think he's a player unless this 5 is some kind of horse. I mean, obviously the 4 ran a pretty good race first time out. That's a pretty good benchmark. You have to run pretty well first time starter to beat a number like that.
Yeah, and he finished 3rd on debut. That was a wet track as well up in Saratoga. My notes from him that day said he was very laid back as a 2-year-old. And so interesting to see he comes back sprinting yet again. Looks like a good-looking horse coming back, that son of Upstart, who I'm a huge fan of as a sire, and just has such really, really attractive progeny. And they can run, too.
Yeah. The late, great Rick Violet.
I know.
Trained Upstart. Now, I want to say Upstart won a couple races in the slop, too.
He did?
So, I mean, the wetness on the racetrack should help.
thought it was interesting what she said about the #1 Omni King as we get a look at him. Joel Rosario climbing aboard, which is intriguing, and he's kind of the new face. Yes, you have a first-time starter in here, but he's coming up from 2 races down at Gulfstream. Broke slow and then finished pretty good 3rd on debut. See what kind of trip he pulls from the rail.
Yeah, this is one for Blake Kelly. A lot of people don't know Blake Kelly. Blake used to train out in California, and his specialty used to be a lot of young horses, 2-year-olds. He used to break a lot of 2-year-olds and get them ready for the races. You know, he's got this 4-year-old, and this horse has been bet in the first 2 starts, at least 6-1 and 8-1.
And there he is to kick off the post for Joel Rosario looking for another one.
Yeah, and this horse has been training at Delaware, son of Oxbow. I have an AP Indy mare. And like you said, Rosario in the irons.
See if he can get out of the gate a little bit better today. Here's #2, Golden Purchase, has had a lot of chances.
Yeah, Dalton Brown will be aboard. Dalton's ridden this horse 3 or 4 times, but you're right. This horse needs to improve. 0 for 19 lifetime.
Now we have the Chad Brown duo, 2nd-time starter, Frat Pack off the layoff.
Yeah, it looks the part, I mean, on the racetrack. And I would think forwardly placed with Flavian aboard after that last start, unless the 5 is, you know, sharp early.
And there he is, #5, Magico, son of Good Magic.
Yeah, and you were talking about how good of a sire Good Magic's turned out to be. 675,000 purchase out of a Macho Uno mare, Potesta, who was a very good race mare. So maybe the money will be warranted here in a little bit.
And the #6, Disappearance.
You know, I don't want to leave this horse kind of out of the conversation because, you know, he has not run bad. Another son of Good Magic. He puts blinkers on. Another horse that has not been dismissed at the window. Cuts back from 1 mile and 16ths to 6.5 furlongs. And you get Kendrick aboard. He's been a little struggle out of the gate. And you can see Kendrick, he always warms his horses up. So I would think he's going to be pushing forward again.
And he's off to New York bred star Bankit, who we know quite well on the
yeah.
circuit here. Yeah.
Some well-bred horses in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really interesting. There's the #5, Magico, that first-time starter. Are we checking in with Richie again? Is that the next plan? Yeah, let's check in with Richie.
No, All right, guys, I'm just trying to find my position here a little bit, missed my mark. We'll start with the 1, Omni King. I like this horse. I think he looked great in the paddock, continued to look good in the warm-up, was eavesdropping a little bit. Sounds like they just want to come with one big run and got the right rider in Joel Rosario for that. We saw horse win on the dirt in the 2nd race, making a big extended run along the inside, so it's not like we can't come from off the pace today. I will say this, guys, we got some clouds off to our east here. No, I guess that's more west, if you, excuse me, yeah, I get my directions right, that look pretty ominous. We might have some more weather rolling in here before too long. I'm going to go with the 4-horse Frat Pack for from the Chad Brown Bond, Flavian Pratt. I like this horse with the race under his belt. He just looks a bit fitter, a little bit more focused to me. The 5 looks great. Magico, the horse that's taken the most money from the Chad Brown Barn. And he absolutely can win, no doubt. And he's tipped his hand that he has ability because he's taking that kind of money. But I bet he'll be better for a race. So if he wins today, I think it even bodes stronger for him going forward because it looks to me like a race will really benefit him from a physical fitness standpoint.
All right, Richie, thank you. We'll see how he does at first asking. And I'm taking a mental note, Paul. Don't go like on a boat in the middle of the ocean when you need a compass with Richie.
That is true. Here's the thing about Richie. He's the toughest human being I've ever met in my life.
That's very true.
That is very true.
Yep.
But I also equate him to one of my astute pit bulls that when thunder comes out, he goes and hides. And it's kind of like Gary Stevens. And I don't blame him because a lot of these jockeys have so much plates and so many injuries that when thunder goes, lightning runs, they run.
He's
and
like the bionic man.
Richie, when he heard lightning this morning, he was having nothing of it. Maybe we can get him one of those weather storm jackets they give dogs.
Oh,
yeah, that calms him
good.
down, you know what I mean?
Yeah, get him a little bit relaxed.
Yeah, an anxiety jacket.
He's not going to be the next Jim Cantori. Yeah. 6-5 on the favorite Magico coming up here. Maiden special weights for dig on the main track. Got some well-bred horses and some nice ones in here. Maybe a future star in this group. We'll see how it plays out. Loading in for race 4. Sloppy sealed main track. John and Brielle standing by with the call.
Waiting for Magico and Disappearance. They're in the gate. And they're off. A good start for Omni King from the inside post. Frat Pack is right there, and Magico. Three of them vying for the early lead with Disappearance racing in fourth. And Golden Purchase is the early trailer in fifth. Frat Pack has come away with the lead now by a little more than a length. Magico is second by a head. Omni King down at the rail runs in third, 2.5 lengths to Disappearance, and then Golden Purchase. Opening quarter mile, 22 and 4. Frat Pack is the leader here by a length, with Magico in pursuit in second. Now almost 3 lengths back to Omni King and Disappearance, and Golden Purchase is still the trailer. It is Frat Pack by 2 lengths. First time starter Magico runs in second. Disappearance now up on the outside of Omni King as the field comes for the top of the stretch. The half went in 46 and 1. It is Frat Pack who has the lead, and Frat Pack has opened up now on Magico. Frat Pack in front by 4 lengths. Magico followed by Omni King and Disappearance. It is Frat Pack who has the lead as they come through the stretch, and Frat Pack comes off of a Saratoga layoff to break his maiden here under Flavien Prat. Magico was second, and it looked like Omni King came back to get third over Disappearance.
Nearly a year between drinks, but in his second start, this 4-year-old colt Frat Pack victorious and gets his picture taken today.
Yeah, Flavien Prat wasting no time going to the front end. He was out. He was able to outquick his stablemate here in Magico, and the race was over. You could see Magico was trying to chase with Manny Franco as best as he could, but Chad Brown's going to run 1-2 as the 4 is going to canter, and the 1 did come back for third. So basically ABC on the betting board here, as the 4 did go off as your favorite.
Yeah, he did. He took late money, and the number 4 Frat Pack with the experience benefiting Richie, and another aggressive and strong ride from Flavien Prat.
Yeah, and just being very decisive, you know, deciding, hey, this is what I'm going to do. And I think when riders are that decisive, in essence, it makes the other riders adjust around them. You're not going to be, you're not going to entertain someone else taking you on. I'm going. Listen, it was a long layoff, but he looked fitter to me than the other Chad Brown. He did have that run and that experience under his belt, and he just looked like he really relished the going as well. Magico ran really well. I think he'll improve a lot with the race under his belt. Just from a fitness standpoint, he looked fit, but I think this will take him to a different level. Basically a 2-horse race, and we see Chad Brown work a lot of his horses in company. Well, these 2 got paid for it today.
Yeah, they did, and this is one coming in from Monmouth. Just what you said, Paul. Don't be afraid by these horses coming in from another track, another training center, particularly, for example, the Monmouth string with Chad Brown. The fact of the matter is the guy's got a lot of horses. You got to train them somewhere, and sometimes you just need to think about what's going to be the best spot for the horse. He'll have the best schedule, the best training regime, and clearly that worked out once again with Frat Pack.
Yeah, and you know, it's not like they paid $410,000. Upstart only stands for $30,000. So obviously the quality is there. And we talked about who he ran against first time out. Now I know Up to the Mark has turned into an amazing turf horse, but this horse has got some quality to him. And you were saying that you like Upstart. I'm with Richie. Magico just ran into a stablemate that had a race under his belt, and it's going to be ultra tough next time.
Good looking son of Upstart, Frat Pack. We should be hearing more from him throughout the second half of the year as well. It was 4-5-1-6 in the 4th at Belmont Park. Bring you prices in a bit, and we'll talk about Rudy Rodriguez and Gustavo Rodriguez. Brotherly love both on and off the racetrack. That feature coming up after this on America's Day at the Races.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. With a picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. It's like Attack of the Killer Bees up here. There's gnats coming at us from every direction. They're just everywhere.
Put it this way, Acacia right now, Manny Acta, Dino Ebel, or Glenn Hoffman, my third base coaches. This is her right here. I feel like I'm ready to round third because she's swatting flies at a thing. So I don't know if I should stay at third on a base hit to left or not.
It's just they're everywhere. They're everywhere. Frat Pack with the win in race number 4, coming back to the winner's circle off of nearly a year layoff, and he was ready to roll once again, flattering up to the mark.
He was, man. He really was. Upstart at the Warriors Mirror. Miss Baby Betty, Mr. Peter Brandt. And there you can see he beats his stablemate Magico. And $1 million, well, $1.8 million gets you a nice little exacta right here, 4-5. But they just dominated this race.
Easy game, right?
Yeah.
Frat Pack with the win, an aggressive ride by Flavian Pratt as well, and that paid off to get the win for this horse, making his 4-year-old debut. Did go off as your favorite as well, $4.30 winner in the 4th race. In the next race coming up, we'll see at least part of the Rodriguez brothers. Gustavo Rodriguez sending out Mystical Curlin, and he is currently your favorite 9-5 after a 19-length score in the slop last time out. And Gustavo, as he went off on his own just a few years ago, worked for a while for his brother Rudy Rodriguez, and they've shown that they support each other both on and off the racetrack, and it's always fun to see them when they race against each other as well. But at the end of the day, it's always brotherly love.
Trainers Rudy and Gustavo Rodriguez come from a family of 10 brothers, 5 of which have worked in the thoroughbred industry. But training wasn't their first job.
I was a jockey for almost close to 17 years.
And here's the wire, and Frost Giant, a huge upset.
I broke a lot of bones. So that was easy for me to change, I guess. You know, when you're riding back horses and falling down a lot and being in the hospital a lot, you know, it's tough.
I had 2 jobs. I was working for Rick Dotro as an exercise rider, and I used to park cars, for Naira.
Over here in the back. It was in the preferred parking.
Yeah, over here. I did it for like a few years,
So
maybe more than 10 years.
This little spot is still close.
Yeah.
Parking cars aside, the brothers decided to work together. Rudy would get his trainer's license, and Gustavo would come work for him. But that took some encouragement.
He didn't really want to do it, but I kind of like was pushing him, to do it because he knew a lot of owners, and I thought maybe through him we wanted to do our own thing. but he didn't really want to do it. And I was
I want to keep falling out on the horses still. I want to keep riding.
And little by little, he made it.
Vijak to win the Kelso Handicap.
Dad's Caps has won the Carter.
Condo Commando was splash-tastic.
Everything seemed to be going well. Well, most of the time.
Was okay. Couple of days, like everything else, some days good, some days bad, but
no, for like
we keep moving along.
For like most of the time, good. We used to argue and this and that. 2 minutes go by, we everything good.
This continued until a partnership with Andrew Gurdon developed with Gustavo, and he decided to go out on his own. That would pit brother against brother on the track.
My wife, she don't like it when when we run against him. She don't like it. No, because Rudy beat us a lot. Right now, if I need anything, I ask him, and he's there for us. And if he needs something, I'm there for him.
We try to put it together,
Even we fight sometimes, but we right there.
You gotta fight sometimes to make it work, no?
Well, brothers will be brothers, but through it all, there is still a lot of respect between them.
He's very unique, and it's tough to be like him. He's more laid back.
Rudy's like
I just go with the flow.
He don't stop. He don't stop. Rudy, he just keep going.
I'm good. I gotta go take a shower and come back.
One thing about the Rodriguez brothers is they're both always laughing, and that's for sure. Rudy Rodriguez, usually any conversation with him is him laughing and making jokes to you, and Gustavo's just like the nicest person to talk to as well. Love seeing them, and there's Gustavo as he'll get ready to saddle Mystical Curlin in this upcoming race.
I love Rudy. I mean, I love the Delgado family. I always mess with Rudy, too, because his son's a good-looking kid. I say, your son's way better looking than you, and he always gets mad at me. But they do such a great job. And Rudy, if you don't remember, Rudy his barn was right next to Rick Dutrow. That was his mentor. He rode for Rick, and then, he got to learn from him as well. And he kept his barn at Aqueduct for so long. He was one of the few people that would ship horses over here. That's why he was so dangerous at Aqueduct. Now his barn has grown. He went through some pains a little bit earlier in the year, but now his horses have been firing a little bit. And now Gustavo's got a horse in here that went by 19 lengths in the slop last time. And maybe this horse by Curlin did the rain dance this morning because we got another sloppy racetrack for him today.
Maybe so. Yeah. Gus could be in good form with this horse, Mystical Curlin. It took him a while, 12 starts to break his maiden. But when he did so in style. We'll talk more about him and the rest of this field as we get ready to kick off the Pick 6 from Belmont Park, race 5. After this, stay with us on America's State of Races.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Mage coming struggling down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside. Trying to hold up Mage. Mage has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Ms. Big Bucks goes wire to wire to win the New York Stallion Stakes.
Ms. Big Bucks, who got the job done today.
Ruse also wire to wire.
Ruse, rough draft, one last try. Ruse holds on.
And Long Shot War Museum delivers at Monmouth.
War Museum is now in front. War Museum at 41-1.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
The centerpiece of the paddock is the Japanese white pine tree, which was present long before Belmont Park opened its doors in 1905. An image of the tree has been incorporated in the track's logo since the grandstand reopened in 1968. No one knows exactly how old the tree is, but according to historical documents, the white pine was planted around 1828. Located adjacent to the Secretariat statue, many of the tree's limbs are nearly 25 feet long. The white pine was actually supposed to be removed when Belmont was remodeled in the 1960s. The white pine serves as a source of shade and is a key component in the daily paddock ritual for fans, trainers, owners, and jockeys, just as it has for well over 100 years.
The iconic white pine in the Belmont Park paddock, a great spot to sit and enjoy and watch the horses go by, get a little shade, particularly on some of these hot days.
Yeah, and there you see the Secretariat statue, the original Secretariat statue, not the one that they're carting around all America.
That's the OG.
That's the OG. Yeah.
Definitely. Race 5.
Whoa, cameraman.
Hey, look, it's Meg.
Okay. Everything okay? I just want to make sure the cameraman's okay.
I know.
Or camerawoman.
Everybody's good, I guess.
Quiet in the paddock.
Race 5 coming up next, a mile and a 16th for the starter allowance, 3-year-olds and upward. There's your favorite, 7-5 now on Mystical Curl, and 103 buyer last time out. Paul, the question is, can he repeat it?
Yeah, you know, a lot of people will say, well, not one sloppy racetrack is the same. But when you win by 19 some odd lengths, you would like to think, okay, this course likes to slop a little bit. But who did he race against last time? Well, he was 11-1. It wasn't like he was 3-5, and he won by 19. That was his only win over a wet surface. His other races have been okay, but he just exploded at age 4, and you're wondering, is he going to really back up out of this race? Because he runs half of this race. He probably still wins, but he's I think he's a little bit chilly on the 12th board at 7-5, because you would think maybe it could be even money, but I think a lot of people are worried, can he actually repeat that last effort?
Yeah, that's a big question, that's for sure. For more in this field, let's head down, get a paddock report from Richie.
Yeah, guys, I'm kind of in the same camp as you at the 5 Mystical Curlin. Where'd that race come from? It was obviously visually impressive. It got a fast figure. I was talking with Pat Reynolds, who conditions the 7 horse in here, Winning Connection, and he said it's the same exact track that he got last time, Mystical Curlin, same kind of seal on everything, and he's right, it is. So if the track was the factor, he's got the same exact kind of racetrack today. You know, sloppy and muddy racetracks, they vary from day to day and certainly from place to place, but this is extremely similar to the conditions of last time for the 5 Mystical Curlin. And that the 6 Warrior Richard, a horse that's also shown an affinity for an off racetrack. He's well drawn. He's going to have to get faster, but he should be in a good position from the outside. And just a FYI, guys, a heads up, the 3 horse, Hang Tight, really kicked the side petition of the saddling stall in the paddock. And I'm going to keep a good eye on this guy in the warm-up. I know the attending veterinarians are already taking a look at him, but, I mean, he really caught the side petition, not the wooden part either, the heavier cement part. So obviously he's going to need to be checked out.
All right, Richie, thank you. Keep an eye on him as you see the riders for the entry. You have the plain 1 Arabata and the 1A Centavo hanging out in matching silks.
Yeah, they are in match silk. Flavian Pratt. And is that Jose Ortiz crossing his legs, looking like he wanted a cup of tea?
Yep.
Yeah.
A cup of tea. It's just a hangout.
Yeah.
Relaxing in the paddock. They're underneath the white pine. They knew we just did the feature.
Yeah, right. It is true. Getting that shade.
Getting ready for this 5th race. So take a quick pause to welcome in our regional network. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races. You're watching America's Day at the Races. If you're just tuning in with us on Valley Sports, Southern California, San Diego, we're so glad to have you with us. Acacia Clement alongside Paula Duca, Richard Migliori with us as well. And Paulie, we're getting ready for this 5th race at Belmont Park coming up, and a very happy 4th of July to everybody tuning in as well as we celebrate Independence Day in this special Tuesday program. Very rare that we're on air on a Tuesday.
Yeah, actually a very good day of racing. 10 race cards. So this actually ends the early pick 5. Been a little chalky. The late pick 5 starts in race number 6. Some good races still left as well. So still pick 6 starts here too as well if you want to get involved. This is a wide open field here now. You're looking at a horse in Mystical Curlin who won by 19 lengths last time out in the over a sloppy racetrack. Gets the same kind of racetrack today and is your favorite at 7-5. And there you can see Mig talking to Dylan Davis.
Socializing or giving advice?
Could be both.
Yeah.
Mig is an advice giver, and
He
usually not usually.
Always.
It's about 99.9% of his advice is very good, except when he wants to run away from lightning.
You're never going to let him live that down, are you?
I can't. He's so tough. I got to have one thing on him.
He is tough, that's for sure. Dylan Davis will be aboard, winning connection to the outside. That's Jose Lascano. He'll be aboard your favorite, Mystical Curlin. Trying to make it 2 in a row.
What do you tell a jockey after you just won by 19? Hey, do the same thing.
I know.
Right?
Whatever you did, do it again.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, the horse just relished the slop. And there's Jose. And you know what? Mig made a good point about the 3 kicking. I'm wondering if the vet is really taking a long look here at the 3 because they're a little slow getting out of the pack, and hopefully everything is okay.
Right. Before our regional networks joined, Richie Migliori had mentioned that the 3 hang tight was really aggressive saddling, kicking out in the partition of the saddling stalls. Let's go to Richie for an update.
Yeah, guys, just so you know, the examining veterinarians here in the paddock did pull him into the enclosed saddling stall, went over him pretty well. There wasn't any blood, anything, visible. So now it'll be up to Jose Gomez when he warms him up. If he feels anything, then he could bring him back to the vet. It's something they're aware of, they're on top of, and I'm sure they'll be keeping a close eye on him in the post parade. As it turns out, what he tried to do was kick the valet, Harry Rice, and he missed him. And he caught the wall, but he missed Harry by, inches. He got very, very fortunate there.
And I'm sure Harry Rice has been kicked a time or 2.
Yeah, Harry Rice, his son, PA for us for a long time now. He's Where's Waldo. I see him at Ascot. I see him at Oakland. He's everywhere. But Harry Rice handles Johnny V's valet. Also when Mike Smith comes in town, so.
He's been around the racetrack a long time.
He's
done it all, that's for sure.
So very fortunate. Harry's been a fixture at a racetrack for a long time and a wonderful man. I'm very glad that he did not get kicked.
Absolutely.
Goodness.
Absolutely. And it's not an easy job. The valets, they bring out the jockey's tack, and Meg did a terrific job the other day on the show with us describing the process. And they help the trainer saddle. When you go to Europe, we were just over at Ascot, you don't have a valet to help you saddle. No. You're on your own doing it. So I remember my husband, he was the most nervous about that because he wanted to make sure he put the tack on the right way and you have somebody to hold the horse and look after it. And we're very fortunate in the States that you have valets bring out the jockey's tack. Everything's already nicely set up, you're ready for it, and they help the trainer or assistant, whoever's here, put the tack on the horse, and some of them are a little tricky.
No, you got to be prepared. I have to do the same thing when I had my catcher's equipment because every time sometimes it will malfunction. I would think the saddles the same way with the jockeys. You got to go back in the room, make sure you have your silk set up. It's a little bit different, obviously, because they ride for I'm playing for one team. They could be riding for 7 different teams on any given day. So they got to go back in and change. But we used to call him our clubhouse guy, but our clubhouse guy would probably service 4 to 5 guys, but I would have to go in there and go, hey, my glove just broke, get me my second glove. He'd have to go and get my second glove, make it was strung up. Hey, my shin guard just broke on this side. So you have to be prepared, and it's got to be even more preparation race to race for jockeys because, like I said, when you're racing 6 or 7 times, you got to jump in the shower real quick and then put on another pair of silks in the blink of an eye and then figure out your mount, get back out there again. So It is a grind for these guys.
By the way, Harry Rice, the fourth, who worked with us, just texted me and said Harry Rice, his dad, the valet, got kicked back in 2008, opening day in Saratoga, almost lost his leg, and still has an indent in his leg from the surgery.
Wow.
Wow, wild stuff. He is tough, that's for sure. Post parade underway. We had the entry. Here's the number 2, In Spite of Trainer.
Well, I don't think it would be In Spite of Trainer the way Linda Rice is going, but this horse won last time by a neck and gets Flavian Pratt aboard.
Number 3, Hang Tight. Keep an eye on him in the warm-up.
Yeah, keep an eye on him is right. He did win last time out for Jesus Romero and Jose Gomez.
Number 4, Classic Mark is next, the other Linda Rice.
Yeah, and the horse off the claim. His horse has been actually hot in the claim box and now bumps up.
Here's your favorite, Mystical Curlin. Can he do it again?
Ooh, the money just came in. 3-5. And I would think a lot of people are leaning on this horse. He's the lowest pick 5. It's like $150-some-odd. He's the horse to beat off the last race.
Number 6, Warrior Richard is next.
Yeah, you know, I thought this horse had a look. You know, he's a piece of justice on the top side. His 2 races on a sloppy racetrack are good. His bottom side is Orb won the Derby on a sloppy racetrack.
Winning Connection, we saw go by. And here's the other part of the entry, the 1A, Centavo.
Yeah, Centavo's kind of runs like it's like you're watching the same movie every time. 77, 71, 70. He's always like right in that land. And if he can win, he can win. And Doma Arigato, Mr. Arabato, the one, I don't know where he's at. I thought he was kind of a player in this race, the other part of the entry.
He's coming out of a stakes drive.
Yeah, and he's kind of improving. I know that was an off-the-turf event, but he's kind of improving at the right time.
Yeah, he's still lightly raced as well, Arabato, who will break from the rail. 3-5 now on Mystical Curlin. Let's go back to Richie trackside.
Yeah, guys, and just to keeping an eye on that 3, Hang Tight as he went off. He didn't look great to me behind. Obviously, you know, sometimes horses just need time to warm up, and especially if he stung himself in the paddock. But as he originally went off, I was like, you know, again, something they're acutely aware of and they're on top of. But I wasn't. It wasn't a favorable impression to me. The 5, Mystical Curlin, I can't see past him, guys. I mean, I just got this vision of him galloping over the top of the ground the way he did last time, and I just feel like it's this exact same condition. So I'm going to give you my top selection as a 3-5 shot. Apologies in advance. The 6, Warrior Richard. I like this horse. I'm a fan of him. He's game. He tries hard. You get Jamie Torres, who I really don't understand. He got disqualified yesterday, and I think justifiably so. The stewards handed him a 14 racing day suspension. 14 days for drifting out in mid-stretch. We saw a rider cause an accident last fall and only get 7 days. I do not understand the severity of that penalty, and it really hurts a kid with an apprentice allowance because you don't get those apprentice days back because of suspension. You get them back if you're injured or if you're sick or cancellations, but not for suspensions. It seemed a bit too severe to me. And guys, just to follow up briefly about, you were talking about, you know, different jurisdictions and how things are done. Go to Saudi Arabia, have to leave the jockey's room and go back to the saddle enclosure and saddle your own horse. Go to Hong Kong to ride. They put me in the starting gate in a 20-horse field, and the assistant starter got out from underneath the bottom of the gate and left the hood on the horse, the blindfold on the horse. And I'm like, whoa, who's taking this off? There was a handle on top. Jock next to me said, oh, no, you have to do it, but don't do it too soon because that horse has a tendency to want to rear up and get his legs over the front doors. So I've got one hand on the hood, one hand with mane, the reins, my crop, and I'm watching for the last horse to go in before I pull this off. So there's a little bit of different way to do it all over the world.
There certainly is, and you have to have good hand-eye coordination to do all of that as well.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
And that suspension's even more crazy because I'll be honest with you, the horse shouldn't even have got taken down. I thought it was ridiculous. And I will say this, too. I love Irad Ortiz. He's one of my good friends. I talk to him a lot. I think he's the best jockey here. I think he's one of the best jockeys in the world. He grandstanded that big time and was never in danger of going down. And you give a kid 14 days for something that Irad's been doing for a long time. And, you know, when you get in a locker room and a guy's dominating a locker room like Irad, someone's going to have to say something before it changes.
Yeah, that is tough for Jamie Torres. And I thought the DQ was the right call. I thought he was drifting. I think it could have gone either way, but that is a
Not for
very
a 14-day suspension on a
aggressive
50-50
suspension.
call.
I completely understand.
Yeah.
I completely understand. And that's going to be tough for him as we go into Saratoga, especially as a young
Yeah,
apprentice.
you just
trying to get
basically you basically just buried the kid for something where I understand he hurted the horse out, but nobody went down. It was a borderline disqualification. Now you just buried the kid. How's he going to get to any kind of start at Saratoga?
That's going to be tough for sure. Hopefully he'll get a win here. He's on a 9-1 shot. Jamie Torres. Let's go back to Richie.
Yeah, guys, just to follow up on the situation with Jamie Torres getting 14 days, I have always felt like there are two type of infractions. One being a competitive foul, which I believe yesterday was. He was being competitive, getting his horse to engage, and went over the line a little bit. I won't dispute the disqualification, although, again, you want it to be consistent. That number, if that came down yesterday, that number has to come down every single time a rider does that. That's where I have a problem with inconsistency, but I do think by the letter of the law it was the right call. But that falls under the heading of a competitive foul. Then you have what I deem dangerous fouls. When a rider has a field at his mercy heading into the turn, he's got more control of his horse, and he decides to squeeze horses out of there and put them in tough positions where they're on top of heels, they have to check. To me, that's a dangerous foul. I've never understood how a competitive foul, like hurting a horse, will get as much, if not more, of a penalty than a dangerous foul where a guy has control of it and it's premeditated. To me, that's like getting the same exact sentence for assault and battery as it is for jaywalking.
Good analogy, Richie.
Hence Sonny Leon with Rich Strike making him a pistol at Tyler Gaffleon in that race. It was intentional. And what did Sonny Leon get? 7 days. Crazy.
Yeah, we wish Jamie Torres
threw
the
an
best
elbow
in an
at Tyler
unfortunate
Gaffleon in the
situation.
middle of the stretch.
I know. I remember. That was
So,
like
yeah,
the Stephen
yeah.
Foster last year.
Yep.
Race 5 coming up next at Belmont. Here's John Abrial with the call.
And they're off. Warrior Richard breaks on top. There goes Mystical Curlin, and there goes Classic Mark down towards the inside in spite of Trainer. So it is the favorite, Mystical Curlin, who has the early lead. In spite of Trainer and Classic Mark, they are right together, second and third. Then a break of 3 back to Arabato, who runs in fourth. Another 3 to Warrior Richard and Centavo. They race as a team, and at the back of the pack are Winning Connection and Hang Tight. First quarter over the off-going in 23 2/5 seconds. So it is Mystical Curlin showing the way here by a length. Classic Mark is second by a length and a half. In spite of Trainer is next in third. It's 4.5 lengths back to Arabato along with Warrior Richard. Then it is Centavo. Farther back in the field, Winning Connection, and the trailer is Hang Tight. Half mile was running 46 3/5 seconds. It's Mystical Curlin leading here by a neck. Classic Mark on the outside is second by 3. In spite of Trainer in third, Centavo in the red cap looks to move through down towards the rail. Then Warrior Richard and Arabato. Up front, Mystical Curlin, challenged here by Classic Mark, 3/4 and 1:11. They come off the turn and enter the stretch. It's Mystical Curlin on the inside and Classic Mark on the outside. And the two of them are right together as they hit the furlong marker. And then comes Centavo next in third. It's Classic Mark on the outside. Mystical Curlin on the inside, and Classic Mark has taken the lead. Mystical Curlin now back in second. Classic Mark, the winner here by 2. Mystical Curlin held second over Centavo.
Jose Ortiz brings it to a tie with his brother in the race for the riding title. Classic Mark able to outgame Mystical Curlin, Paul.
Yeah, he was. And, maybe the stumble, a tiny bit of the stumble or a squeeze at the start for Mystical Curlin had to get to the front end. Let's look at the start here. Did it hinder him late in the race?
Had his head turned a little bit. Did get jostled and bumped pretty good on either side.
Yeah. But the 4 didn't get the best of it either. Both of these horses ran well because they both kind of kicked to the front end and they were gone. I looked at you and I said, Centavo's moving. And it was just one of those things where, you're thinking to yourself, get him off the rail and get him towards the outside, but he just doesn't have that kind of punch. Kind of just runs around. But a good job by Jose Ortiz to stay on Classic Mark after that bad beginning. And, the 5 actually ran pretty brave. I think he's going to hold on for second. He does here. So it's 4-5 here, and you get 6-1, and this is going to play okay. You know, this is a horse that I want to say, if I'm not mistaken, the pick 5 to this horse, you know, to the 5 was $138. To the 4 Classic mark was $486. So big difference.
And the number 5, Mystical Curlin, did not want to switch leads. He never switched to his outside right lead, but tough at the start as well. Let's go down to Richie.
Yeah, guys, and keep an eye on the 4 horse. I mean, he's the one who causes, you know, the contact. He broke out, and the 6 horse broke in. He got it both ways. I think Jose Ortiz did a great job of straightening up, as did Jamie Torres, whose horse started jumping puddles leaving the chute. But the key to victory here was Jose Ortiz staying on top of Mystical Curlin, never letting him get brave, always putting pressure on him. And then Acacia, you called it, not switching leads for the 5 Mystical Curlin and the 4 Classic Mark on his proper outside lead in the stretch, giving him just a bit more energy to finish the deal.
They made it exciting, that's for sure. 6-1 winner, the number 4 Classic Mark to get the job done. 4-5, 1A, 2 in the 5th. As that means it's time for us to say goodbye. Happy 4th of July, Paul, and I'll see you up at Saratoga.
Oh, I had a wonderful show. You have a good week off.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Looking forward to it. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races. Greg Wolf and Andy Sterling coming up next. Have prices for you and a lot more live racing from beautiful Belmont Park after this on a special Independence Day card.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Racers. I'm Richard Migliori here in the paddock with Jose Ortiz, who just notched his 51st win of the meet, drawing back into a tie with your brother, Irad. Key to this race was keeping the pressure on the favorite, Mystical Curlin. You never let him get away.
Yeah, I broke sharp a little bit to the outside. I corrected, and when he crossed over me, he got the lead. I just want to be on his hip every step of the way and see if I got enough force at the cuerpo, and I did.
Yeah, and I mean, a nice, strong finish from you. Jose, you and your brother both have had amazing meets, but how important is it for you to get the title?
I think it's important for both of us, you know. It would be another title for me. It would be another title for him, but we're going to battle it out to the end. I'm sure of that. I want to win for sure, but whatever happens, hopefully everybody come back safe, but for sure I'm going to try to win.
And the only person that's probably not too concerned is your agent, Steve Rushing, because he has both of you.
Yeah, he's doing an amazing job with us. He's handling, you know, basically two leading riders at the same time. It could be could be hard, but he's doing an amazing job. He's one of the best in the game, and I'm very happy to be working with him.
So one thing that's really stood out to me since you came back from Florida from the winter, just how much fun it looks like you're having. And now, the best time of the year to me, Saratoga. What does it mean for you to ride up in Saratoga?
Yeah, it's the best meet of America, I think. A lot of big races with a lot of prestige, and it's fun. I love Saratoga, but one of the things that I love the most is a lot of 2-year-olds, and you know you can find a champion there, and that's my goal. Try to go there, find a good colt, which I already have on Steve and Musing Cole. I think he's amazing, and hopefully I stay on him, and hopefully it's the one we're looking for.
Well, best of luck with that, and we enjoy watching you ride every day. Really, it brings a lot of us pleasure to watch good riders compete, and it's going to go down to the wire with the two Ortiz brothers for leading rider. And welcome Greg Wolf and Andy Serlin to the set, guys.
Yeah, Mig, good to be here. These two have had plenty of battles in the past, and this one's going to be a battle as well, and it's probably going to continue all summer long in Saratoga.
No, I hope so. It does make things more fun, and the fact that obviously Ira missed a few days, and Jose took full advantage of it, especially with that 4-win day the other day, and they're both riding extremely well. We have so many good riders around here that at a certain level, I think we're spoiled because you don't even worry about the riders around here that much because there's so many good riders. It's very unusual that you get a bad ride. It makes it hard for a horse player to complain, but
yeah, I mean, we love to do that. We like excuses.
Exactly.
The deepest jockey colony there is in the game. Classic Mark. Even when she's not supposed to win, Linda Rice is winning races. And at this point, I would say signed, sealed, delivered.
Yes, and you know, we've talked about this a number of times in the last few days that Linda claimed a lot of horses at Churchill Downs, and they're finally allowed to run now that the Churchill meet is over, and Classic Mark is one of them. Obviously, the horse took a step forward, though had run well in the past. And Mystical Curl and those kind of races the horse ran last time, they rarely get duplicated. But to be fair, Greg, getting a sloppy sealed track, I think you should have expected him to do a little bit better because that's what he really runs best on, and he still couldn't get it done.
No, good point. Up next, the race was basically rescheduled from that cancellation on Friday. We're going to see a lot of these same names here showing up, including Yes and Yes, Thin White Duke. 7 furlongs on the turf. This allowance optional claiming field. Good group lining up in this field. Couple for Christophe Clement as well. We'll have more on this field coming up momentarily. Well, he's been one of the great trainers in North America for over a quarter of a century. His runners have earned over $130 million in purse money. Christophe Clement's passion for the game was instilled in Chantilly, France, where he learned from his late father, Miguel, who was a trainer as well. Now he's passing on the lessons he has learned to his son. It was a big part of the Clement Barnes' success.
Take one turn and we go in, okay?
What is it like working with your son on a daily basis?
Complete nightmare. Funny. No, it's a lot of fun because we get on very well. It's challenging sometimes, but in a good way. And no, for a father, if you share a passion with your son, it's always a great thing.
Unfortunately, probably for the household, bad days become twice as bad because you deal with two individuals that experience the bad news and the bad results. And the good days become great days. No, I love it.
Was it exciting for you when your son said that he wanted to come and work in the same stable?
No, very much so, because I'm a lucky man. I've got a great team. So Miguel just, has added to already a really good team, and he makes it great. And it's also fun because by traveling, Miguel saw things that sometimes we didn't see. And so he can just bring something to the table, which I think is important.
Explain to me your kind of divide and conquer, how you make things work between the two of you at the stable.
It's very simple. I'm always right. That's rule number one. And if in doubt, just refer to rule number one.
No, he's very much the boss, so that's correct.
It's not true, by the way. I do believe that, we do share. I share a lot of things with Miguel. I give him a lot of freedom on a lot of things where I think sometimes it's easier for him to make a decision than me.
Who is the one that's grouchier in the morning?
Who is grouchier in the morning? It's got to be Miguel.
I strongly disagree, but rule number one is the boss is never wrong.
Who is more fun in the stables in the mornings during training?
It's got to be him. I don't think I'm fun, but it's going to be him. Maybe none of us, I don't know.
Who takes a defeat harder?
Oof. No doubt, he does.
Now, Miguel, you are in charge of the Saratoga division. Your dad does Belmont, and then here in the summer, you're both here in Saratoga. What's that division like?
It's actually a bit easier on me, to be completely honest, because the stable's in very much informed, and now that I come here during the Saratoga meets, you just keep continuing.
Okay, last question, because there's kind of a stereotype, if you will, that Clement Stable is a turf stable. Tell me a little bit about what that means to you, because you've had a Belmont Stakes winner as well.
Correct. I was lucky enough to win the Belmont, the Jockey Club Gold Cup, the CCA Oaks, had very good dirt horses.
They used to label him like the mile-and-a-half turf trainer, and then horses like Pure Sensation and Disco Partner, then they started labeling him the turf sprinter trainer, and now with 2-year-olds they call him a 2-year-old trainer, and I don't know I wonder what the next label is going to be.
That doesn't matter. As long as we are labeled as something, I'm okay.
One of the great trainers in this game, and of course, Tonalist, one of his great dirt horses he had, and he just had a son of Tonalist win his 3-year-old debut the other day.
And the notion of pigeonholing any trainer as a dirt trainer or turf trainer, a good trainer does well with the horses that they're given, whether they're dirt horses or turf horses. I think, if anything, you might find some trainers have a lot of success on dirt, maybe somebody that does well on turf, but it's more about the horses that you get. And Christophe can win on the dirt, he can win on the turf. He's just a good trainer.
And we're going to see him with a couple coming up in this race as well. 7 furlongs on the turf in this allowance optional claiming field. There's Slipstream for the Clement barn. I'll send out Voodoo Zip as well in this spot. We'll talk through the field when we come back as we get set for the late pick 5 coming up.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside. And they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With TwinSpires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with TwinSpires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, new to Coolmore, America, home of champions.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action Friday through Sunday. Fridays features a 2 p.m. first post, while weekend action begins at 12:40, kicking off the win early pick 5. Home to full, competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. Joining us on site, be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Pretty Mischievous is in third as the field comes through the stretch, and Pretty Mischievous is kicking in now on the outside. Pretty Mischievous is taking the lead. Dorth Vader up into second. Money's Gold is back in third, and then Occult. They're coming down for the finish. It is Pretty Mischievous trying to hold off Dorth Vader. They come on for the finish. Pretty Mischievous. She's had to fight for these last couple of victories, but boy, have they been big ones. Grade 1s in the Kentucky Oaks and the Acorn back-to-back for this filly for Brendan Walsh.
She's a terrific horse that's getting better, and I love seeing Brendan get a chance to shine in the biggest races. He's that kind of trainer. It's interesting. Originally, there was talk was they were going to run her in the CCA Oaks, sort of a logical step, but then they were saying that they were going to turn her back and run her in the test. Well, for those of you that have taken a look at the Victory Ride, which is being run here on Saturday, and as he prepped for the test, they may want to reconsider, because if they get a field like that, plus perhaps some others, like Munnings Gold, that test is going to come up the war of wars. Wherever she goes, she's good.
And that's always a terrific race, year in, year out, that test for 3-year-old fillies at 7/8. Here's our lineup on Network Fox all meet long. See some big ones on Fox Saratoga Saturdays, including that Coaching Club American Oaks to kick things off.
And a win in another Grade 1 makes her about 1-9 to be the 3-year-old champion filly. I mean, a horse would have to win the Alabama, the Cotillion, or a Grade 1 against Holders, and then the Breeders' Cup to displace her as the 3-year-old champion. She is a huge favorite, and another Grade 1 win, wherever it might come, will make her that champion in all likelihood.
Speaking of Brendan Walsh, he'll have Heaven Street coming up in this race, 9-2 right now. Trying to turn the tables on a third place finish behind Yes and Yes, who was second 2 back. We're 10 minutes away from this 6th. Let's go downstairs and check in for the first time today with Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, we'll take a look at Heaven Street in a moment, but I do want to start with one of 2 Christophe Clement trainees, and that includes number 3 in here, Slipstream, where he is a horse that has shown the ability to handle turf with Given It, and as this is the first time I'm seeing him actually as a 4-year-old, I love the way that he has matured. He's really filled out and gone on physically, and last time, there's an argument that he could have finished a bit better than what he did. It was a quick pace, but he was steadied back, out of position early, and then he opted to stay inside in the stretch, and then he was steadied several times throughout the running of that stretch run. I'm sure Joel Rosario would want that one back. Well, he's going to get the chance to do so today, but I really feel as though those 7 furlongs should hit him squarely between the eyes because he has a little bit of size and scope to him where you think, well, maybe the mile's an option, but he's also run very well and impactfully going shorter. So I think this is just the perfect distance for him, and I like the fact that he's shown the capability to handle a turf course with Given It. And I think the same thing's true for number 6, Heaven Street. If he wanted, well, he could work out to be the speed in here with Flavien Prat, who we know isn't shy to going out towards the lead, as he did occupy that position 2 back in the Elusive Quality. And I think because he's a little bit of a smaller, nimbly built horse, that he's another one that should be okay over this quite wet turf course. I mean, walking around the paddock here, if it's any indication on the turf here, there's a lot of give to it, but he looks sensational, as he has had throughout his 3 starts so far at NYRA. And then number 7, Duke of Hazzard, as this was a redrawn race from last Friday, this past Friday, I should say, because of the air quality. Duke of Hazzard is a new shooter. Everybody else came back to it except for him because he was just recently claimed by the Cantor Massies, and he's one that I think the turn back to this 7 furlongs suits him down to the ground. He's been successful at it, albeit way back when, I think, racing in England. But he's smaller, he's compact, he's built like an out-and-out sprinter. So I think he adds a little bit of more flavor to this race now that it's been redrawn and will be run here today, Greg.
He's faced some pretty good company, too. You see Ivar Mason showing up in his running lines.
I just don't love horses claimed from Wesley Ward. The record is not a good one. The ROI is under $1 for every $2 bet, but obviously he does have the races that would give him a chance in here. It's a tricky race. The pace is somewhat murky, and I think that gives horses like the 1 Yes and Yes and the 6 Heaven Street a bit of an advantage because not only are they maybe 2 of the best horses in the race, but they also tactically may be very well placed forward in here.
Well, here's Yes and Yes and Heaven Street when they met back on May the 6th, and what a tough beat for Yes and Yes in this performance.
It really was a brutal beat and lost the favorite Anaconda, who was coming up a tough loss in his prior start by a nose. And Yes ran terrifically. I'll be interested to see how aggressive Jose is. I think that Jose should come out running enough that if Heaven Street wants to make the lead, and you know Flavien Prat, he's looking to go to the front and looking to take advantage of passivity by the other riders. So I think it's up to Jose to at least go enough that if Flavien is able to get the lead, he's got to use Heaven Street a little bit to get there. I don't think he should worry so much about the others. Slipstream, a horse who's a bit pace compromised, I've always been a fan. He's never really rebounded from going overseas. But, Greg, isn't one of the weirdest things the purchase of Cazadero?
Yeah, you just brought this to my attention, and tell the story. I was shocked.
Well, you look at his form when he got in the turf last year. He ran terrific in Saratoga for getting completely left, and then he goes up and just blasts a field in a stake race.
That performance at Woodbine was out of this world.
I mean, it didn't seem at all unrealistic to take a shot in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Obviously, things didn't go well there. It was also a slow pace. Then he goes, and this is the win at Woodbine. I mean, he beat these field like they were a bunch of claimers.
How wide was he the whole trip?
He was so good in here, it was almost ridiculous. And then he goes overseas. He doesn't run well. He comes back, and people should note he was in the sale at Keeneland. I know he's a 5-year-old gelding, and as a gelding, you know, he doesn't have any residual value, etc. You still think he would go for $120,000 to $200,000. He went for $60,000. David Jacobson can't get him the races until June, where he runs an allowance down at Laurel, and he was awful. I mean, he didn't run a step. So, listen, maybe he'll be magically transformed here, but he is a tough horse to trust in any way.
Yeah, he's a tough one to know what to do with because he has obviously a world of ability, but maybe he just can't run anymore.
His good race, and he would, if you knew he was going to run back to the Woodbine race, you'd take 8-5 on him. But it's just impossible to trust him.
I might take shorter than that if we knew we were going to get that on him.
No, I agree.
But, yeah,
he would absolutely win if he ran that race.
All right, Ortiz Jr. will have the call. He's going to have the inside post here as the 2-horse for David Jacobson.
Do you think he's starting to get a little rattled? They're tied. You know, what if Jose wins with yes and yes?
I don't think
I don't think
man
Irad
gets
rattles.
rattled.
Nah, I don't think he rattles either. I really don't think he does.
I think he thrives on the competition. And that was part of it. He saw his brother win an Eclipse Award after he'd won, what, 3 in a row?
That sounds right, yeah.
And he said, all right, I'm going to get back to business here.
He did.
Proceeded
you know
to
what? I'm
win
sure
another.
he would like to have won it. I am 100% sure, and I know you would agree he was happy that Jose won as well.
Here is yes and yes, so his brother Jose will be aboard. Breaks from post 3.
He's the stronger half of the entry. He has speed. He has the best races. I think he's the one to beat, but 3-2 is a little tough.
His stablemate, Thin White Duke, has been better at Saratoga, but he's talented as well.
No, that's exactly what I was going to say, Greg. I think they're hoping to get him there and maybe the 5.5s, but always rooting for him. Maybe he can repeat in the Lucky Coin, now the Harvey Pack. Steve Christ winning the Harvey Pack would be a special moment.
Here's Cazadero, Rad Ortiz Jr. with the rail.
I think of all the horses running today, I'm most intrigued to see what we get from this horse today.
Slipstream, one of a couple for Christophe Clement, has Joel Rosario.
I have a lot of love for this horse, but he's pace compromised in here. Though it's 7-1, I think he's a more than fair price.
Stablemate for West Point Thoroughbreds, Voodoo Zip, Dylan Davis.
He's one of these West Point horses that always seems to take a lot of money, but he's another horse that's pace compromised at best.
Lucky Curlin, Javier Castellano riding, 9-1.
Yeah, he has been running in tougher races recently, but he hasn't been competitive.
And we showed you the Brendan Walsh colt earlier. Heaven Street, Flavien Prat will ride.
Why is this horse 9-2 and the 1 3-2? I mean, I know it's an entry, but I don't think Heaven Street, if you think is less likely to win than the 1, not a lot.
Duke of Hazard, one Maggie was talking about. Shortcut back in distance.
Wish the Cantermasis well, and I just don't want horses claimed from this barn. But if you like this horse, 11-1 is a very, very, very fair price.
And that great win with Evie Jets in the Perfect Sting the other day.
Well, that has to be one of the best claims in the last couple of years. I mean, when you consider not only the race she's won and the money she's won, but her value as a broodmare at this point also.
Noble Damsel she won as well.
She's been absolutely terrific, and I'm really happy for them.
Get signed up, play along with us throughout the rest of the final few days of this meet, all summer long, Saratoga and beyond. Go to NYRABets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. You saw that promo code there. Bonus 200. Take advantage for new members. 2 minutes away from the start of the 6 here to start this late pick 5 pool. 627,000 and more to come.
Yeah, and you know, people were wondering about pick 6. Somebody asked me the other day on Twitter, will we carry if it didn't get hit on closing day to Saratoga? We never carry from one meet to the next unless there's a late cancellation. So in that case, next Sunday will be mandatory payouts for all pick 5s, pick 6s as well. And Saturday there should be 3 pick 5s. You excited for that 12 race fair?
Final days of meets are terrific.
Yeah, get a lot of good races, a lot of good stuff coming up, and looking forward to that Saturday card next week with the stakes and the Belmont Derby, Belmont Oaks. But that victory ride takes second fiddle to no race.
Are you here all next weekend?
I am not. I'm going to be here on Friday, and I'm going to Saratoga. But I'll be participating in Saturday's. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'll miss you too. But the problem is, Greg, you and I, this might be the last time you and I work together until we get back in the fall, because we're very rarely on together in Saratoga.
It's true.
It's not right. They're keeping us apart, Greg.
All this chemistry we build up.
I know. That's okay. I won't forget you. I got nothing but love.
I appreciate it. 8 to 5, I'm with you. It's a bit short, but yes and yes. Would you deserved horse to be, right?
I think he is. I picked him, but, and listen, Thin White Duke is not impossible, so he's some insurance, but this is why I hate entries. You know, I would rather get yes and yes and get maybe 5 to 2.
Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, yes and yes looks fantastic here, but a horse that's taking money that I'm not totally sold on is Cazadero. And Andy brought up all the intangibles that give you reason to be cautious about taking a look at this horse. The gnats are really biting. It's probably going to rain again. I always learn being around horses. If they're biting us and the horses, that the rain's coming again. Anyway, taking a look at Cazadero, he's one that I saw way back when as a 2-year-old, and he was this big, bulky, typical Steve Asmussen type of horse. But, I mean, that was when he was a colt. He is a lot lighter. He is a bit, he looks like a gelding now. He was bad to saddle, but I do like what Arad Ortiz did with him. He immediately broke him away from the pony, got him a really good warm-up, because last time he just was not involved at all. And this is a horse that, at least in his dirt races, was more forward, and I think with the 7, it could bring him into the race more and make him a bit more competitive, because it seems as of late he's just been out the back and uncompetitive with the rest of his foes. So I get it where he's an interesting proposition. I'll put him in the winner's circle today, but I can't full-heartedly endorse him, Greg, as they are moving to the starting gate. Greg, I got to ask you, you and I are married to Brits. Is this holiday as awkward for you as it is for me in the house?
No, I forced Laura to embrace it.
Really?
Yes. So proudly flying the American flag.
Well, Mag, it might be easier for Greg to put up with Laura than you having to put up with Tom. Maybe that's part of the whole situation here.
Yeah, no, we're actually barbecuing. We're watching the fireworks. She enjoys it.
Cool.
But yeah, I guess underneath there's a little awkwardness.
I guess. I mean, holidays are nice, I mean, this one is maybe it is a little bit because, right, this was our independence from England.
Well, I'm not scared to flaunt it in her face. 3 to 2
well,
favorites.
That might be the problem with Maggie and Tom, right, too, right? Not that I blame either of you.
Yes and yes, there he is. And last time out, too, just got brutalized out of the gate by Go Bears Go. Just about completely eliminated him. And it's 51-1 anyway, right. In an extremely tough group.
Tough race with no pace, but a horse that needs to be forward probably to run his best races took him out of his game. And I'd like to see Jose come out running. Maybe the 6 takes the lead, but don't just give the lead up to Heaven Street.
Late pick 5 begins here. 7 furlongs on the turf. Let's go to John Imbrial.
Waiting now on the final horse, the 1A, Thin White Duke. He's in, and we are ready for race 6. And they're off. And there goes Heaven Street out for the early lead. Lucky Curlin runs in second. Slipstream down at the hedge is next in third, followed by Voodoo Zip. Now a quick move there from Yes and Yes, who is gaining ground on the inside of Duke of Hazard as they move up the backstretch. Heaven Street's the leader. Yes and Yes has moved into second, and Duke of Hazard has gained into third. Slipstream is now in fourth. Lucky Curlin's in between horses. On the outside is Thin White Duke. Then Voodoo Zip running in 7th, and Cazadero trails the field in 8th, the opening quarter 23 and 4/5 seconds. Heaven Street leads here by a length and a half. Yes and Yes, Duke of Hazzard heads apart 2nd and 3rd. Slipstream on the inside, and now Thin White Duke begins to pick it up on the far outside. Farther back is Lucky Curlin, and then Voodoo Zip and Cazadero. Heaven Street still the one to catch. Just in behind is Yes and Yes, and Thin White Duke is on the outside. It is Heaven Street who has the lead. Then the entry mates, Thin White Duke and Yes, followed by Slipstream. Down on the inside is Voodoo Zip. Cazadero's putting in a late run out in the middle of the course. Heaven Street is the leader. Thin White Duke in 2nd. Slipstream is 3rd. It is Heaven Street with a front-running score. And Thin White Duke completes the exacta.
Heaven Street, Brendan Walsh, Flavien Prat turns the tables on Yes and Yes and gets a 4th win of his career.
And this race was over at the start when the number 1, Yes and Yes, completely blew the break. And you know that Flavien is going with the 6, Heaven Street, and Jose tried to do whatever he could. You see him breaking slow and steadying back there. But at this point, Heaven Street is off on his own, going 23 and 4, and there's some give in this turf. But believe me, this horse was crawling the first quarter, and there was nothing that Jose could do. I think he tried to mitigate it, but it was over at that point. Thin White Duke ran well to be 2nd, but Heaven Street's a good horse, so when he's out of that kind of advantage, he's too good for them. A nice win for both Brendan Walsh and Flavien.
Know if I've seen a horse, and it's not usually his fault, but who has more problems at the start of races, and a lot of times it's not his fault.
I know, but he seems to have problems far too often, and sometimes you wonder if it's not his fault. But you start to wonder a little bit, you know, if there's something going on that's sort of helping it happen. And this one was one where I don't know if it was somebody else's fault. I saw a little steady, but you got to get out of the gate. And you definitely have to get out of the gate when your main competition is the other speed. So you've got to be there to keep that one honest. And once that happened, the race was over for Yes and Yes, and frankly, it was over for Heaven Street.
6-1-8, 3-2, 3-1 on this 4-year-old son of Street Sense. Let's go back to Maggie.
Well, truth be told, I am friends with the whole Brendan Walsh crew, but his assistant Roger said to me, "You recognize the kid on the horse's head?" And I said, "He looks so familiar, but I can't quite place him." He said, "That's Brian Lynch's son." So Nick Lynch just came down with the biggest smile on his face saying, "This is my first win as a groom." He's so proud of his horse, and I just love to see the young people get involved and be that happy and enthusiastic about it. So congratulations, Nick.
Maggie, were you just making a suggestion that maybe you're not young anymore?
Yeah.
You're very young
like,
compared to
yes,
me.
Pinkish, reddish, yeah.
It's all relative. 3 today for Flavien Prat. And we're going to have more on his story later on in the program.
Maybe he'll win the title up in Saratoga.
Andy, you already know what's going to happen.
Yes, I do. You're going to be complaining to me about losing.
Oh, boy. 6-1-8, 3-2. For those that don't know, Andy and I were having a little fun.
A little friendly wager for charity.
Figuring out who's going to win that rider's title. I said Arad Ortiz Jr.'s odds on. Andy disagreed. He wants the field.
I want the field. I'm taking the price.
We're going to talk this weekend coming up. Belmont Derby and Oaks, a couple of great ones on the final weekend of the meet at Belmont. And an international field showing up for the boys. We'll talk through it when we come back.
Eclipse Champion Blade, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. And in the sales ring, Blame continues to prove his value.
Now 50, 550, 550,000.
I'm at a period 85, 485,000. Thank you.
Also an emerging broodmare sire. His stakes-producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse Champion Forte.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Blade, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We are proudly brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. It's a natural hat trick for Flavien Prat today, as we've seen him be very aggressive with his mounts, and Heaven Street was just another one. Flavien, you look like the speed on paper, and you took no prisoners today.
You know, he jumped well. I mean, to be honest, I was hoping to get a target, but it seems like we were all in the same boat. Nobody wants to go, so I was obviously on a fast horse and decided to just let him run from there.
As we approach the final weekend of racing here at Belmont Park, you're on some live horses coming up this weekend. Kind of want to ask you about two of your mounts because I have to talk about them later on here in the show. But Najarok, we saw you in the Jimmy Murphy. It was such a good ride from the far outside post, get over to the rail. Talk a little bit about how handy this horse is, especially with these longer distances.
Yeah, he, as you say, is really handy. I thought the blinkers on really step him up. That was a good run last time. You know, we were a bit disappointed in Keeneland because I thought I had a good trip, and it looks like turning form I was going to be a winner, and just couldn't go by that horse. But since then, we had the blinkers on, and yeah, that was a big change.
How about redistricting? It's a big jump from a maiden score, which was by open lengths, to the 1.25 mile Belmont Derby. Talk a little bit about that and the confidence you have riding for Chad Brown.
Yeah, obviously, you know, I had the chance to get on him a few times in the morning. It seems really classy, and obviously, if you know, Chad Brown decides to get him in the race, it seems like he really likes him, and we hope for a good run.
All right, well, keep up the great work. It's been a good day so far.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, Flavien Prat, he looks to have a live closing weekend here at Belmont Park, much like today on July 4th for the Frenchman.
He's produced some fireworks ever since he's come to the East Coast. Not missed a step after being so dominant out west. And aggressive here, going to the front and leading every step of the way.
No, he's a sensational rider. It's no secret to people that were paying attention to West Coast riding, but we didn't get a chance to see it here a great deal. But he acclimated to riding here about as quickly as I've ever seen a rider acclimate, and it's a tribute to him and what a terrific rider is. Yeah, he gets a lot of good mounts, but there's a reason, and he rides them extremely well.
He also went to Ellis and had a $94 winner on the turf.
Yes, he did. That would not be considered a good mount, and he still got
No,
the job
it would not.
done. No,
6-1-8-3, Heaven Street here in the 6th. We'll set up the 7th momentarily. We talked about the two big grade ones coming up in that Turf Triple Series over the weekend here at Belmont. We'll start with the boys. Belmont Derby, grade 1, and Prat will be on redistricting for Chad Brown. She just asked him about it. Orsia, pretty impressive maiden win, and now going to take on grade 1 company. But let's start with Kalik, stablemate of redistricting, coming out of the Pine Ridge. Top 3 all come out of this race.
What has made Kalik so dangerous is his speed and the fact he's been able to dominate fields that were paceless races. And while I think Farbridge ran well, but I think he's a horse Farbridge creates his own problems by not running on turns and needing to be inside, etc. The problem for Kalik here is that Wizard of Westwood is in here, and he's faster early. So I don't think he's going to be able to control. And I also think it's very important to note that the rails are coming down for the first time since Belmont Week on Saturday on the inner turf course. And that normally makes the inside paths a real advantage. And that's something that could have a great effect on this race, especially given the Foxes drew on the outside. So can Kalik have the same kind of advantage that he's had over these others if he's not able to control?
He broke his mane sitting off. You just think he's better on the front end?
I think that's given him the real advantage over the other horse. I don't know that he necessarily can't beat them, but he's given him a real advantage, and he's run so well in the front end. Listen, any horse that can control in the front end in a slow pace has an advantage, and I just think that advantage is seated, so I think that'll hurt him a little bit. Listen, I think redistricting is going to be very tough in here, but these outside posts are a real worry, but there is a long run at the first turn to hopefully get over towards the inside.
Well, the horse who comes into this race from overseas, he's already a multiple group winner for Andrew Balding. That is the Foxes, including a Group 2 win in the Dante Stakes at York.
And then a 5th place finish in the Epsom Derby, which produced a couple of very good performances from horses that did not win subsequently at Ascot. So this was, the Epsom Derby is always one of the premier races in the world at that distance, and he's very, very talented. And his Dante win was a very, very good one. For him, his biggest problem is the post 11 draw and whether or not he can work out the right trip. but I don't think there's any denying that he's the most talented horse, at least from what we've seen so far in the field.
Just makes it more fun with horses like this showing up from overseas as well. Well, Maggie had a chance to talk to Flavien Prat about his mount coming up in this race. Maggie, your thoughts on the lightly raced but talented redistricting?
Yeah, and he has the pedigree to be talented. As you mentioned, Greg, being a son of Kingman, the Dam Half to $7 million winner on the turf, St. Nicholas Abbey, but he only sold for $200,000. So you kind of wonder why he didn't go for more, possibly, at the Tattersall's yearling sale, and we had to wait a little bit to get him to the races. But once he got here, he absolutely destroyed a field of maiden special weight company. Now, he will pick up Flavien Prat from Arad Ortiz from that maiden score. What's strange about this race is that Chad Brown has never won it. Even when it was a Jamaica, and it was the Jamaica from 1994 to 2019 run kind of in the same similar conditions. I found that very interesting. It's a huge step to go from this 1.16 miles that we saw him breaking his maiden at to 1.25 miles. And while, as we heard Flavien Prat say, he's very classy, and I couldn't agree, he was very professional, couldn't agree more, he was very professional in that debut. I think it's a lot to ask of a horse to step out and do this in just his second start, Greg.
Yeah, even from this barn with Prat, these strong connections, it is a big ask. We'll find out, but it makes this race, again, even more intriguing with him showing up. Obviously, Chad Brown has to feel he's up to the challenge to put him in here.
No, listen, I've had that conversation with Chad Brown, because I'm a fan of the horse. I think he's terrific, and obviously Chad does too. And I said to him, how concerned are you, about the Mile Course second start? And he just really believes he's that kind of horse that he can get it done. And he is well aware. We talked about the Foxes, how good he may be, and he said, well, he better, bring his A game, because when this guy comes rolling along, he's going to be running. And, Chad's not a guy who lacks confidence, as he shouldn't lack confidence, and he's got a very good horse. But Maggie's right. I mean, to do a race, something like this in his second start, 1.25 miles moving up, it's a big ask.
Yeah. Looking forward to it on Saturday. That'll be race 10. Meanwhile, 3-year-old fillies, their version, Belmont Oaks, grade 1 as well, 1.25 mile inner turf. And Mission of Joy for Graham Motion. He'll send out a couple in this field. We'll have the inside post, Tyler Gaffleone. It comes in off a grade 3 win in the Regret in Churchill.
I think Mission of Joy is one of the ones that can win the race, and I think Papilio is another one that can win the race. This race lacks the star power that potentially the Belmont Derby has, because these horses so far have shown themselves to be nice horses. They haven't shown themselves to be superstars. There isn't a European coming over like the Foxes. You've got two sort of fringe Group 3 types coming over for the race from Europe who may well be good enough. So Mission Joy, obviously a horse who can win this race, and I think the second horse, if she can get over her problems of lugging in and misbehaving, they're both players in here. Graham has a pretty strong hand with this horse and the unpronounceable European.
Yeah, we're going to try and figure that one out before Saturday. Who comes in from France. And John Velasquez will have the call on that filly. I'm not going to butcher it for you right now. But yeah, this does seem like it is very wide open.
It really does. I think there's a lot of players in here. Listen, I wouldn't discount the horses coming out of the Wonder again. Prerequisite. Can Prerequisite get the lead in this race? If she's able to control in the front end, she becomes dangerous. She's not going to have to deal with that same Mike Rapoli, Todd Pletcher horse she ran against last time. And on this course, she could be dangerous again and be your best, a good 2-year-old. She came back to life in this race as well. Why can't either one of these horses win?
Prat had been aboard for back-to-back victories on Prerequisite, including this Wonder again, but then he winds up on Asprey.
Asprey is a funny one because Asprey was the best horse last time out, but the Christophe Clement horse that she beat came back and was a no-show in the Wild Applause.
Well, this is Prerequisite. Maiden scored Belmont, backs it right up first time against winners that's in the grade 2 company at 1 1/8 miles in the Wonder again, and she does it again.
Well, she liked redistricting, came off of a maiden win. It was her second start to win her stake in her next start, so Chad Brown knows how to do it. And this is a horse, Prerequisite, who got a brutal trip in her debut as well.
Fasig-Tipton Belmont Oaks Invitational. That is race 8 on that Saturday card, 4:43 Eastern time. It is going to be a fun final weekend before we head to Saratoga.
Yeah, it always is a really fun way to close out the meet, and people should remember it's going to be a fun day out here, food trucks, a lot of good stuff going on. It's the last Saturday we're going to be at Belmont Park until Kentucky Derby in all likelihood. So come on out and see us before we go to Saratoga. Get yourself ready to make a trip up and visit us in the spa, or hang out and watch us on the show.
We would love it.
We'll be on quite frequently.
Either way, this is what we have. So the Manila on Friday, which we'll talk about later. And in addition to those 2 stakes we talked about on Saturday, so the Suburban, and then that Victory Ride you briefly mentioned, we're going to see Maple Leaf Mel, among others. New York Bred's putting that perfect record on the line.
Red Carpet Ready as well in there. That race is an absolute war. That's going to be a really fun race. I think that race may be the most exciting race on the entire card. And I love the Belmont Derby and Oaks. They're two of my favorite races.
Up next, race 7 on today's card here. 1.25 mile inner turf, allowance to optional claiming field. 4 to 5, My Risky Affair. Christophe Clement, Joel Rosario.
She lost one of the most incredible photos in the history of horse racing last time. And if you slow-mo it and you watch it, my friend David Aragon insisted you can tell that she lost, but there's no way to watch the pan and think she didn't win that photo. In fact, Christophe Clement, who trained both the first and second finishers, he was completely shocked in the winner's circle when he saw which one of his horses finished first.
Odds on to get a little redemption here, and he'll have Rosario aboard. Quite a few scratches. Graham Motion, terrific trainer in our sport, and he's going to have a filly coming up in that Grade 1 Belmont Oaks Invitational we talked about, and he's a player in this race coming up as well.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
I'm very bullish on it.
Tom's D'Etat's got a 4-length lead at the 16th pole. Tom's D'Etat has conquered the Clark.
Your best horses of the last 10 or 15 years are not consistently as fast as this horse.
It's total domination for Tom's D'Etat.
He's a beautifully balanced horse and a really good mover, and he's just full of class.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Happy 4th of July to everybody out there watching. Thanks for spending part of the holiday with us on the program as we get set for the 7th coming up. What a lot to smile about for that man we just saw, Javier Castellano, just having an incredible run the last almost year now.
He really turned things around when he got healthy and he made a switch to PJ Campo as his agent, and PJ had done such an absolutely amazing job with Eric Cancel, winning that Aqueduct title with Eric Cancel, and getting together with Javier. They've just turned it around together, and it's nice to see. And it's good to see with Javier. He's such an incredibly likable guy and a very, very, very great rider.
He'll be on the 9 Peace Seeker. Meanwhile, Joel Rosario will ride this one, My Risky Affair. This is the 6-5 favorite for Christophe Clement, who was in that nasty photo in this race.
Don't you feel like this is the kind of race where Joelle's just going to front with her? She's a horse that's won these races up front, and Arena had an as easier a trip as she had last time out. Arena being the #1 here, who was the heavy favorite that day, and she just had nothing down the lane. And I don't know why you should assume she'll get better and more distance. She's a German-bred horse that was running in Germany and running shorter distance races. This is one of the most incredible ones you'll ever see.
I don't understand still.
It's like an illusion, baby.
Looks like the clear-cut winner.
Didn't even look close.
Yeah.
I was watching it in my office, and I wasn't involved with betting it. I just assumed she won. I got doing work. I didn't even know until I came down here to do the show and saw like the pick 4, pick 5s, whatever, and realized that horse didn't win.
Luckily, you didn't congratulate Christoph.
Well, he won with the other horse. He trained the other horse. In fact, I'm friendly with somebody who's involved with the connections of the other horse, and he said, watching the race, that I thought I lost.
Eased the blow a little bit.
Running 1-2 is good. Now he's got the condition for her, so if she wins today, it was a good photo to lose, right?
6-5, many out, as you see with the scratches in here, and that once she was rolling by, that was Arena who was the one, and she got her by her pretty easily, which makes it sort of tough to think, how is Arena going to turn the tables here?
And I also think you can be more confident that My Risky Affair is more suited to the distance. A lot of times you see the German breds and you assume, oh, it's a German bred. Horse wants to run all day. But this horse was running in mile and a 16th, and mile and 1/8 races over in Germany. So they weren't looking for big routes over there. And Chad Brown ran her a mile. I mean, now when she was 3-5 and lost 2 back, she was part of an entry with the winner, to be fair. But last time out, what was her excuse that day? She sat on top of a slow pace. She couldn't pass the horse in front of her, and she got passed from behind. Listen, she could improve. It's Chad Brown. Maybe there's a little give in the ground. Maybe that'll help her. My Risky Affair, she has run well on yielding turf before, so I don't see any reason she shouldn't handle the cut in the ground, but maybe it'll help the number 1. I don't think the 1 Arena is impossible, but based on the last race, My Risky Affair is a much more likely winner.
And we saw Graham Motion going to break. He's going to have Amani's Image, the 2 in here, who we'll talk plenty about. But John Velasquez will be aboard. That filly coming off a win. That was at Pimlico from very far out of it at a mile and a 16th.
That was a much softer field than this. There's not a lot of pace, and she doesn't have much speed. I'd be a little, listen, she could be improving, but I'd be concerned that she may not get better with more distance.
1.25 miles coming up today. Yeah, that was a mile and a 16th last time out. So here we go with the post parade Arena, Chad Brown, and those Peter Brandt Silks with Flavien Prat.
So Flavien Prat's looking for his 4th win in this card, and I don't know if he's had a day where he's won 4 in New York, and win or lose, she's certainly live.
Amani's Image, here is the Graham Motion filly.
I'm curious to see what she does. I mean, she ran effectively at 5.5. She wins at a mile and a 16th. Is she going to get better with distance? Because the worst turf race she's ever run was at a mile and 3/16.
B Up is going to shorten up slightly in distance today.
I would send her if I were Manny Franco. We'll see what My Risky Affair does. Her only chance to upset here, I think, is on the front end.
Mike Maker trains the 3. We jump all the way to the 8 with scratches. My Risky Affair, the favorite, 7-5.
She may lose, but I think 7-5 is a very square price in this horse. I think she's the best horse. She has the tactical speed to either be in front or stalking. I think she's an hour the horse to beat here.
And here's Javier Castellano on Peace Seeker for Fernando Abreu.
She's run okay in her races, but she was no match for My Risky Affair 2 back when she finished 4+ lengths behind her.
4 minutes to post. Just making some noise, rattling those feet on that sloppy track.
I like that when when you could hear that in the wet track. It was probably the only thing that was kind of fun about being all alone here during the pandemic. Was you could hear everything going on. Yeah. You could hear the horses, you hear people talking. There was such an intimate situation, but we're still happy that everybody's back. And they'll all be coming back to Saratoga.
No question. We're going to have plenty of big crowds coming up all summer long.
And it's also nice to see a big crowd where people are having such a good time.
Yeah.
And Saratoga is a place where people love to come. And, we've made it so easy with this show, the way people watch on the internet and things. But the one constant is that people come to Saratoga. I think out west, people go to Del Mar. And I think here, they come to Saratoga, and you see a lot of people, friendships. I mean, you've only been with us about 6-7 years, but I'm sure you've made friends with people up that come to Saratoga that you see up there that you don't really see the rest of the year.
No question. Hard not to have a good time up there.
No,
we're looking forward to it. Basically a week from today is when most of us are taking off. Opening day a week from Thursday.
I will be taking off on Saturday. I will be doing a few autograph signing sessions around town, Greg, before you get there to soften the crowd up for you.
I got to show up early then.
I got to jump on you. It could be a problem.
Johnny V on Amani's Image here. 5-2, and just seems like the kind of race that not a ton of pace to set it up. They're not going to be flying in here.
And I think, this horse is not going to be that far out of it. There were fast pace in the last race. So when you get a small field, they tend to bunch. You're not going to have a big dispersion among the field.
Let's go back to Maggie.
Look, My Risky Affair is much the mare to beat in here as Philly. As she ran a winning race last time. So fine, have her. And maybe just because it's a 5-horse field and there's not much else to talk about, I am a little bit interested in Arena for playing devil's advocate for what Andy said. And when I first looked at this race, I thought, man, she doesn't want to go 1.25 miles. What's the reasoning behind that? Then kind of watching her replays, she's pretty one-paced. And I'm thinking that maybe with Flavien Prat aboard, maybe he makes the best of that inside post and puts her on the lead. I don't know. There's other pace in here. My Risky Affair is very fast. He has to do it from the outside, though. At least he can make My Risky Affair work for the lead. I thought it was interesting, and two, she looks like the horse that's going to handle, given her German pedigree as well, handle the soft going today. And I do think you want to be down towards the inside, weirdly, on this turf course. Amani's Image, she's a little intriguing. I wonder, though, if she's one that kind of needs pace to close into, and I wonder if that's mitigated going the 1.25 miles. Looking at her, I don't have any problem with it, to be quite honest. And I wonder if Johnny, because Johnny is typically aggressive, if he does put her in the game, because she was bouncing on her toes. She makes a great impression. I mean, we talked about it earlier on the show that Graham Motion, he has brought many live runners here, and it really shows with the way that they look in the preliminaries. And Greg, getting back to our conversation about being married to a Brit and being an American on this day, for 12 years, I did not push the issue because I'm married to a very staunch Englishman. But this year I said, let's go see the fireworks. And jokingly and sarcastically, Tom said to Grace last night, oh, I'm just going to sit in the car and drink bourbon while you guys watch the fireworks. And Grace very sweetly took him seriously today. And when he came home, said, Daddy, which bourbon do you want me to pack in the bag for tonight?
I like her style.
I live right off the water on the west side, and there were a few years there where they were doing the fireworks on the west side, and I'd come home and it would just be this mass of people sort of getting ready.
Come on, Tom. Join in, watch with the fam.
I listen to them. I don't see them.
4-5 favorite.
The best fireworks I saw, I went to a party on a roof deck of the Sugar Bill, whatever, the Domino Sugar site in Williamsburg years ago. And the band The Secret Machines were playing while the fireworks were going off, and it was pretty great. Yeah, it was pretty
cool.
Fun. Yeah. That was a while ago.
Hopefully,
that was when it was fun.
Cooperates tonight for everyone in the New York area.
It's supposed to. I think it'll be okay. Clear up by then.
4-5 favorite, My Risky Affair. Clement, Rosario, Cedar Hill. And it seems like a lot to like with this one. Sharp form as well, and the 1.25 miles is something that's within her scope. She's done it before.
1 3/8, yeah. She's as hard as a beast. Why she's even money. I mean, it doesn't, listen, they have to get the job done, and it's horse racing, and I don't think the 1 and 2 can be considered impossible in here. The 3 would have to run her absolutely better than she's probably ever run before, but she could be forward, and that would help her out here. They got to run the races, but she is clearly the one to beat, and probably the right price at even money.
Hard to imagine that this jockey colony gets even tougher when you go to Saratoga, as tough as it is.
And you pick up Tyler Gaffleone.
Ricardo Santana
coming. No, it really, listen.
Saez.
Luis Saez, right? We haven't seen Louis riding in New York since last fall. So it'll be great to see
a couple years ago.
Yeah. No, and it's nice to see him back. A good guy, too. Everybody wants to be in Saratoga. And the other thing is you add those guys to the room. I mean, it's such an embarrassment of riches. It really is.
Best of the best. It's going to be a spectacular summer. Here's Prat. He's going to try and win his 4th on today's card here on Arena for Chad Brown.
I hear he's riding a little harness race up there, too.
Yeah, we're going to have a little more on that coming up. We've shown that feature many times. He's very versed in harness racing.
I think that's a great idea. We'll talk about it a little later on the show, but I'm excited about that. That'll be a fun thing. And it's nice to see, you know, getting in the spirit of how much fun Saratoga is and doing things outside of the racetrack. You know, I mean, that was one of the things I did with the radio show we used to do at the Parting Glass, is to just sort of have events in town because everybody's so close together.
Here we go with a 7th. 1.25 on the turf. 4-5 favorite for Christophe Clement here. My Risky Affair. And there is Joel Rosario. We'll load in next. And we're set. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
Peace Seeker moves in. We're set for the 7th. And they're off. From the inside, it is Arena, who is sent out for the early lead and quickly opens up by a length. Be Up on the outside is Peace Seeker. They're right together, 2nd and 3rd. Then My Risky Affair, and down towards the rail is Amani's Image. They head for the clubhouse turn with Arena in front here. And Be Up is in 2nd. Amani's Image has come through down at the rail to grab 3rd. Peace Seeker in the white blinkers runs in 4th. And the favorite, My Risky Affair, is the trailer in 5th. The opening quarter over the good inner turf in 24 1/5 seconds. So it is Arena with a narrow lead over Be Up, who has moved right alongside now. So it's Be Up and Arena, and they are heads apart, and now they're heading up the backstretch. Amani's Image is down at the rail, alongside his Peace Seeker, and My Risky Affair remains 5th and last, about 4.5 lengths off front-running Arena, who leads here by a head. Be Up on the outside in 2nd. Half mile, 49 2. Amani's Image getting a good trip just behind the front runners in 3rd. Then Peace Seeker and My Risky Affair continues to trail. Arena continues to lead here by a neck. Be Up is on the outside. Then Amani's Image and Peace Seeker. My Risky Affair remains 5th. 3/4 went in 1:14 and 4. Now they're going around the far turn. It's Arena and Be Up. They continue to race 1-2. Amani's Image just off them in 3rd. Then Peace Seeker, My Risky Affair, now being asked to pick it up from the back of the pack. And they're coming for the top of the stretch. It's Be Up on the outside, Arena on the inside, with My Risky Affair now gaining ground into 3rd. Here's Be Up. Here's My Risky Affair charging up on the outside. It's Be Up on the inside, My Risky Affair on the outside. My Risky Affair and Be Up, and the two of them will battle it out to the finish here. And Be Up is a tough customer here, and he pulled it off. Be Up upsets the field here at odds of 7-1 with Manny Franco.
Be Up 7-1. Favorite got up right up to her and just would not go by.
Unless there was some sort of foul taking place that we didn't see, that was one of the most epic hangs I've ever seen. And Be Up, you know, she stalked Arena, but Arena finished dead last, so it's not like she had some significant pace advantage. To be honest, on this course, this pace was fairly honest. I don't know where Be Up came up with this race, to be honest. She was dreadful last time when she finished 4th. It's not like she wired the field in some slow pace. My Risky Affair looked 1-9 at this point. Now, I'd like to see the head on. Is it possible the 3 came out? It doesn't seem like it on the pan, but this was epic. How did she not win this race?
Even lost a little bit of ground late in the stretch.
This was, wow, was this a bad hang job.
3-8-2-9. Let's take a look at that head-on view. See if there is anything here.
They're a long way away. And I didn't see it on the pan if there was. She comes out to meet her. I mean, there's a little herding going on here. There is herding going on, and I don't like herding, and I think it should be stopped, but there's nothing that they would adjudicate in there. This is a bad loss for My Risky Affair. I look forward to betting against her next time.
7-1, Manny Franco, Mike Makers, Sandy Goldfarb Silks. And a 5th career win, 4th on the grass for this 5-year-old mare. Yeah, you think the 4-5 favorite looming up here on the outside.
It was over.
It's a good night.
This was bad. This was bad. Credit to Manny and Be Up. I don't know where the race came from because her last race was bad, but she ran huge today.
7-1 upset of a 4-5 favorite. Be Up, the victory, and you could beat odds-on favorites, and that's where you're going to get these big payoffs. And it happens here with an odds-on favorite in a compact field too. We're going to have a timeout with these prices when we come back. 4th of July festivities continue. No better time to bring you this piece again. The great story of this forgotten mare who became an American hero. The story of Sergeant Reckless, still to come.
The rumbling started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Thanks for tuning in to the program here. It's America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, as we are proudly brought to you by Hillendale at Elapa, standing such greats as Curlin, as today's 7th race went to be up as she lit up the tote board at 7-1. And Manny, I think that big price was a result of her somewhat lackluster performance last time. Was there any difference in today? Obviously, the course is a lot softer. So was there any difference that you felt or saw from that time to today?
Yeah, I think she kind of like the way the grass is today, you know. And I think the grass, the speed horses are holding. So I want to break forward and get my position, and after that, make a decision. So the one broke good, and Javier was intent to, to come over, but I just hold my spot there and stuck in the one. And like I said, she was traveling so well on the off-going, and she was there for me the entire way.
We could see we have the nice different shots, so we get to see some head-on shots, and you look to be full of horse, but you also kept her away from the one horse. That's a technique we see a lot of riders do if they have a horse that's being aggressive.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get him to relax a little bit. That's why I float away from the one. And at the same time, the stretch, I want to be on the best part on the track a little bit. I don't want to be down in the rail too much. And work out good for me.
Well, Manny, looking forward to Saratoga?
I'm ready.
Always ready. We saw you such a huge performance a couple years ago with Tiz the Law in the Travers. I mean, are there any big horses you're looking forward to riding up there?
Nothing coming in my mind right now. But
me neither. It's okay.
I hope. So I've been having the support of all the trainers and owners, and my agent has been doing a great job. I let him he do his thing, and he's doing a great job. So I'm happy.
He's always been very clever, that John Panigot, and too, winning a lot of races for Mike Maker. It's always a good thing to do when you're going up to the spot. Manny, congrats.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Manny Franco finishing the meet strong here. Greg, can't quite catch the Ortiz brothers, but still nice momentum as we head up north.
And on a rider, too, that I think very soon going to start having a lot of these bigger mounts is going to be looking forward to.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely his career's on an upswing. Things have really moved forward with him. He and John Panigot have done such a good job together and getting the opportunities to ride the better horses and succeeding and winning with horses like Be Up that don't really figure on paper. That's always a feather in your cap.
Look at the late pick 5 follow along, over 880,000 in the pool. Heaven Street at 3-1, and now this one 7-1 upset, beating an odds-on favorite to boot. Going to make things nice. This pick 5 was still a long way to go. Some of the best thoroughbreds in this sport, while they have tremendous talent, also display incredible heart and determination. This next story is about a mare who may be unparalleled in those categories. Forgotten during wartime, she was purchased for just a few $100s and would go on to greater glory than any champion racehorse could ever dream of. This is the story of Sergeant Reckless.
Reckless was bred to be a racehorse, but sadly she never had a chance to race because her 2-year-old season, that's when the war broke out and racing was suspended. So instead of becoming a racehorse, she became America's greatest war horse.
I think what impresses me most about Reckless's story in the Korean War is that they bought this horse at a race park in Seoul and turned it into a combat enabler.
Lieutenant Eric Pedersen was the man who purchased Reckless for $250, and he was the commanding officer of the recoilless rifle platoon. They decided to put her through hoof camp, which was the equine version of boot camp.
We hear about on-the-job training. This was the epitome of it. Literally, this horse was trained to lie down under fire, to protect itself, it knew how to avoid obstacles and barbed wire, and truly after just a couple of show and tell on the fly routes, the horse would do it by herself.
They would take her up and down the hills to get her used to carrying the pack saddle and the ammunition on her back. These canisters of ammo were very large. And before Reckless came along, the men had to pack this themselves. The camaraderie between Reckless and her men was something special. She was the only animal in camp, and so the Marines became her herd, and she would follow them anywhere and everywhere. She would even sleep in their tents at night. She would follow them into the mess tent and eat breakfast and had bacon and eggs. Even after a battle, she would have a beer with the guys.
The fact that Marines could depend on the horse to do the resupply routes, that means it wasn't just a horse to them. It was somebody that they were in the fight with.
What started the battle for the Nevada cities is at 7 o'clock at night, 3,000 enemy soldiers descended upon 3 outposts in this area. Reckless's men were guarding Outpost Vegas. They, of course, were overrun, and so Reckless's mission began that next morning. Started loading her up with 6 rounds at a time. By the middle of the day, she was up to 8 rounds at a time. She knew what her job was, she knew where her men were, and she would go up to the guns by herself.
There are stories of up to 50 times in one operation that she ran a supply route by herself. That frees up Marines for combat and for other things. So I believe that that's the most impressive part about the horse.
She carried 386 rounds of recoilless rifle ammunition. That's over 9,000 pounds on her back. Incoming fire was so fierce that the men couldn't hear themselves talk. And Reckless was in the middle of all of this.
Under artillery fire and mortar fire, she continued to do her resupply mission for the Marines. And especially having been wounded twice, and that not having deterred her to continue to do her mission through the end of the war, it's really astounding.
They had a ceremony sending her off in October of 1954, is when she left Korea. She was the guest of honor of the Marine Corps Ball that was at the Marines Memorial Club in San Francisco. And she waltzes through the lobby and gets in an elevator and goes up to the 11th floor, sachets out of the elevator into the ballroom. She spied the anniversary cake over on the table, and before the guys could get a hold of her, she was up to her nostrils in it. And then after that, she moved over to Camp Pendleton. At Camp Pendleton, while Reckless was there, the Commandant of the Marine Corps promoted her. There was a 19-gun salute in his honor, and a parade of 1,700 troops walked by to salute her. She had 3 colts, and she had a filly. Sadly, the filly died at a month old. Unfortunately, all the colts were gelded, so there is no bloodline for her. Her story just kind of disappeared from the pages of history. And what's interesting is she was as famous as Lassie and Rin Tin Tin in her day. She was an iconic hero. And when she died, her story made the front page news in newspapers across the country. And she was buried with full military honors.
I first came to light on the story of Reckless at the National Museum of the Marine Corps in Quantico, Virginia, where a statue by the same artist who did the statue that's behind us was erected to honor this great mare. I think Staff Sergeant Reckless's legacy is going to be that the courage and the dependability that she showed in combat made her truly what the saying is, not just a horse, but a Marine.
It's an incredible story on this 4th of July, Sergeant Reckless. Every time I see it, you get, something new stands out to you. And as you read the story, find out more information about this incredible mare. Once made 51 solo trips in a single day to resupply frontline units.
It's a great, great story. I mean, it really is. It's, a lot goes into it, and it's really a great story, and a great story today on Independence Day.
Yes, it is. Well, we
but always a good
appreciate,
story.
Everyone who puts their life on the line for our freedom so we can raise that flag. And this is a day to celebrate that. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Major Dude, multiple graded stakes winner for Todd Pletcher. And Nazarok Penn Mile winner, multiple stakes winner himself. Set to do battle on Friday. We'll preview the Manila when we come back.
They're off, and the breeders come to today's sneaks from the inside of Cruise Jack. Forte has come under a ride now, and he's going 3 wide, and he's coming up on the outside of National Treasure, and he's coming up after Cape Rock. The 2 of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside, Cape Rock along the rail, and Forte has upset Cape Rock to win the Breeders' Cup Domino.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With TwinSpires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with TwinSpires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Last September broke records.
It brought the energy, the magic, the momentum.
And this year, it all returns.
Only at the World's Yearling Sale. Keeneland, September.
Fabiola Manila heads apart. Damaster is on the inside in 4th there in the stretch. Double still leads. Damaster gaining ground. Manila also moving up on the far outside. Here comes Danger's Hour. They pass the 8th pole. The 3-year-old Manila on the inside. Damaster, they're heads apart. Danger's Hour now 3rd. Manila, Damaster, heads apart as they race to the wire.
1986 Turf Classic, the great Manila would go on to win the Breeders' Cup Turf as well, named champion turf male of that season.
He was a tremendous racehorse trained by Leroy Jolly, and one of the best American-bred turf horses, American race in my lifetime. Beating older horses, Damaster coming in from Europe. You see Danger's Hour, a tremendous horse for Rokeby stable on the outside, wins this race. Then he goes over with that miraculous win in the Turf Classic. Granted, Dancing Brave didn't ship well and didn't run his race, but Manila was every bit as good, if not better, than anything you've ever heard about him.
This year's edition of the Manila, we're going to see it on Friday, Mile on the Turf for 3-year-olds. And we talked about Pletcher, Major Dude, and Graham Motion's Nazarok. They're both going to line up in here. Major Dude, been pretty good of late, including a win in the Penn Mile last time out as a 2-5 favorite. Was supposed to win this race and did.
Yeah, I mean, he got an exceptional ride by Irad, who was forward, but he wasn't overly aggressive. Sort of waited when they came together around the far turn and came and got the second place finisher. He consistently runs good numbers. He's just a very logical horse, but I think the race is fairly evenly matched up top, and I think there's a horse that's a very big price on the line that will be a major player in this race.
Do we have to wait till Friday?
No, it's activist investing. I don't believe it'll be 15-1, and I also think he is going to be a big-time player here.
Well, meanwhile, Shug McGahee going to send out Talk of the Nation. Jose Ortiz will be aboard. Put together back-to-back wins and won 3 of his first 4, including his first try in Stakes Company. And this is the Monmouth race where he gets beat to Bapio.
And he was scratched going to the gate on Derby Day in the American, whatever it's called, the race the Major Dude was in, and really nobody seems to know exactly why. And he came back and he lost this race 30 cents a dollar. Now, Bapio clearly improved. He still ran a good race in there. I worry a little bit that he seems, in watching his last couple races, be a horse that really pulls. And I worry it's going to get him in a little trouble, but he is a very talented horse.
And you could say the exact same about Nazarok for Graham Motion, who has never been off the board in his 7 tries on the turf. With more on him, let's go to Maggie, talk about his chances. Flavien Prat will be aboard on Friday.
And Greg, now he's a 3rd off the layoff for his 3-year-old season for Graham Motion. And I couldn't get over how well Flavien Prat rode him last time out in the Jimmy Murphy. Far outside post, immediately got to the rail in what is a short run to the turn there at Pimlico, going the mile, and saved ground, had him in a forward position, preempted the field, kind of got the jump on the rest of everybody, because as Flavien said too, he's just a very handy horse. Now, I had my suspicions about how far he wanted to go, but he's proving that he is a very effective miler. He has all the credentials to be that miler type. Like I said, he's handy, he's built for it, and he has speed. And I think he's really coming into his own now as a 3-year-old. And I hope the plan is to keep him at these mile distances. I think he can be very effective as we move on throughout the year. But it's a very exciting and competitive race, Greg.
It is. We're looking forward to it. It'll be fun. That's on the Friday card. That is race 9, 5:19 Eastern. We hope you join us for live coverage.
No, I agree. It's going to be a terrific race in Manila. And this was the race that I remember when Bricks and Mortar won it. I think I was on the air with you, and he made that electrifying run to get it done. Of course, he'd been injured later in the year and missed so much time. But this is a fun race. And the one-turn miles around the Widener turf course, I think, are really terrific races. And it's a race to move horses into the the Hall of Fame up in Saratoga, which I believe is now a flat mile for $500,000.
Wow. Yep. $500,000?
Yes, we boosted the purse this year. A friend over there, Greg.
Eighth.
Like a baby armadillo, I think, landed on the desk.
Oh, I didn't even see it. Yeah, I've never seen one like that.
He doesn't want to leave.
No, he does not. This 8th race, 6 furlongs, new species, $32,000 claiming race. That's your favorite right now. This is Icy Stare Down. Linda Rice is going to win this training title, sending this one out, and she claimed this horse and put her right back in the winner's circle. First off the claim against non-winners at 3 Life on a race that was meant for the grass.
I picked her 4th. I certainly won't be shocked if she wins this race, but in my opinion, she's a preposterous favorite in here. These are some pretty good hard-knocking horses. She beat Brisky Frolic in this race. I think Brisky Frolic would be a conservative 20 to 30 to 1 if she were to run in this race. And she got a big figure, but Timeform US doesn't agree with it, and I'm skeptical that she's necessarily this good She hasn't run now in a couple of months. Listen, Linda's horses are running very well. I guess I won't be shocked if she wins. She has speed, but so does the 6 Beautiful Karen, and so does the 8 Awesome Indra. Awesome Indra was buried on a dead rail last time against much better horses in her last start, and I think she's very dangerous out there. And if the pace gets hot, I mean, isn't Customer Experience sort of the horse to beat? I mean, I know she's not doesn't won a race in a while, but she seems very logical to me. I think she should be favored. And this is Awesome Indra running second to back, Greg, but we can see the kind of race she run. I mean, the concern with her is her good races at Gulfstream were Saffie Joseph, but she has good races on the go back in New York, and I think she's totally dirtied up by being buried on a dead rail last time.
Is it going to be difficult for her, though, with the other pace in here?
Well, I like the fact that she's posted outside of them, so at least she can be in that stalking spot. I mean, if it's difficult for her, it's certainly difficult for the number 4 as well, and I think she's a better horse than the 4 and also a better price.
Well, it was at a Belmont, too, and has been effective on wet tracks. Here is Diva Banker, part of an entry, the remaining half of the entry, I should say, at 8-1.
Comes off the claim for Gustavo Rodriguez, who is struggling a bit, lost a race earlier at odds on.
Post 3 for Diva Banker. Mon Petit Chou gets the rail 13-1.
She's another speed type that's down on the inside, and her recent form just hasn't been as good.
Alpine Queen, there she is, the gray 5-year-old mare.
Gets a rider switch to Trevor McCarthy. Her best races do give her a chance in here. I tried to make an excuse for her last. I just couldn't.
Icy Stare Down. Linda Rice, Jose Ortiz. Off since May 4th.
I don't want to get in the way of the Linda Rice freight train, and it seems like a freight train lately, but this horse to me is the favorite. She's going to have to improve. Now, maybe she does, but I think she's a dubious favorite.
12-1, I'm Buzzy. Chris Engelhardt second off the claim, turf to dirt.
Well, this is a horse that should be able to take advantage of a fast pace and has relatively recent back races that would win this race. She is interesting as a long shot. Can she refine that form?
More pace with Beautiful Karen. Jose Gomez rides.
Tough spot for her moving up in a race where there's plenty of speed.
Customer Experience at 5-2. There she is.
The 2 shortest prices of the Ortiz brothers battling. I think she has the advantage given that she can take advantage of the pace in here, but the public right now prefers the Jose Ortiz horse.
And Awesome Indra, Kendra Carmouche, that patented warm-up.
Yeah, I think she's in a great stalking spot on the outside, and like I said, a massive excuse in her last start. I'm bullish on Awesome Indra's chances.
So that's your field as we go back to the favorite. And a victory that came off the turf. It was on a muddy sealed track. She's 3 for 6 on wet tracks. Only try at Belmont that was last start, and it was a win, but there should be other pace you would think in here. Let's go to Maggie.
And we'll focus in on the 3 fillies or mares that do have a decent record over these wet racetracks, and one of them is your favorite in Icy Stare Down. She looks fabulous. She has that bright, eager demeanor to her. Watching her back in the paddock, she looks incredibly healthy for a barn that's just going very well right now, moving very sweetly over the track. She's much the horse to beat. I mean, of the 2 horses taking the bulk of the play, I definitely prefer Icy Stare Down, whereas Customer Experience is going out for a barn who's not going particularly well at this meet, and I've seen her look better than this. She's usually a horse that really maintains the same kind of physical appearance, and she just looks a bit more drawn up today and a bit weaker throughout her hind end. She's kind of dropped away across her hindquarters, a bit more exaggerated than what I've seen from her in the past. Granted, she isn't an easy one to keep that conditioning on back there, but this is very exaggerated today. And I do like number 8 in here, Awesome Indra. Again, Andy brought up the rail last time at Monmouth. And I get she's a little bit tough to trust because she's done most of her best running, I feel like, for the Saffie Joseph barn. But I've also never seen her look quite this good. She looks fabulous. She's carrying great weight. She's very energetic out there on the racetrack. And 2, like Icy Stare Down, she has that capability, at least in her running lines, to handle a wet track. And she's a better price at 9-2, Greg.
All right, thank you, Maggie. This one, 9-2, price slowly coming down on Awesome Indra.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot. You look for horses that ran badly for excuses. She was in tougher last time out, and dead rails are massive excuses, and I think it pays for people to, if they're not paying attention to Monmouth, to be like me and have a good friend who plays Monmouth every day, and he helps me out with a little bias info, because otherwise you got to watch a lot of replays and go through the charts and watch replays. So I appreciate my friend Steve helping me out.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to get a read if you don't follow that circuit.
What you literally have to do, and I've done it for parks, is you look at the charts, but then you have to watch enough of the races and at least see where were the horses on the track, where horses, and you look, you want horses that are underperforming that are down on the inside. You want shorter priced horses that are down on the inside that are running poor races, not just one or two of them. And Monmouth's track notoriously can have dead rails, or does have dead rails.
Customer experience here with Irad Ortiz Jr. Could get a real nice setup. Would love to see a couple go in front of her.
Yeah, and I think that's what benefits, it looks like.
3 is coming out. Alpine Queen.
Good news is that doesn't figure to really affect the pace. She didn't have enough speed to be forward in here. So it's always tough when there's a scratch later, particularly, that has a real effect on the running of the race, the dynamics of the race. But glad to see they're protecting the horse and the public.
All right, so Alpine Queen back to the barn. Long shot, it was 14-1 on the board, I believe. Yeah, will come out. And we'll have a moment here to reset before we load back up. With that, still 9-5 on Icy Stare Down. Just incredible what Linda Rice has done. Maggie's talked to her so much over the past few days, over the past few months, really. But 4th meet in a row, she's going to win here on the circuit. And I believe, as she said, the only other Belmont meet she had won, she tied Todd Pletcher. She's going to win this one outright.
No, this is. I mean, it's basically over, right? 3 days left, and it's up 6, I believe, over Chad. No, 5, right? Chad Brown also won a race today, but still, it's going to be very hard for Chad Brown. I don't even know if Chad Brown's going to run more than 10 or 12 horses the rest of the meet. So he wins 6 races, and she wins none. It's hard for Linda Rice to go 0 for the last 3 cards, and she has the favorite here. I mean, so it's not as though she's not live in this race. She's in the next race with a long shot, so this is her best chance today.
And I would think, too, when you're closing in on it, she's going to be fairly aggressive the last few days of the meet.
She's been known to be.
Yeah.
She's been known to be.
When it's within your sights.
Absolutely.
And why shouldn't you be? Yeah.
No, I agree. Listen, I think it's exciting for her to come back and have that kind of meet. And it's not like Chad Brown's had a bad meet. She's just had a better one.
There's the 2 stepping in. Joel Rosario can show some speed from the inside. But trainer is going to win this title most likely unless something miraculous happens. Linda Rice with the favorite, the 4 Icy Stare Down. There is that filly by Frosted with Jose Ortiz. We're set for the 8th. Let's go to John Imbrial.
Waiting for customer experience and Awesome Indra. Awesome Indra to complete the 7-horse field. And they're off. And Icy Stare Down goes right out for the early lead. Awesome Indra far outside. Customer experience is there. And now Beautiful Karen moves on through. Mon Petit Choux is down at the rail and in 5th. Diva Banker's in between horses. And the trailer is I Am Buzzy in 7th. Awesome Indra has taken over the lead now. It's Awesome Indra in front. Beautiful Karen up into 2nd. And Icy Stare Down is now back running in 3rd. The quarter in the slop in 22 and 4/5 seconds. Awesome Indra is the leader here by a little more than a length. Icy Stare Down, the favorite, in second. Beautiful Karen down at the rail in third. Then Customer Experience, followed by Diva Banker, I Am Buzzy, and Mon Petit Chou. Half mile, 46 and 1. They head for home now. It is Awesome Indra, Icy Stare Down, driving up now on the outside. Here comes Icy Stare Down to take the lead from Awesome Indra. Customer Experience, and I'm Buzzy. Icy Stare Down is the leader. I'm Buzzy continues to gain ground on the outside. Icy Stare Down, I'm Buzzy. It is a photo finish, and it looked like I'm Buzzy got up to pull off the upset. I'm Buzzy at a price. Icy Stare Down the favorite.
Imbrial believes it's the 5. I'm Buzzy. Wow, at the final jump, if it was, with Dylan Davis, and if it was, it's 12-1 beating a 9-5 favorite.
Yeah, this horse made a lot of sense if you believe that she could get back to those good races, because she was going to get pace to run at, and she's a bit dirtied up in this race. A usable horse. Unfortunately, I used the 5 with the 7 and 8, and so the 4 split them. Icy Stare Down ran very well in defeat. But I'm Buzzy. She got back to her better races for Chris Engelhardt very quietly. He's been having a very good year.
Wow, what a brutal beat.
Well,
if it is.
I'm like, oh yeah,
Icy Stare Down.
Yeah, the 5 got up.
Yep, it's just been posted.
No one gets the job done in a big run. She's got a relentless close in her, and she got back to her good form. Getting it done today. A tough beat for Icy Stare Down, who ran a winning race and ran better than I expected her to run. But Linda's horses are all running extremely well.
12-1 on your winner.
And listen, Awesome Indra became a terrible bet at 5-2 when she drifted down that low. She had no excuse, though. I mean, she was allowed to control on the front end. She just doesn't have the same kind of run she used to have in Customer Experience. Another horse who had a very good trip. She just doesn't seal the deal anymore. If she's not able to win this race, or at least be right there, she's just, I don't know what she's going to have happen to her other than a massive drop down that's going to make her competitive. She can't beat horses this good. But I'm Buzzy, got back to her better races.
See that almost look of disbelief from Jose Ortiz. Where'd you come from? As Dylan Davis rolls by in the final jump.
I'd be 3x4 in the pick 4 if My Risky Affair had won, but that's the way it goes.
It's going to be a good one today, no question. Dylan Davis from well out of it at 12-1 to steal victory away from the favorite, Icy Stare Down. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, we'll go back to the opener on the card. Start of a big day for Flavien Prat, teaming up with Todd Pletcher. What Love Looks Like in the Port Washington. We'll take a look back next. Back with you on America's Day at the Races. On our FS2 coverage, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. Dylan Davis, well timed to get up with I'm Buzzy, nailing the favorite Icy Stare down the final jump. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
A well-timed ride by Dylan Davis. And Dylan, did you think you won?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I love the comments. Actually, we all did too, but even Johnny I. But talk a little bit about, it was like everybody kind of took their turns, assuming the lead out there, and you were the one to make that last relentless rally.
Yeah, Maggie. So, you know, she's closed well. Wasn't intentionally wanting to take her back. I just wanted to break well, get some position where she was comfortable. I actually had to like take back because they were coming over pretty quick into that turn. I lost a little bit of position there, but that was okay. I was able to get towards the outside and get her run going. I was just trying to wait for a perfect time to do that, and we had a good time out there.
You're not even that dirty considering how wet it is out there.
Yeah, I was tracking Manny on the one, and you know, it's a difficult thing to do when you're in the slop. You don't want the horse to get too much kickback. So I was riding on heels most of the way, so that's why you don't see too much kickback on me or the horse.
It's a talent that I do not have. I would be scared. Clip heels. But Dylan, we were just discussing the Belmont Derby, and we saw Kenny McPeek pull off the upset last year with Classic Causeway. We're not going to try to pronounce the horse's name, but you're a little excited about him.
Oh, very excited. Always happy to ride for Kenny or on the big stage with the grade ones, but doing my best out there. I'm very excited, and let's see what Kenny has to say. I haven't spoke to him yet, but I'm riding to win out there.
That you are. You're in the zone. Congratulations with this one.
Thanks, Maggie. Right.
I'm Buzzy. Dylan Davis with all the buzz. Greg.
Really's turned things around. He was struggling for a bit, and it's been about a good month at least since he has completely reversed course.
It's amazing looking at his record, thinking back to when he was like 4 for, I don't know, a lot, with 20 or 30 seconds and thirds, but Dylan has really turned things around and ended up having, I mean, it's amazing, right? He had, I think, like 30 seconds and thirds and 4 wins, and now you look at it, and he's got almost as many wins as he has seconds and thirds. I mean, a little behind him, but he certainly, you know, he's had as many wins since then as he has second, thirds combined. And that really means that he's just riding a lot better, and it's good to see.
This is going to be huge with 2 legs still to go.
What are we looking at, about 120? Yeah, we're looking at a lot. We're looking at a $1,000 parlay for $2 already. Wow. And there's 2 legs to go, and big fields. I mean, there is no super short prices needed. I mean, you could chalk out and still pay $6,000, $8,000 for 50 cents. So fun play here, and just looking over the card for the closing day a little bit, glancing at it, some big fields. 12 races on Saturday. Friday's card, a 10-race card's an excellent one. So
yeah, we're going to close out strong,
yeah.
No question. Going to take a look back to a couple of stakes races, one from earlier today and, of course, yesterday. This performance from Dakota Gold, and we talked about it on the show, really seemed like this was Dakota Gold's coming out party.
Yeah, I mean, he got the predicted fast pace to close that, but he absolutely smashed the field. And I don't think that Jerry the Nipper ran as well as he had in some prior races. This was not his best performance, but that takes nothing away from Dakota Gold. He won this race the way you're supposed to win, getting that kind of pace, and it was a very impressive race by him. And I still think Jerry the Nipper's going to rebound. I like him, too. I'm not ready to give up on Jerry yet. I like his chances, but this was, I mean, what did he win by, 3.5 lengths or so? 3 lengths?
3 lengths.
Yeah, that's a lot in the turf
96
race.
Beyer for the win.
Yeah, no, he's A-okay. He's really improved because he was kind of okay last year, but a little bit overrated, frankly. I thought his Saratoga races were mediocre, all things considered.
Yeah, this was impressive from him. Murat Ortiz Jr. for Danny Gargan, Reeves Thoroughbred Racing, the son of Freud, getting the 5th win of his career in 11 starts. And after that kind of performance, you maybe start thinking, do we tackle tougher company?
Well, listen, you've got the West Point and Saratoga. The question is, do you think about taking a shot in a race before that? Is the timing right? Dean Reeves, his owner, certainly never one to shy away from taking a chance. And they've also got City Man. So do they want them both in those races, or they want one of them running? I mean, City Man may try. I don't know.
He's out for a little bit, right?
Oh, is he?
I'm not sure how long.
That's too bad. It's okay. They'll have to decide. They want to take a shot in the 4-star Dave. That's a big ask, but sometimes you want to strike while the iron's hot.
Yeah.
But a fast pace helped a little bit.
Stakes race kicked off this card on our July 4th coverage as well in the Port Washington. And it was the start of big things to come for Flavien Prat, teaming up with Pletcher.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, Runaway Rumor with the scratch of the number 2 looked like a dead cinch. She was 1-5 and should have been 1-5. She made the lead here and she just stopped moving forward and actually ends up running 3rd. And that allowed the winner to get the job done, and give a lot of credit to Todd Pletcher for getting the win here in this situation and improving this horse a little bit. Flavien Prat getting one of his wins. You can say was at the turf. We had gotten some rain before it, but Runaway Rumor was second to Lake Placid on a yielding turf in Saratoga, so she's handled give before. Uncharacteristically bad performance by the favorite, but a nice performance by the winner.
Well, next up, potentially, for What Love Looks Like, either the De La Rose, early August, the 2nd at Saratoga, or maybe the Yaddo, late August on the 27th.
Yeah, I mean, they'll have to make those decisions and figure out where to go and look at the timing of them. But this horse is not ready, in my opinion, to take on Open Stakes company. She's probably going to be a conservative route and point for the New York bred races. I believe it would be a big ask for her to move in against Opens. And a race like the De La Rose is I think it's for $9 of a sweepstake that year or something. So you're going to get a Chad Brown or 2 in there and some dangerous horses. So that's probably a big ask. We'll see.
Barry Schwartz Silks winning there with What Love Looks Like. Let's get into the 9th coming up. Take a look at the field and the current odds here. This is 6 furlongs on the turf. New York Bred's first allowance condition race. Ortis Christophe Clement, he has Rosario. And at 7/8 last time out was 3rd beat a length. BF Courage finished just ahead of Ortis in that race.
Yeah, I think it's very important to have watched that race and make your own determinations. That was when the rails were first down on the Widener, and the inside was a big advantage. Both Bee of Courage and Ortis spent a lot of time on the rail. Ortis more than Bee of Courage, who rallied down the middle of the racetrack, but he saved ground up until the stretch in there. Thought they both ran well. The horse that, frankly, I'm interested out of that race is the 7 Creasa, who, in my opinion, was never on the inside, about 3 wide, and also was just never in a position where she could do any kind of running. She was just sort of bottled up. Not John Velasquez's fault, just sort of the way the cookie crumbled. And I think Creasa's a horse that could be very dangerous, hoping she gets a clear trip. I'm interested in her and King Moonracer.
John Velasquez will be on board Creasa here. We're going to have some more on Johnny V, the Hall of Famer, when we come back from a break. Became the leading money earner in the history of the sport back in 2014. Also collected his first ever Preakness win this year to complete a career Triple Crown.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Buy in July. The Fasig-Tipton July Selected Yearling Sale, the first major yearling sale of the year. Ranked number 1 by percentage of stakes winners, stakes horses, and 2-year-old winners. The July sale is also among the nation's top sources of graded stakes winners. Recent star graduates include Grade 1 winners Faiza and Chocolate Gelato, plus this growing list of graded stakes winners. The Fasig-Tipton July Sale of Selected Yearlings, Tuesday, July 11th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
The best 2-year-old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Hit back, $1.5 million. Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharoah. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche, the newest champion to Coolmore, America.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
John Velasquez is in the Hall of Fame and has captured 2 editions of the Belmont Stakes. He has 2 Eclipse Awards as champion jockey, has earned more money than any of his colleagues, and has won 4 Kentucky Derbies. However, his legacy continues to grow, not for what he accomplishes on the track, but for his actions when off the track. The 50-year-old has been instrumental in the success of many aspiring jockeys, such as the Ortiz brothers and Javier Castellano. Honored as the 2009 George Wolfe Memorial winner by his peers, Velasquez never fails to lend a helping hand, words of wisdom, financial support, or a smile to anyone he encounters.
John Velasquez is a role model for our industry, horse racing. It's not only himself. He always tries to share for somebody else.
He's the person we look up to when I was on the jockey school. But when I get here, I get to know him. He played a big role for my career. He teach me a lot on the track, but he teach me a lot off the track.
Everybody knows how good he is in the track, doing his job. He's a great jockey. He wins all kind of races. But besides of being a jockey, he's a great person.
Velasquez, who is second in Breeders' Cup victories with 18, also tirelessly promotes safety for jockeys. He has been the chairman of the Jockeys Guild since 2006 and has been on the board of directors for the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund since its inception that same year.
He not only himself, he always looking for somebody else, safety first, and always looking for making progress, helping the industry, helping horse racing.
He's hard on me about the way I was riding, you know, a little too aggressive, so he started telling me, try to don't do that because you're gonna lose more in the long way, so he tried to teach me good things, so thanks him.
I think, you know, he's gonna have multiple legacies. One of them is going down as one of the greatest riders of all time, but also someone who gave a lot back to the game, you know, and especially with the Jockeys Guild, contributes so much to his fellow riders.
The first jockey to win more than 2,000 races at Belmont Park, Velasquez continues to ride high. His impact on the industry, however, transcends his performance in the saddle and will do so for decades to come.
Well, it's a lot of sacrifices and a lot of discipline, you know, to stay, you know, year after year after year. First of all, you have to be healthy and be blessed, you know, to be here, though, you know. And also, I'm being blessed with the people that I work with and the people who give me opportunity to stay here, to still here. So I think that's all it takes.
One of the all-time greats in this game, elected to the Hall of Fame back in 2012, and a pretty incredible moment came for him, too, in a career of incredible moments when he won his 200th Grade 1 win. That came in the 2020 Kentucky Derby with Authentic.
It's a memorable time to get it done. That was his 3rd Kentucky Derby win. It took a long time. It's not easy with a Derby. Didn't win his first Derby until 2011, 12 years ago, but he's won 2 others and a total of 3 since then.
He's going to team up here with D-O-N-K, Donk, Donk, Donk. Got the Jets cap on as usual, Creesa. And this is who you like at 5-1 right now.
I thought she ran well to break her maiden, albeit against a relatively mediocre field 2 back, but she had real trouble. She had to sort of run around inside of horses and alter course. He did, excuse me. And last time out was wide against a good rail in traffic and never had a fair chance to run.
Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
I'll look at 2 horses not coming out of the con man race, so many of these do. And we'll take a look at a horse who is taking some play on the board, as people at this moment don't really know who to land on. Fair enough. It's a wide open race, I think. As we'll take a look at the horse trying the turf for the first time, and that's number 5, Golden Arm. I'll be honest, I have not been overly thrilled with Unified as a turf sire. On the bottom, the dam was all dirt. She was a good 2-year-old. She was good early. Now, this horse has a half-sibling that is by the Factor, who I believe is a better turf influence, who has gone 5 for 12 on the turf. Looking at him here in the paddock, he's got a little bit of those slacker pasterns. He could be okay. The thing with him is that I think makes him dangerous here is that he's going to be forward. I know a lot of times dirt speed doesn't translate to the turf, but He's forward, he's eager, and he has that look about him that he wants to go out there and run. And two, sometimes with the wetter turf courses, it almost feels like horses that can handle the dirt almost get over it okay because they're used to a surface breaking away from them, as this turf course will be. So I think I want somebody forward here, and I think Golden Arm could be that. It's just I wish I felt more conviction about him handling the turf successfully. As number 9, King Moonracer, he was in a race last time where nobody really changed positions. He was outside too. Disarmed was able to wire the field that day. It was just kind of that merry-go-round race, as Andy likes to say. And I thought that he finally looked fit. He's a horse that does take a while to get things going. He's also not the winningest type at 1 for 19. But he's back in with some New York breds today. He looks sensational here in the paddock. Maybe start number 20, Greg. It's Lucky Win number 2.
We will find out shortly. King Moonracer 9-1 right now with Flavien Prat for George Weaver.
Yeah, he was badly affected by a lack of pace in that race, and that's what I agree with Maggie. Merry-go-round race, it's a relatively slow pace when you look at it. He was also wide, and it's a good rider switch to Flavien Prat with all due respect. And as Maggie said, doesn't find the winner's circle. I'm alive in some doubles with Crisa, the 7, and King Moonracer. I've used them. I think Bee of Courage is the horse to beat. Golden Arm scares me a little bit. Just got a text from my friend Bruce. He's up in an airplane, and he's being haunted by me up there. He never watches the show anyway.
Get him to get the entire plane to get the show on.
Yeah, he's probably already annoyed the entire plane.
And you can start booking bets, too, while he's up there.
Well, you know, that might entice him to get involved. He's a bit of an action junkie.
There's Prat on King Moonracer. And Junior Alvarado has a couple of tremendous mounts for the man he's riding for here at Bill Mott, including Cody's Wish. Let's take a look at Crisa and Ortis when they met.
Yeah, I mean, this
back
was
on June 9th.
A great ride also by Javier and Bee of Courage, but Ortis also, I mean, tremendous rides. And Johnny right here, he wants to get out, and the door is shut. The horse drifts a little bit, comes back in. It's a horse right in front of him. He never has a chance to do any running. And also, he was wide the whole way. And while Ortis was barely off the rail, and the second-place finisher rallied wide, Bee of Courage, he also spent 5 of the 7 furlongs down on the rail, so he had that advantage of being inside. And I just think Crisa might be a little hidden in here and playable at a bit of a price.
Rosario back again on Ortis for Clement with the rail.
Listen, I'm not going to knock him. I think one question, and Christophe even mentioned this earlier, is 6 a little short for his best?
Yeah, fair question. Here's Be the Boss at 11-1, Manny Franco.
He was on top of the moderate pace last time and just didn't have enough to finish, but it is Mike Maker.
Bee of Courage, slight favorite right now, 3-1.
Yeah, he's a nice horse, and Javier's ridden him very well. I can't knock him. I think he's the right favorite in here. I'm going to try to beat him, but I'm not against him. I played him on top and exacts with my horses.
Dylan Davis, that thrilling, perfectly timed ride in the last race. He's on Eddie the Great.
Yeah, he was coming off a second-place finisher, in my opinion, against Lesser, but he's a big price if you like him.
First time on the grass for this one is Golden Arm for Horatio de Paz.
Yeah, we need to talk about him a little more a little later, but it's bad to take a short price on a horse trying the turf for the first time, but there's a little bit of pedigree, and he could be the speed of the speed.
Jose Ortiz, right next door to his brother on Feathers Road for Linda Rice.
I think he'd need a lot of pace to have any chance in here, and I just don't think, I think there's better closers, including this one.
Here's the 51-year-old Wonderkind, Johnny V on Crisa.
Yeah, Johnny V, you used to talk about retiring, and now you don't seem to hear that anymore. Things are going awfully well for him. Why not?
Looks as good as ever on a horse, too. Factually correct, coming off a victory last time out with Lezcano.
Probably forward outside of Golden Arm, and listen, he ran okay to break his maiden. This is a tougher bunch.
Again, King Moonracer with Prat for George Weaver, just 1 for 19.
That's the problem, but he is a horse that did not have a fair chance last time and actually didn't run that badly.
And Dr. Settle's Dream, 16-1, outside Junior Alvarado for Bill Mott.
I bet him last time, and he was awful. Maybe I'm supposed to bet a couple dollars on him for insanity insurance. What do you think, Greg? I made an awfully big bet on him.
You can forgive it. It was off a lengthy layoff.
He was awful. But can I tell you? I'm
won the debut,
bet a couple
thrown
dollars
immediately in the stakes company.
So don't throw up if he wins.
Where he did show some ability Here's a look at the 5. So here's Golden Arm. As we said, first 2 tries on dirt, one first time out. Then had to go against Tefusky Island, Ocean's Reserve. Both came back to win out of that dirt race in his first try against Winners.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the track was kind inside speed the day he broke his maiden, but it was an honest pace, and he ran very well for Horacio De Paz. And then he came back and chasing Tefusky Island, who came back with a 101 buyer, and he's not like he ran badly in finishing 4th, so I'm not going to really knock him off of that effort. You wonder a little bit if Horacio De Paz, you know, he's got a little bit of turf pedigree. This race came along, and he says, let's check the box for turf. Maybe he can be effective on the turf, and if he's not, up in Saratoga, we'll find dirt races for him. So I think it's sort of a situation where he's probably just trying to find out he belongs. In my opinion, he's a terrible gamble at 3-1.
Favorite right now.
Because he's got to improve, in all likelihood, to win this race on the grass. And that's not a huge likelihood because he's run well enough in the dirt. It doesn't mean he can't win. He's getting that IRAD money, and this is the situation. When people fail to understand when we talk about IRAD being overbet, isn't this a perfect example?
Yes.
I mean, if you bet him and he's 6 or 8-1, I have no problem with that, but this is a ridiculous. How could he be favored over the 3? Who's proven that he's good on the turf?
Yeah. Classic example of a man who takes, because he's so successful, way more money than he should, get no value on his mounts as a result.
And it's not going to get better in Saratoga. They're going to be betting them heavily up there. And to me, it's an advantage. You have a situation where there's value offered in the win pool to begin with. And then with this, I mean, I think he's taking twice as much money as he should. Even if he wins, I just think he's a bad gamble at this price. We'll see. I mean, listen, I have a 5-7 and a 5-9 exacta protectively because I don't think it's impossible, but I would never bet him to win in there. Or would I use him in multis?
Meanwhile, you have a horse like Ortis who's shown ability already and is 1 on the grass, 4-1 from the rail.
Yeah, why aren't the 1 and 3 just better gambles? They seem like they've already shown it. It's not like Unified, I mean, is a particularly good turf sire. This horse has a half to a turf horse. But crazy
Minute
price.
to post. Coming up, let's go back to Maggie.
This is why I'm not great when we have rain, because I start second guessing. I start coming up with all these ideas that maybe this horse is going to be better because it's wet, and I want a forwardly placed horse, but I don't know if the 5 is really a turf horse. So this is honestly a bit of a last minute punch with number 2, Be the Boss. 3rd off of a layoff, incredibly fit here for Mike Maker. And as I've said, I feel like I'm on a loop here saying that the Mike Maker horses have needed their races. And they just seem to be firing 2nd or 3rd off the bench. I want a horse also that's forward. And this guy's going to be forward here. I would hope, although at 6 furlongs you never are quite sure, but at least enough tactical speed to keep him involved. So that's why I'm going to take a shot here with a 10-1 shot. Number 3, Be of Courage, as Andy said, was not with the flow of the race, because obviously Command wired it, but he was on the better part of the racetrack. Javier Castellano really gave him an aggressive warm-up today. So thinking that he wants him to be more forward, as this is the 3rd time he's ridden him, but 2nd time consecutively. I just worry slightly about the Given Ground. He's a little bit of a bigger, heavier horse, but looks sensational and certainly has the credentials to win here. Andy, I think you're smart in putting a little insurance money on number 10, Dr. Settle's Dream. Less ground's better. Getting back to the 6 is ideal. He's a short, stout, totally a sprinter. 7's tough to handle when you're coming back off of a layoff. I honestly don't have any notes on him. He's run here 3 times prior. I don't know him that well, but at least he has that race. He looks incredibly fit here. And like I said, the 6 does him more favors.
Dr. Settle's Dream, it was not a quick race, but in his debut, he beat Be of Courage, who is 7-2 right now. Obviously, Be of Courage has become a different horse since that time.
I thought it was a key race, his debut, and that's why I liked him last time. He's going to have to be a different horse today.
John Imbrial, here's a 9th from Belmont.
And they're off. Number 3, Be of Courage, had to steady shortly after the start and trails the field. Dr. Settle's Dream, Be the Boss, Golden Arm, Be the Boss, has the lead. Golden Arm runs in second. Dr. Settle's Dream is now in third. Then a break of 2.5 lengths to Factually Correct, who runs in fourth. King Moon Racer is on the outside in fifth. Break of 4 lengths back to Feathers Road, who is in sixth. Then comes Ortis down on the inside in seventh. Farther back is Eddie the Great in eighth, along with B of Courage and Creasa. The quarter went in 22 and 1/5 seconds. Be the Boss, the leader here by a little more than 2. Golden Arm runs in second, and Dr. Settle's Dream is next in third. King Moon Racer down at the hedge is in fourth, followed by Feathers Road. They are in the stretch. Look like Be the Boss took an awkward step there, but is still in front. King Moon Racer is coming on now. It's Be the Boss, challenged here by King Moon Racer on the outside. Ortis out in the middle of the course making a late run, but King Moon Racer is in front in deep stretch. And on this 4th of July, this is win number 4 for jockey Flavien Prat.
What a day for the man who kicked off this card with a stakes victory, Flavien Prat, King Moon Racer. 4 win days, you heard. This one at 8-1.
I don't think you'll see a better ride the entire meet than this horse just got. And I commented to you around the 3/8 pole that this horse was going to win. The fact that this pace was wicked on this course, 22:35, the 2 was flying. He actually ran very well to finish third in here when you consider. Flavien got this horse not just right to the rail, but within hailing distance on here. I mean, he was 4th down the inside, and you could see on the turn where he was positioned. And listen, he won so easily. I don't want to give all the credit to Flavien. Obviously goes to the horse as well as the Weaver barn. But at the end of the day, a lot of this win goes to Flavien Prat. What a ride he gave this horse.
All his talents on display. One of the absolute best in this game. Prat with a 4-win afternoon, 8-1 here on a card where this late Big Five, we've already seen some huge upsets.
So now we're at a parlay, which is close to $10,000 for $2. So we're talking about almost about $2,300 for 50 cents. I mean, even the favorite's going to be paying 5 figures, right? I don't think there'll be a pick 5 under 5 figures. And I would be alive if I could in the pick 4 if my risky affair had won. I got the 2 big prices home.
King Moon Racer.
Only with 4 horses, Greg, for dollars, but it's the way it goes.
Spa City Stables, Prat in the Weaver barn here.
I am
and just horses 1 for 16 on the turf coming in.
You want to see a rider make a difference on a horse. This ride was brilliant.
9-1, 2-6 finish. And a 8-1 upset here in a wide open race, too. This is going to play even maybe potentially bigger than that with our finale still to come.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Mange coming struggling down the outside. Angel and Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside, trying to hold up Mange. Mange has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mange to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races. Happy 4th of July to everybody watching. Our program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. That man does things unusually well. Flavien Prat, tremendous 4th of July kart performance. 4th win for him on this program. Teams up with George Weaver here. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
It'd only be more ironic if he was English as opposed to being French here. But Flavien, what a huge day for you. Talk a little bit about just the brilliant ride you just gave King Moon Racer, being able to save ground. As you were saying to me when you won on Heaven Street, the inside's kind of where you want to be on this outer turf course.
Yeah, no, he jumped well out of the gate. I was worried the distance would be a bit too short for him, but he got us into the race, and it seems like the cut in the ground was good for him as well.
You're French. Your wife is French. What do you guys do on Independence Day here in the States?
No, we're gonna celebrate. I think we're gonna have dinner and see the fireworks. It's you know, my kids are American, and that country is giving us so much. So no, we're gonna celebrate.
I love that. And too, we were talking, we have that feature that we've done on you, but your experience in France, a lot of it came in harness racing. I want to get you over to Saratoga Harness one of these days.
Yeah, no, we're gonna. I really enjoy going to Saratoga and spend some time with the trotters. It reminds me my roots, and it's always fun. Hopefully, we can drive a few horses, and that's what I enjoy.
Well, how about riding them?
I used to ride them in Europe. They ride them, but here I don't think they have races when you ride them. But no, in Europe they do.
Because it's really uncomfortable. I've ridden a standardbred before.
It is.
Well, Flavien, congratulations on a huge day. Got one more up too with a live chance Highland Grace. Best of luck.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, he's got to run back to the room. He could win 5, Greg.
Never count him out.
He's very live in the last race.
Yeah, he'll be on Highland Grace, who's one of
super live.
Certainly one of the ones to beat. 3-year-old Phillies Barkley Tag. That harness race for charity, that is August 19th. Saratoga Harness, so that'll be fun.
Yeah, Alabama.
And he knows
night.
what he's doing in a sulky.
Guy knows what he's doing, period. I mean, that I'm telling you, that ride by King Moon Racer, you can't ride a horse any better than that. And we talk about the Pick 5s, right? Smallest one was 15,000.
Wow.
Must have a Pick 6 carryover, right?
Well, Flavien, yeah, chance for number 5 coming up on Highland Grace, who right now is the 3rd choice on the board.
There's 4s in Pick 6.
There's 4 to 5.
4 out of 6, yeah. 4 out of 6 to Pick 6.
On the Pick 6.
Yeah. Not Pick 5, sorry. Go
Pratt
ahead.
will have the story of his move east and the immediate dividends that have happened. We'll be back.
It will be good night to win it by a length and a half.
It is all Shotgun Hottie as she pleases.
Disarm draws even. Disarm takes from that win. But Echo Zulu opens up by 2, now by 3. Echo Zulu looking good. Geared down to win it by 4.
Summertime in New York. It's easy. Easy to plan. Easy to please everyone. Easy to get excited. Easy to get away. It's easy to love New York. Plan your summer getaway at iloveny.com.
The Run Happies are running. The Run Happies are selling. The Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, burning up the tracks. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
French jockey Flavien Prat has experienced success everywhere he's gone. He had become one of the most prominent riders in California before moving his tack to the East Coast last spring.
4 straight graded stakes for Chad Brown and Flavien Prat. They're putting on a show.
Well, living in California was definitely not an easy decision. You don't want to be in the comfort zone and kind of, try to challenge yourself and see what could you do somewhere else. So that was my thought process, moving on the East Coast and riding with obviously a great colony of riders and different tracks. At that point, I thought it was the right thing to do.
Stepping out of his comfort zone is not something new for Prat.
I left home when I was 14 to get to the jockey school. I actually tried to leave when I was 13 and the school didn't accept me because I was too young. I think I cried for a whole day. Never been that sad in my life.
In fact, Prat's first introduction to horse racing wasn't with thoroughbreds.
I grew up in the harness business with my dad, who's a trainer. Now my brother was working with him. Obviously, when you see your dad, working from 5:30 to 1 p.m. and going back to the barn from 3 to 6, you learn what's hard work, and I just think it's an amazing way to live. In France, it can happen where there's a racetrack where half of the card will be harness and half would be thoroughbred. I love to go on the weekend with my dad and see the thoroughbred and then went a few times to Longchamp with my mom and some friends. So yeah, it's always been in the back of my mind.
Drugier, and she will deliver here, coming from off the pace under Flavien Prat.
By 2019, Prat had grabbed some of the attention of trainers nationwide, enough to get the call from Hall of Famer Bill Mott in America's most prestigious race, setting up the biggest moment of his riding career.
Obviously, we had seen that he was doing very well in California and was a good rider, and we put him on, and it couldn't have worked out better. What a great trip he worked out for him. He was 3 wide around the last turn, but he was able to avoid the contact that some of the other horses had on the inside of him. We actually did not get bothered. We took a slight little bump coming out of the turn, but really nothing that would have affected us one way or another. Then, of course, 24 minutes later, they hung our number up and made us the winner.
Winning the Derby was a strange experience. A lot of mix of emotion because obviously you win the Derby, so it's great, but it's by disqualification. There's always going to be some controversy, and yeah, I didn't cross the line first. And then you have to wait. We had to wait a long time before they decide to put Country House as a winner, so hopefully one day we'll cross the line first.
Tremendous talent. It has been a seamless transition to the East Coast. 4-win day today, and a cerebral jockey too.
No, he's just a tremendous rider, and every bit as good as any rider here or anywhere, in my opinion. And if you didn't notice in the last race, the other ones, they were relative rocking chairs. To get a 1-for-19 home like that and get the kind of position he got from an outside post, a horse that doesn't have a lot of speed, to get that position, he did everything you could possibly do. Could the horse have won with somebody else? Maybe he won so easily, but I'm not so sure. 19 other times they've tried, and only one other time were they successful.
He's also going to be involved in a match for charity, the sulky match of the summer. They're billing it as. Brett Beckwith, who's right now second in the Saratoga Harness standings, will go up against Flavien Prat head-to-head for charity. Beckwith is going to represent Franklin Community Center, and Prat will represent the BCCA Faith House of Saratoga.
Excellent. Love that.
August 19th, 6:45 Eastern.
That's when they're doing it? We'll still be on the air.
We're going to have to get off early.
Yeah, no. 6:45?
That's when the card kicks off.
Oh, okay. I got you. Might want to have that a little later. I think Flavia might be still riding at 6:45. I think he's going to have a more
I don't like his
important
chances
mounts.
then.
No, I think they're going to have to do it a little later unless we move it. Maybe we'll move it to the track here, the big track.
1.25 miles over the inner turf for the finale in this first allowance condition race, and that one, well, the one that just went by, the 5, would have been, or could be, I should say, the 5th for Flavia and Pratt. Thanks for the salute. Happy 4th, everyone. So, yeah, Highland Grace, Pratt will be aboard here, and a horse coming off a maiden win for Barclay Tag last time out.
And she has every right to get better. She won a mile and 3/8. She cuts back to a mile and a quarter. The distance won't be a problem. And she's fast enough to be competitive with these. Maybe she has to improve a little bit, but she has some upside. And I'm a fan. I didn't pick her. I like the 6 and 4, but I definitely think she can win.
Mile and 3/8 to break her maiden last time out. We'll shorten up to a mile and a quarter today in our 4th of July finale. Coming up from Belmont, we'll be back with the post parade next.
The nation's #1 horses of racing age sale. Since its inception in 2013, this sale has produced 28% stakes horses, 75 stakes winners, and over $75 million in racetrack earnings. Recent star graduates include Grade 1 winners Atone and Stiletto Boy, plus graded stakes winners Newgrange, Greeley and Bend, and Middle Eastern stars Scotland Yard and Electability. July selected horses of racing age. Monday, July 10th at Fasig-Tipton in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Here is Epicenter now to take over the lead. Cyberknife is down at the rail and racing in second. Zandon has now moved into third. They pass the 8th pole. It is Epicenter in front, and he is at the top of the 3-year-old class. Epicenter won the Jim Dandy, and he backs it up with a very top-notch finish in the Run Happy Travers.
Best race he ever ran. What a huge performance on this big stage in the Travers for Epicenter, and that's sealed a championship for him.
Yes, a huge win by him, and I think it helped ease the frustration for the Connections and Steve Asmussen after, you know, arguably running as well, if not better than anybody in both the Derby and the Preakness and failing to get the money. And I think it's a sting that doesn't go away, but this certainly helped.
We have that to look forward to again coming up this year in a wide open 3-year-old division this year. 9 days from opening day in upstate New York at this historic race course. And we're going to have live coverage every step of the way.
We will be there every day and 3 hours for 6 of the Saturdays on Big Fox, but all day, every day that we race.
So many divisions that just appear to be there for the taking, stuff for grabs this year.
No, it's going to be a bevy, a smorgasbord of great racing, and it's just, we don't have to sell Saratoga. Everybody knows how great it is, and we hope that if you can't join us in Saratoga, you watch us on Saratoga Live, but we also hope you come by and say hi.
This finale again, if you're just tuning in, 1.25 miles on the inner turf. First allowance race coming up. Let's head down to Maggie.
And we'll start by talking about the horse who is taking money in her stateside debut. That is Olkavashka. I think I got that right, for Graham Motion, as she looks incredibly fit heading in here. And with the form that she brings here, you know that she's going to at least handle the softer going that we have today. She will get Lasix for this stateside debut, and she looks incredibly fit. And I like her, you know, going the 1.25 miles. It's a distance where she is proficient at. She's just very well turned out. You often look at their disposition and how they're behaving the first time, and two, I mean, she's been at Fair Hill, so this is all kind of new for her. And so far, she's taking it all in stride with aplomb here. So all things looking good for Olka Vashka. As number 2 is Lullaby Land. She comes out of a race where it was a kind of strange dynamics in which we saw a horse stretching out that went to the lead, but by the 3/8 pole just completely ran backwards, and Lullaby Land was out the back. But when you watched her going down the backside, you could see that her head was cocked over to the inside like she was getting out, and she was the first one to make the move into that pace. And it was kind of like Jose Ortiz said, I've had enough. I can't hold her any longer. I'm just going to let her go. And that he did. And I still thought she showed some tenacity to only be beaten by a length. So second off the claim here, she is now wearing an extension blinker covering that right eye, outside eye, but also a pretty full cup on the inside too. So I was intrigued to see what kind of equipment we would see on her after watching her having that propensity to lean out last time out, and she's got the full table as far as blinkers are concerned, though just a D-bit, nothing else on her face. We'll see if it works with her today, because I thought she kind of ran well given the circumstances last time out, but again, questioning how strong that field was overall, Greg.
There's a look at Barkley Tag. He'll have Pratt aboard again, looking for number 5 today. Highland Grace for that barn.
I think some people are moving the 2 and 9 up because the horse who won that race, Ever Summer, came back and was second for Christophe Clement at 21-1 in the Robert G. Dick Memorial at Delaware yesterday. Maybe it is a better race than it looked. In my opinion, it was a terrible race, but maybe that makes these horses liver. I don't really like either one of them. I have no idea how Rombeek is 13-1 in this race. In my opinion, she should be one of the co-favorites. Her turf races are simply fast enough or faster than everybody else here has ever run before. She had a prep on the dirt. Actually, not a prep, excuse me. She's off a layoff. Maybe that's a bit, but she's 13-1. I don't. Can you figure it out?
I like her a lot. Yeah, I don't understand.
It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I think Swoop to Finish is interesting for Bill Mott.
I even thought Highland Grace's that was a slow race.
It was a slow race. I think she has some upside, but I'm not, listen, she ran with prerequisite the time before, but she also got the benefit of a quick pace. Swoop to Finish, her best race by far was a 1.25 mile race up at Woodbine, and Bill Mott got a prep into her, and if you feel like Bill, as I do, can move her forward. I picked it 6-4 because I thought the 4 would be about 5-1, about 4-1, and the 6 would be closer to 8 or 10-1. So I like both of them. Olka Vashka obviously can win this race, and I wonder if she got sold because she needed Lasix. Her race 2 back, she lost to a horse that actually beat a horse that's running in the Belmont Oaks over the weekend, but she finished ahead of Cracks Mania, who beat her last time she ran badly. Now, does she have a bleeding issue? If she came over firm ground, which doesn't make sense because she'd never even been on it, she didn't get it today. I think she can win.
This will be the firmest she's ever been on.
Yeah, right. By far. No, you're right. But still not the kind of turf we had through yesterday. I think there's a lot going on in here, and Greg, how is the 4 13-1 here?
I do
Layoff or not?
Understand.
She also
major player.
Interestingly enough, she was the horse that caused the chain reaction accident where Trevor McCarthy got injured, and Trevor McCarthy has the mount in this honor today be sort of a just rewards for him to win this race. I don't see why she's such a crazy price here. I don't love her, but she, to me, looks like a very logical. You like her more than I do, but she looks very logical.
Low percentage barn that doesn't attract a lot of attention off the bench. It's
12-1, though. I mean.
Oh, you're talking about the 1.
Oh, the 1. Oh, no, I'm talking about the 4.
Yeah.
Why is she such a big price? I mean, she's not that much lower than Out of Sight. With all due respect to Out of Sight, where's her race that can win here? And at least the 4 can handle a distance, while Out of Sight, this is foreign territory for her.
Javier moving by on the screen. He'll be on Peg's AK Girl for John Toscano. We'll try and be forward. Went gate to wire last time out.
It was a good rail she was on. She set a ridiculously slow pace against a field that's dramatically inferior to these. I don't know what possibly makes her a player in this race. And frankly, she's not supposed to be in front of a horse like Mariah's Fortune, but I don't even care if she gets the lead. I don't know why she's at 9-1 and not 29-1.
Coming through the tunnel, post parade coming up for this finale. We already know we're going to have a pick six carryover into tomorrow, or it's Friday's card, I should say. No one's going to hit that today, and these pick fives are going to be tremendous. We are rooting for you if you're alive.
Heard from a good friend of ours who's alive in this pick five, so we'll be rooting for her. Absolutely.
So here is Graham Motion's States debuting Okovshka with Manny Franco.
And Graham Motion does well with his European imports. She's only been off a little over 2 months. Hopefully the Lasix will help. She's a player. I don't want 5-2, but
Lullaby Land was third beetle length behind Anatolian last start.
She either moved up a great deal with more distance or off the claim, or maybe she just found a weak spot.
17-1, Jose Lezcano and out of sight.
Dave Donk's going to see if she can stretch out effectively, the New York bred. We'll see.
Rombeek still double-digit odds here off the bench.
Yeah, I think you and I are completely puzzled why she's not at least half the price that she is right now.
Highland Grace for Barclay Tag with Flavien Prat.
I mean, she's one of the favorites. She has some upside. She seems to be improving. She's got a nice pedigree, but I don't think she's any great shakes at this price.
Poor win day for that man right there. Swoop to finish with Junior Alvarado for Belmont.
I was hoping she'd get a 1.25 miles or so race, given her best race was up there. Now, she'd have to improve off of that effort, but part of the reason to like her is thinking that she can improve in the Belmont barn.
Mariah's Fortune has just recently made the switch to turf.
She would have to improve immeasurably with distance to be effective here. She's a big price. Should be forward.
Here again, Javier on Peg's AK Girl for John Toscano.
Yeah, I don't see it. I thought she was fortunate to win last time out, and this is just a much tougher spot.
Anatolian beat a half length going 1 3/8 behind Ever Summer last out.
It's Mike Maker, so I never want to dismiss them. His 2 horses that ran third in the last race ran very well. The upset in the 7th race. So sometimes they run better than the PPs. I couldn't imagine taking 3-1 though.
And big price, the outside sister Bridget will get Lasix for the first time.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out why she's a bigger price than the 7.
Yeah.
Or shorter price than the 7, right? She looks like she should be bigger than 28-1. Somebody like not live with her, and she's one of the few horses. She's covered in the pick 5, but maybe 1 or 2 tickets. Maybe somebody's live and they bet a little money as a
more of a synthetic horse.
As a
where
hedge.
her success has come. 3 minutes to post here in this finale. Swoop to finish.
I'm hoping she swoops to finish in this race, though she can be forwardly placed, but I don't think she has the speed to be forward in this race. She got that prep she needed in the dirt last time, got a muddy track, showed some speed, get a little bit of a run into her. Clearly she's not meant to be running on the dirt. And now Belmont finds a 1.25 mile race for a horse who in this race in the Wonder Wheel?
Wonder where?
Where?
This was a 1.25 miles too.
Yeah, that's the whole point. I was looking for it. I was interested in this horse when I saw her show up with Bill Mott and saw that race last time and was hoping she'd land a spot like this. She's my pick. I like her in the 4.
Let's go back to Maggie.
Let's take a look at her physically. She's second off of a layoff, guys, and she's really fit. She's almost a little too fit for my liking, but then again, when you're dealing with this kind of wetter turf, it's better to be this way than too heavy, but she's definitely a turf horse. There's no doubt about it, and you're getting a nice price at 10-1. And 2, what Andy said is correct, and what her form suggests is correct, and it's backed up with the way she looks physically, because she's your typical prototype of a 1.25 mile horse. Long, leggy, lean, massive turf hoof, fine. I just don't know how good she is. I feel like she does have to improve, and I'm not in love with her to say that, oh, she's definitely going to do it today. As we'll take a look at number 4, Rombeek, who you guys are mentioning. Her turf races are very good. One that in the past has been incredibly nervous prior to her races, doesn't carry her weight well, and now as she comes back as a 5-year-old, it's when horses are fully physically mature. One of the better times I've seen her look, and she's remain calm. She's had her pony, her security blanket the entire time in the paddock. And so with that being said, she looks fit enough too. So I definitely think she deserves a look. As number 5 in here is Highland Grace, one of the favorites. I didn't love her in the paddock. She's gotten a little hot, but that's okay. It's very sticky. She warmed up really well. I wasn't in love with her back there, but she moved up a bit in my eyes. But I'm still going to go with number 1 in here, Olavashka, just because she remained making a really nice impression on me. We'll see how she gets out of the gate. You never know with the European horses coming in here and her having to be on the inside, Greg.
Yeah, always interesting to watch to see how they get out of there, if they get out, or if it's a slow, poor break in the State's debut.
Yeah, often they do have issues with the gate. It's sort of a different situation. It's hard to really look her up that extensively because I use Racing Post website to look them up, and they don't have a lot of the smaller tracks she's raced at. But her race at Saint-Cloud 2-back was okay, but her time form ratings are not particularly good.
Just sort of a default.
A little
5-2?
bit, but the 9 is the 5-2 favorite. I could never predict that. I'm always scared of Mike Maker. Handicapping the race, I don't like her at all, but it's Mike Maker. But does she look like a 5-2 shot to you?
I think anyone in this race should be that price.
It's crazy.
See what happens here in this finale. We already know we have a pick 6 carryover into Friday. And these pick 5s are going to be tremendous no matter what happens. But yeah, Anatolian now becomes the favorite late.
5-2. Well, now the 1's the favorite. Whatever.
Let's go to John Imbrial for the finale.
And they're off. And it is Mariah's Fortune who is going for the lead. Sister Bridget, far outside, now moves up to challenge. Peg's AK Girl is racing in 3rd. As they go into the clubhouse turn, Sister Bridget goes on with it and has opened up by 4 lengths here. And then it is Mariah's Fortune who is next in 2nd, out of sight down on the inside in 3rd. Peg's AK Girl is alongside. And then Swoop to Finish, who's running in 5th, followed by Anatolian in 6th. Highland Grace is next in 7th. Alkovshka is next in 8th, being passed there on the inside by Rombik. Lullaby Land is the trailer in 10th. Quarter in 23 and 1. Sister Bridget now challenged here by Mariah's Fortune, and those two are right together. They've got a length and a half on Peg's AK Girl, who's 3rd by a head. Out of sight down on the inside, runs in 4th, little more than a length. Swoop to Finish is in 5th. Anatolian is next in 6th. Highland Grace is in 7th, about 8 lengths from the front. Then Rombik, Alkovshka, and Lullaby Land is at the back. Half mile, 49 and 1/5 seconds. 2 long shots up front. Sister Bridget and Mariah's Fortune. They are 1-2 with Peg's AK Girl sitting in 3rd. Out of sight down on the inside is next in 4th, followed by Swoop to Finish, Anatolian, and then Highland Grace. 3/4 went in 1:14. They're going around the far turn. Sister Bridget is still the leader. Mariah's Fortune is still in 2nd. Peg's AK Girl is on the outside. Out of sight is down towards the rail. Anatolian is now gaining ground in between horses. Swoop to Finish on the far outside. Then Highland Grace and Rombik, and they are in the stretch. It is Sister Bridget, challenged here by Peg's AK Girl. Out of sight, looks to come through. Down at the rail, Peg's AK Girl, Sister Bridget, and Highland Grace is kicking in late here. Here is Highland Grace, and Flavien Prat provided all the fireworks today. He wins 5 on this holiday at Belmont Park.
Flavien Prat started off the card with a stakes win. He ends the card, yes, with number 5, as you heard. What a performance from one of the top riders in the sport here, teaming up with Barclay Tagg. And this 3-year-old filly has now won back-to-back starts.
Yeah, and she came roaring down the stretch. Remarkable performance by the 10, Sister Bridget, the long shot, who went a crazy first quarter, and it felt like the whole field was coming, and then nobody was catching them. My horse, the 6, got a great ride from Junior Alvarado, and she didn't swoop to the finish. She was completely empty, as unsurprisingly was the 9, Anatolian, who got a great trip under Irad Ortiz, and this horse just swooped by everybody. If you came up with this exacta, and you got the 10 home for second, congratulations. Nice ride by Katie Davis. This was the only horse that made up any ground in the race. Isn't it weird? It was Jody Martinez, excuse me. The only horse that made up any ground was the winner, and what a day for Flavien.
And much the best here, Highland Grace. No question. This 3-year-old filly by American Pharoah, getting longer distances, has been right up her alley. Breaks her maiden in 1 mile and 3/8, follows it up with a win here at 1 1/4 miles. 5-10, 8-3, 3-1 over 36-1 over 10-1 over 20-1 for your superfecta.
Yeah, some tough horses to have behind them, but they were all the horses that were forward, right? They were the horses that were first, third, and fourth. It's just that's why it's such an interesting win, because this horse was the only one to close. Saw Barkley and Robin earlier as we see him heading the winner's circle, and they had just had their maiden run so poorly in the second race, kind of dejected, and left and said, well, hopefully things will get better with Highland Grace in the last, and they did.
Good to see Barkley Tag get a win.
I'm always happy to see my friend Bonner Young do well. She's had, such good horses dating back to Miss Josh, who Barkley had, and then so many horses in that line. Going into Caroline Thomas, the dam of this horse was a very nice horse, and Royal Mountain Inn, so many good horses over the years, and Grade 1 horses as well.
Wish he could have had those Tis the Law victories in the, the Belmont that kicked off that year because of COVID, and the Travers with everybody on hand.
Could have won the Quad Crown if he'd won the Derby and Preakness. And Barkley told me that, I think he told me that Miss Josh, who this horse is probably distantly related to it, was his first Grade 1 winner, winning at Hollywood Park, and Lafitte Pincaille rode him.
Really?
Rode her, yeah. Said she had bad feet, but good horse, very good horse.
That man right there, 5 wins today for Flavien Prat, just stealing the show. And obviously he was on a filly here who was much the best against this group.
Really was. I mean, I'm always fascinated by horses that outrun the dynamics of a race. Even though they were long shots, second, third, and fourth, they were the forwardly placed horses. I mean, there were plenty of horses that had form on paper to be able to close, that got good trips, and none of them showed up at all, except for Caroline Thomas. Fun day today.
Yeah, it was fun. Enjoyed it. Hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for being part of our 4th of July show. Hope everyone has a tremendous night. Enjoy some fireworks. Hopefully friends and family. Be safe. And we are back on Friday with a Pick 6 carryover as well. So we will see you then. 1 Eastern start time on Friday. The man who ended the card with a win with number 5 began the day with his first of 5 in the Port Washington, teaming up with Todd Pletcher. What Love looks like the victory to kick off this 4th of July program. Back-to-back wins for this 4-year-old filly for Pletcher and the Silks of Barry Schwartz. We will see you on Friday with the Pick 6 carryover. Happy 4th.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Ms. Big Bucks goes wire to wire to win the New York Stallion Stakes.
Ms. Big Bucks, who got the job done today.
Ruse also wire to wire.
Ruse, rough draft, one last try. Ruse holds on.
And Long Shot War Museum delivers at Monmouth.
War Museum is now in front. War Museum at 41-1.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Enjoy a group outing this summer at Saratoga Racecourse. Reservations are now available for the climate-controlled paddock suite accommodating 80 guests and for large-scale corporate gatherings at the rail at the 1863 Club. Head down the stretch to the Stella Artois Spa verandas for groups of 50 or tailgate at the turn with a carload of friends. For casual outdoor gatherings undercover featuring buffet lunch with Prosecco offerings, enjoy the Mia Netto Easy Goer. Visit NYRA.com/Saratoga to book your group outing today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.